gosh. Oh, I don't even know what to say. I don't trust you if you don't like Icebox.
I don't trust you if you turn off comms on pistol round in ranked.
That's hard. I don't trust you if you like pancakes more than waffles. I like waffles.
I don't trust you if you chew with your mouth open. That's the worst thing ever.
I don't trust you if you're last alive every single round.
I don't trust you if you don't pick up after yourself.
I don't trust you if you smell.
I don't trust you if you bait me.
If I spectate you and you like whiff really bad, I'm gonna not trust you to trade me in the next round probably.
I don't trust you if you eat bananas.
Eu não confio em você se você não gosta de assistir Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
I don't trust you if you say you're going to be on to play games in 5 minutes and it takes you 2 hours.
I don't trust you if you pour milk before cereal.
I don't trust you if you lock Clove every map. Actually, I don't trust half of you guys because all of you guys lock Clove.
Hit the wall, broke the skin, never complain, I just start again. I'll never stop, watch me go, I rise to the top, I let them know I'm built for this. Every time I fall, I get up. All the weight that made me bend turns these shaking hands to strength again.
I didn't see you though. What the hell? Instagram. Oh, GG man.
GG's, bro.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui do VCT Américas. One more is all it takes.
It's the penultimate day of the regular season and every match counts because playoffs and Champions Shanghai are on the horizon. Hello and welcome to VCT Americas, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. Zowie here, joined by Emily and Ender. And guys, the first 2 days this week, we've been treated to upset after upset.
No, it's been so fun to watch. I mean, even yesterday, since I was interviewing, I actually got to watch it live, and the crowd was getting so hyped, and I was getting hyped, and I felt the energy, and I'm hoping we get to see a little bit of that today.
Yeah, I still really don't believe what happened yesterday. Like, what do you mean, Cloud9? What do you mean Loud just stomped 13-1 G2 on Lotus? It's crazy.
I know. Listen, man, these teams came to play, and they have to, because we just have 2 more days in our regular season left. We see Energy and 100 Thieves, they already clinched their playoff spot. The seeding here, of course, for Omega is still up for grabs or on the line, because 100 Thieves, they haven't locked that first seed. And of course, in Alpha also, MIBR and Leviatán, who are playing today, that's going to be crucial to decide who is going to make playoffs and who has to fight all the way through the play-ins. And of course, we also have to talk about the champions points that are still on the line for every single match here.
Yeah, I mean, you can see them right there. The reminders for everyone out there is a group stage win is still worth 1 point. So teams still playing for that today. The top 2 teams in playoffs qualify for champs. The next 2, it's based on championship points. And I believe a 4th place finish gets you 4 points. A 3rd place finish gets you 5-2. So getting deep into the playoffs is also critical for teams like 100 Thieves, Furia, and all of those squads that are just underneath the cusp of those top 3.
Yeah, some people would look at this and be like, well, they're already out of the playoffs contention, but it doesn't matter. Literally every match matters. Crew Visa will be taking on Sentinels today, and Leviatán will be going up against MIBR. And while the second one seems like the title match of the day, I feel like the first one is a bit of a sleeper here, Emily.
Yeah, no, for sure, especially because, Sen, they want to get this win if they want to have a chance at playoffs like you were kind of mentioning. And also, it's just all the possibilities that can happen within that group of Omega. It's mind-boggling, and you're so good with numbers. I don't know why you aren't doing something there. That was really impressive, the little breakdown.
We could have made it up, we literally can't fact check. That one took me a while. Listen, I get paid to talk. I still can't believe that that's happening for the past 18 years. Now,
I'll give you a number. I'll give you a number.
No, don't.
Crew have 0 wins right now.
That's true.
They need to win today and turn that 0 into a 1.
You know who else needs to win? The 2 of you are going to put your knowledge of our players to the test in a game we call Match the Player. I will be giving you 3 different plays from this year, and you guys have to guess who the player is, and a lot of the information on your screen will, of course, be hidden to make it a little bit more tricky. So here's the first play. These are the options you have to choose from in terms of players, and I'm just going to hit the start button. It's from the entire year. So
I mean, no, this is obviously stage 2 based on the map.
Here.
Oh, this is easy. This is built and engraved in everyone's brain. That's Jerwin.
Jerwin? Yeah.
You remember that?
Okay, lock it in.
Who doesn't remember that? Yeah.
Gotta lock him into the box.
Where is Jerwin down here?
Middle guy.
Middle guy.
The middle guy.
Hard to read.
Perfect placement.
Boom.
Beautiful.
Okay. And the big reveal.
Da-da-dun. Look at that.
Who it was
engraved in your mind.
This was insane. And the momentum that they gained after that round 2, just kind of setting C9 into shambles after, it's iconic.
It is indeed. Now, second play.
Oh.
Let's hit it. Let's gather information. What do we see?
Okay, we're on split.
Waylay
We're
Neon.
still playing Tejo?
But they're going against the Tejo. So,
I mean, this has to be early in the year, right?
Yes,
With the Waylay enthusiasts? Waylay
I don't think it was Jerwin. It has to be between Sato and Baby Bay, but how often did Sato play Waylay?
No, but also, how often were G2 playing Waylay and Neon?
Never.
Never.
Okay, just gamble it. Yeah.
Across Civilization. I have no idea what game this is, but it's gotta be
Me either.
Well, let's find out and reveal the
watch
answer.
it be Jerwin again?
Oh my God, stop.
Watch it.
It was Baby Bay!
What?
That had to have been kickoff.
Bro, I know, I took this out of my brain.
Oh my gosh.
Honestly.
Again, tricky because we're looking back at the entire year thus far, and there was a lot happening.
We all blocked Baby Bay playing the dive duelist out of our minds. We just love to see him on the chamber. Let's keep that rolling.
Yeah, it's been looking good. It's been looking good. Okay, last clip for the 2 of you. Who are we
Oh my God,
looking at?
I remember this. Come on, tell me you know this. Tell me you know this.
I'm honestly, this is so hard for me to watch. I have no idea what I'm looking at, but it's Sato.
Yes, it's Sato.
Yeah, if Sato Phoenix on split,
Running
also
through a Viper
process
like
of
that.
elimination. I'm
True.
just gonna
Americans and their multiple choice
Honestly?
tests, it's just too easy. It's just too easy. But yeah, here's Sato fragging out on the server. Could have been any game, honestly.
Yeah,
Why do I feel like I was casting this game and still don't remember it?
I actually feel like you were, yeah.
Because he was just doing so well in every single match, so it all just kind of blends together. And now we, of course, had hidden information on the screen for this game, but we absolutely have nothing hidden. No information will be taken away from you when Dryad is on the case. She had a quick chat with Sentinel's IGL John Cutie. Let's take a look.
Sentinels continues to be one of the biggest underdogs this stage too, and a lot of it comes from you, John. As the IGL, you were coming up with really good ideas like the operator that we saw against G2 on the attack side, but who was coming up with those ideas? How's that dynamic between you and Ewok?
The operator on Lotus was Ewok's idea, just because they had Sky, so it was really hard for them to get information. I mean, we just VOD review, prep, and see what flaws and stuff we can exploit. So yeah, it's definitely a collaborative idea. Me, Ewok, and Luke work a lot together, come up with ideas, and also the team helps and when they see micro plays. So I would say everyone contributes.
I'm looking forward to seeing more of those. Thank you.
Well, teamwork does make the dream work, and if Sentinels want to make playoffs, they have to win today. And then they also have to root for 100 Thieves on Sunday, which I'm sure must feel great. And now, does this new roster have what it takes to make it back onto a championship stage?
I'll ask that question after I ask, do you think Sentinels fans would rather watch 100 Thieves lose and be forced to go to play-ins than root for 100 Thieves to win against Loud?
That's a hard call. We should get a poll for that, honestly.
That's what I think. I don't know. No, but honestly, I think Sentinels have looked a lot stronger coming into this second stage. They're coming off of a pretty tough week, right, with 2-1 losses to both G2 and 100 Thieves, but those being two of our strongest teams in the league, I think having those close performances is a good sign for them.
Yeah, no, honestly, when I look at Sen, I feel like they're just getting better every match, and I know we say that about a lot of teams here because a lot of teams have been having a revamped roster, kind of going on this growth period, but genuinely, when I watch Sentinels, they always have a game plan in mind. It always feels like they're in control. They know what they're doing at a macro level. It just comes down to those solo individual plays where that can kind of make or break a round. But with every match, they're getting more reps. They're going to have more experience on how to deal with certain scenarios. And I could really see them becoming like what NRG was at the start of the year, kind of just like a unit.
Yeah, I mean, they've been a roster in development, and I do think that we've clearly seen the progression that they have made and the upward trajectory. And I think a lot of the time, Sentinels were just looking extra good when German got to run that Neon. Like, that just seems a real big win condition for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of teams that have been able to play Neon on most of their maps have been absolutely lights out. And the nice thing about Jerwin, though, is that he's not necessarily locked in to that Neon pick. This is still a guy that's going to be able to flex over onto both the Raze and the Jet.
Yeah, no, for sure. And, you know, when you look at Neon, it is a very self-sufficient agent. You have a lot of get-out-of-jail-free cards with the stun, with the wall, that overall just helps his team. But when you see him on other agents like Raze and Whaley, you have to be more reliant on your team's utility, which is why I feel like the stats might be a little bit different when you look at agent across agent, right? When you see right here, right? When you're looking at the stats, actually they're pretty even overall. Yeah. But I feel like when you see him on the Neon, he's frying at getting those first kills. He's doing a great job at opening up the round and getting that space. Whereas Whaley and Raze, you see him take space. He might not always get away with that first kill depending on the supporting util following it up, but he still looks great. It's just a different look from Sentinels when they're running different agents.
Yeah, I mean, the clip you were looking at earlier of Jerwin, that wasn't on the Neon, that was him carving on the Waylay.
Yeah, I love seeing that German on the Waylay. In general, like, he's just opening things up for his team. He's currently second in first bloods in the entire league, right behind Oxy. So yeah, he's a great player, not just one trick, definitely a flexible player. And while German is making the Neon work, on the other side, we're looking at Dante, right? And for Dante, it's not been working out, not even on the Neon.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, unfortunately for this guy, his champ got nerfed, right? This is a guy that was absolutely frying back in stage one, was turning heads with him on the Neon. And I think for, you know, him and the rest of the team, it's just been a struggle. I don't know if I would personally attribute it to Dante, but I think the impact that we felt, like, he was completely taking over servers back during stage one.
No, he was. And it's unfortunate to see that he has been having a hard time still playing that Neon only, but obviously with those nerfs coming in, everything that Cruz had to deal with, we were talking about confidence a little bit earlier. It's something that he's kind of lacking right now that we want to see. We know he's a standout player. We know the insane things he can do. And even when you look at these stats right here, yes, the ACS is a little bit lower, but it's quite even. What I wanted to look at for him was the first kills, because back in stage 1, even when he was frying on the Neon, it's not like he was dropping 30 bombs every game. He was getting those first kills and actually running with that and getting space for his team, whereas right now, he's not dropping those 30 bombs that we like to see every now and then, but he's also having a hard time getting those first kills. He's not able to kind of secure that, open up the round for his team, and not having that kind of like wow factor makes it a lot harder for the rest of the team to kind of figure out what to do in the round.
I mean, the game that always comes to my mind was the first time he played against NRG and what he did to Mata on the other side on Split, where it was so many of these early round set plays that Crew had. They had tons of ideas to work him up into forward positions, take supported fights from utility from his teammates. And I think that all around Crew's approach to generally like the majority of maps in the pool, unless it's going to be the odd Lotus thrown in there, has been struggling, and they have not been able to set him up to the same level of success. He's had to do way more just on his own.
Yeah, we definitely have to make it very clear, like this is obviously a team game, right? So this is not just him struggling, it's the entire team who just can't seem to connect. They look disjointed, disconnected. So let's hear from the veteran Sadak. Dryer caught up with him ahead of today's match.
Crew is still looking for the first win of stage 2, and Sadak, what do you need to channel as at the IGL to get those wins the way that you were doing in stage 1?
That's a good question. I would say bringing in the energy, it's an important thing. Having the guys laugh and enjoying themselves is going to be really important for me for this victory. So yeah, pretty much focusing on that.
Is there a specific plan against Sentinels?
Of course, there's always a specific plan against certain teams.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck.
Love to see the little smirk there. All right, I'm excited to see what they have in store for us. This is in fact the third time those two teams are meeting, and they're currently 1-1, right? That said though, Crew's victory was very early on in the season, and when they were looking a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at their win against Sentinels, that was week 1 of groups of stage 1. Sentinels just brought in their new roster. They didn't even have Jerwin on. They had a sub there, and Crew were able to kind of take that win. But at the same time, that's when Crew was starting to find their footing. It felt like, you know, being able to play with their full roster because they weren't in kickoff. Coming into it, they looked great on paper. They looked great in those early matches. It's not something they could be consistent with. They couldn't carry that over to playoffs, and I fear they're still having a hard time turning it around.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that I think the main things that clued in for them in stage 1 were A, they were the best team at abusing the Neon pick, right? Neon got nerfs, teams tried to figure out how Dante was playing it. The other one was their Lotus was just best in slot. Then you play 20 games of Lotus in a year. Everyone knows how you want to play Lotus, and all of a sudden you're not even winning on your best map anymore. It's been so tough for them.
Yeah, right here we see the match history. So yeah, Crew, unfortunately...
We're busting out Champs Berlin for this.
Yeah. Why not?
Crew have always been crushing Sentinels. It's a dominant
You gotta see
matchup.
the whole picture. You gotta go way back, and we're in charge here, so we can scoot the numbers however we want. That's right. Now, after that strong start though from Crew and all those victories in the past, I think a lot of the fans, all of us are wondering just kind of what happened, right? Like, where did it go wrong? What can they do to turn things around for this squad? And Dryad actually caught up with our friends from the Latin broadcast to ask just that question.
Everybody has been asking me what is happening with Crew, and I can't give you the answer, so I came with backup. Joining me for a closer look at Crew Visa's rookie season is Valina and RKT. Guys, this is a team that so far hasn't been able to get a win. Valina, what is your read on the current situation for Crew?
I think it is really tough for Crew because they had this like honeymoon stage on stage 1. They could not play the kickoff, so then they come like with a lot of like heat. Without heat, but with a lot of heat, and also like be really happy towards that split 1 that they could actually play. So for me, it was like more of like a honeymoon stage. They had another player as well, but everything was going all right for them until they got to playoffs. I do think that the fact that they received a lot of criticism in some point as well started like that mental was not that good, and I do think that they started doing and taking some decisions that they were not taking before. So I do think that basically explains why they could not replicate what they did in split 1.
Yeah, also you have Sadak and Les doing really good in stage 1, and now they're struggling a lot, especially because you change so many things or so many pieces. It's like Sadak have to focus on new things, and Les maybe using a new role or way to play inside the map.
Yeah, it feels like there's a couple things that are going on, and to me, one of them is also the maps. Nothing has been going right for them. We look at how this started. They were still going for that Lotus RKT, and then they were trying something else. They were trying that Breeze first pick, but nothing is giving them the results that they want.
No, Lotus was a great map for them. They have a great macro. Was one of the map when you saw Crew and say, okay, they have a real potential to get really, really far in tournament. But when you have to change the comp, you go from one duelist to double duelist. It's like you have to change your macro. What are you doing? And that is hard for a new team.
And we also need to talk about that new guy. He was part of this team before, but he's coming back with a completely different roster around him. And RKT, tell us a little bit about kind of the situation compared to other duelists here.
I think here it's telling the story about what's going on with Crew. You start with Chet. They tried double duelist because it makes sense. You have Dante, you have here, but he's a really good operator, so you want him playing OP. But what's the problem? Your game plan is like you have to save OP. You can take so many risks in some of the rounds. Now it's slowly going like I'm going to play Phoenix and Dante is going with full Neon. And you can't play so many of you with the Phoenix. You have to be the second guy. You have to go inside. And this meta, you can use operator, but you can go like your game plan to that.
Well, how are you seeing that situation, Valina? Also, give me a little bit of Croupium because it's been tough. It's been tough.
Apart from that, like they have the Phoenix now, but also they got into this Phoenix meta really late. So you don't have the fundamentals, you don't have the macro. So they're learning with also Heat now coming into the team. So you have one new player, you have a new meta going on. So it is difficult. They need time, in my opinion. The fact that they can go to the play-ins also and play more matches, it's better for them. But I do feel we needed to look at the best part. There are good things about Crew as well. Like they have been improving round by round, match by match. So I think there's a little bit, there's a light shining for Crew as well.
What is your Croupium, RKT?
Well, yesterday, what happened yesterday? Maybe today? Maybe
So
today
true.
we have more surprises.
We can analyze all we want, but sometimes it's really just magic that can turn things around. And maybe that's going to be the case for Crew again. And they're also known for going on runs, so anything can happen, guys. Thank you so much for joining me, and back to you guys.
Well, they were trying to sell some Croupium there, but I still don't feel fully bought in. And it comes back to the same problem that I think a lot of people are talking about right now, and that's Crew's map pool, because they had the fantastic Lotus for so long, but I think historically Crew have been a team that have really struggled to introduce new maps into their pool. I think this year, where they have yet to play a single game on Summit, like that's something that if you're a struggling team, I say throw a new map into the pool, try and figure something out. It goes back to last year with Corrode, where they only ever played it 2 times, lost both of them, and then started banning it from there on out. I think that this is a big problem in how Crew are approaching things, and something that I hope to see them fix heading into play-ins.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at the map pool as a whole, it feels like they're trying to almost do too much, right? When we look at them struggling on Lotus after that being their best map, it's because they didn't really change anything. They kept trying to repeat and reuse, and teams caught on to that. So I think you're right. If we do see a Summit out of them, or just something new that we haven't seen, they might have a better shot at having a new look, a clean look. And one thing that I'd really love to see Crew do is take a page out of C9, go back to basics a little bit so that they can find their new identity and start building on that rather than just trying to rebuild something that is a little bit broken right now.
We do know that squad has a lot of potential though. Obviously, the individual players are fantastic. We know what they do.
The best for
exactly.
a while.
So, but yeah, as we just heard there from Melina, it might have been a little bit of a honeymoon phase, and now the real deal, the mundane life has happened. And I see no love for Crew, unfortunately, here in our talent predictions. But there's magic in the air, maybe.
You know what, there might be. We saw this yesterday, I believe it was against Cloud9, where we had no believers, but in reality, we did that reverse curse and they ended up coming out. And then for that second match, I mean, MIBR, no believers, guys. They've been looking good, they've been on the up.
We tried to reverse curse it and you ruined it.
That's my bad then.
You're bad.
If you guys end up losing today, I'll take blame. That's truly my bad.
Okay, I mean, as long as you're ready to wear it, you know, they'll get you for that one too. So.
But if they win, I'm the best.
That's
I'm the
right.
believer.
But yeah, for everything else, at Emily on socials. Now, Crew, VSUN Sentinels are ready to take the stage, and we've got Leviatán and MIBR on deck as well. VCT Americas starts right now.
Contra Sentinels, nosotros ya entrenamos mucho contra ellos. Es un equipo muy bueno, metódico. Es un equipo que confía mucho en el paso a paso de ellos.
As John starts off, and there's a 1 and a 2. Incredible, these two together.
Sentinels forced out to try and fight this thing. John sees that spike ticking down, and it's 4 for the in-game leader.
I think Group, they are struggling a lot between them, like to win a match. If they start feeling the game, that's when you get dangerous.
Tentando surpreender, ele consegue levar o Sadak, mas o Hit. Vamos ver se a gente consegue trazer mais 2 abates pro Hit, beleza, traz a vantagem.
Let's make sure that we don't give that momentum inside the server for them.
It's been a tough, disjointed road to the bottom for Crew, right? But today I think it's their final chance of the regular season to iron out those disconnects that we pointed out and really build crucial momentum before the play-ins begin. And they are surely looking to end this on a high note.
I mean, this game is very simple for Crew. Right now, they are winless, and if they don't want to join Furia as the second winless team coming out of groups, they must perform here up against Sentinels.
And this is a team that we've seen have such insane success early on in stage 1. They have all the pieces, they just need them to click together here so that they can end on a high note going into play-ins. A win here could just bring up so much team morale that I feel like Crew as a team right now really need. They need to be uplifted so that they can get some momentum going so that they can go on one of those legendary Crew runs that we're known for.
And that's what Sadak said in his interview as well, right? He wants them to have fun. He wants the vibes to be good, to be positive, as he smiles across the board as they're huddling and await their opponent. Now, for Sentinels, I mean, they're driven by Jervin's first kill prowess, John Cuty's steady playmaking, and the rest of the team stepping it up as well. So when Sentinels play with composure, they really can trade blows with anyone in Americas. They have steadily improved, and they are looking to keep their momentum rolling.
And I think composure is the word that we're looking for because they're a team that's been improving match by match. We've seen some close maps coming out from them, and even though they've lost some of these matches against some of the top teams, they haven't been stopped. They've been 2-1s. They've been there fighting. They just need to fix a lot of these micro details so that they can end up strong and hopefully kind of change up their record so far.
Yeah, I mean, last week was a long week for Sentinels. That was their doubleheader week. They faced off against both 100 Thieves and G2, like you're saying about both series going the distance. And while, yes, they ultimately did fall, this is a strong team that has done some damage up against the heavy hitters. This needs to be a clean win from Sentinels to keep their chances of making it to playoffs alive.
And here's our map set for this one. All right, Summit in the mix. That's what we wanted to see. That's what we were talking about heading into this one.
I'm going to have a magnifying glass on Crew on this map. This is one that if they can prove they play a good Summit, all of a sudden the conversation around them changes because this is not a map that every team in our league and every team that's going to be stepping into play-ins from challengers will have mastered. So if they come out here against Sen that have played it before, have looked strong on it, this could turn around some opinions on this team heading into the end of their year.
Yeah, like you kind of said before, it could give them just a new look, which is what they need so bad right now. This could be the map that overtakes their Lotus because you're right, a lot of teams have been coming up with different ideas. So I think it really comes down to how creative they went with that Summit comp, especially after seeing Sen kind of destroy Cloud9 early on in a 13-4.
Yeah, and look, we've seen teams get creative, get complicated, whether that's NRG playing a Brimstone or go more back to basics. I think there's a lot of different ideas you can come in with. But for me, the most important thing that I want to see on a map like Summit that can be unlocked by a lot of aggressive lurking in particular, a guy like Les who can dominate maps, give him the freedom to be able to play around the map and find the openings. I think similar to how Crew have looked very strong on Lotus in the past, a lot of their attack side has been driven by Les on the lurk.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see if we will be getting a Neon out here for Dante, or maybe we're switching it up and giving him a different movement agent to try and get those first picks, try and bring back and instill some confidence in him so that he can start off hot here in this best of 3.
Now for Sentinels, in terms of composition, do you want to see them changing something up since it looked so good against Cloud9? So there really isn't too much of a reason, but that is 2 weeks ago, so perhaps they cooked something up too.
I mean, I'm hoping for no changes. I want to see them building on what they already had, because I think they had a great foundation on how they wanted to play that map going into it. It looked great against C9. They didn't really have an answer for it, but as long as they continue building on that, they should have a pretty strong map here.
This is an interesting read from Crew, coming in here with double initiator, Sadok playing the KO, which is an old comfort pick of his, no doubt, but less that means he's going to be on the Omen as opposed to something that can lurk a little bit more aggressively like a Viper or some kind of Sentinel. I'm really curious to see how this KO plays out. It's something that NRG have really liked.
Yeah, and I also like the additional utility coming in for Dante to hopefully take a lot of those close angles, maybe towards mid, and just going straight up for execs. I think those flashes could actually help him, you know, work on those first picks, get that confidence, and open up the round for them this time around.
I'm so excited to get this one on the road. Our squads are ready for map 1, so let's send it over to your casters. It's Remington and Vincili.
Thank you very much. We are just moments away from getting into the game here between Crew and Sentinels. And Sentinels, a very big playoff picture for them with this game here, proving to themselves that they can get through these series clean and into that position. As Crew, more building blocks here to make sure things are in the right position for plans.
That's the fun part. Because of the results of what happened yesterday, Sentinels still have skin in the game to make it to playoffs. So this win is super important for Crew. As for Crew, as we're getting into the Samsung OLED match start, they're just trying to get their first dub for their stage. So we talked about building blocks on the analyst desk. Now also coming with a new composition on a brand new map. I think it's a great opportunity for them to test out their compositions leading into the play-ins and hopefully getting a good matchup against Sentinels on this first map of Sunset.
Starting off, Sen on that attack side. Straight into the A main area, to A main and lobby. And taking a bit of space as everything is prepped. And it looks like Crew is ready to do a retake on that site.
They were very fast for Crew to start this pistol round, though. Instant knife going to get Orb and insta-rotating Sadok on the middle to meet up with 2 of their teammates. So really focusing on a 1-3-1 defense and also putting heat on a chamber. Remember, this is a new role for him going into the stage, but he is not unfamiliar with this agent.
In topping the scoreboard in these losses, 2 gets the first blood and the start of the game here. We are off and running. Harbor wall into sight as it looks like this is going to be a full commit by Sen. Jerwin to create space for the team and hold it quite deep here. They have Crew just on the other side of the wall.
Crew right now just has to hold onto their drop as they're grouping up together. So get the plant down and the first blood comes in here for Redux.
He decides to go aggressive, which means it's going to take a second to reposition. Send Jonah P protecting that as they are all there to cover each other. And Sentinels grab a pretty easy pistol round.
This is bound to happen for Crew, and I think it's been the story of their stage since stage 1 coming in together in this 5-man. They'll look good for firepower. Heat's always going to be good in terms of first bloods, getting picks, getting firepower for the team. But when it comes down to getting that synergy to retake for us as a team, where is it? They tried to pop flash over the site and fled through, but nobody was really affected there for Sentinels. So they all get their own duels. They didn't even need to trade off each other. They score back at a 4 versus 5 and a pistol round on their side, looking quickly to move towards the B main to start.
Down towards mid, some aggression too. See how much Sadok can just stave this off and keep them at bay. Stingers are going to approach real fast. Jerwin again right on the entry here to follow the Prowler. It's the 1-2 combo and it punches hard for Sentinels to retake B again.
Drop in the spike just to get it down for Sentinels. Right now for Crew, you're looking for exits. You're looking for making it expensive against Sentinels. And let's focus as well as Jerwin not switching away from the Neon. Keeping the Waylay onto this map. Because remember, the past couple of games that Sentinel has played, he's looked very good, especially on Breeze. With the recent change onto the Neon, putting some huge numbers. But having this Jerwin, tip of the spear, top of the America stage in terms of first blood as well, just under Oxy, because of these type of plays, because he's playing Waylay.
Speaking of Cloud9, he had that ace against them in a 1v4 situation on the Waylay on Summit. So yeah, he definitely feels very good on that pick. Here push for the last few alt orbs. It cleaned up from the shadows coming online pretty fast. As less, he will not be giving up an alt orb just to kill, or just his death rather, to the spike. Another round for Sentinels, and a very clean one too. They only lost 1 in the first round, none for this flawless second as we head into the bonus.
Yeah, let's talk a bit about this composition from Crew as well. I think there's a lot of teams that are kind of running this this KO right now in the Americas. I think the biggest thing, though, is we're playing some Fade instead of some Sova to really try to get some combinations around that util in the ult rounds. Which then means to me there's not big opportunities for Crew to go for trap plays at the beginning of the rounds, and you're looking for, you know, the buddy system trying to go for these fights. Sentinels on a bonus though, full stinger, looking to rush once again into the B main.
Quick Prowler over towards A from Crew. And Center going to try to identify again. Prowler, like you said, rinse and repeat. They're not going to check the corners, though.
Yeah, on this B site. Simple exec coming in.
In, yes. Right behind Jerwin. This time it's actually a Shadow Step in as well. A Shadow Step a little too deep there by Redux.
Not the type of first blood you want to get.
He goes from farming one round to getting crushed by a door the next. Everybody from Crew starting to set up. This is that vertical fight heading into the site. A little bit different than the front to back. And Jonah P is just going to be stuck in there. Last contact for the team. We're seeing Sadak and Dante come around the outside now and instantly wiping out those defenders. The Stingers aren't going to be strong enough. And Crew will get the defuse on this.
It's nice to have Omens in your comps as well to do that TP on the top of the B nest. But unfortunately, the timing was a little bit off.
Yeah.
And Redux, who was surviving earlier on, free eco kills for him, but this time couldn't get more kills in the bonus round for Sentinels.
How could you have done this?
Okay. That never happened. It never happened.
It's on tape. The VOD's there. The VOD's there. It's too late, Jerwin. But at least they have the a couple of plants that we had for the last couple of rounds here for Sentinels. All 3 so far in this first half. So they will be having plenty of money moving into their attack round in round number 4. Full rifles across the board too for all 10 players, and it's a default round, focusing a lot on the middle side for Sentinels here. And Dante's already low on HP, has no choice but to close the door and fall back here to support somewhere else.
One of the first times we see Sen adventure over towards Ben, take a bit more of that mid space, and we see the smoke coming through for Redux here to make this possible for Jerwin. I feel like wherever he's going, you're actually going to get a pretty decent dash on. He actually refract runs out though, so he might be committed here for a moment.
We're playing a lot of inserts though. We still have one over here and over here for the Sentinels, so this Prowler is just going to try to create a diversion to pull some rotates. Especially now with Cortezia dying in front of that B main. That might force now Sentinels to continue to force to rotate over and see if the 2 guys on the right side of the site of this map over on A could get some picks.
That trademark covering the same position your Cypher camera would if this is what you're playing. And they're going to realize that push down arches mid means the map is pretty covered. Back anchored into B for Crew now.
The comms are a little bit off because it did their job to break that trademark, but Jerwin gave up the full space that he's taken overall, where Superman loves playing that. Got so many multi-kills on this map. Thankfully, though, there was no re-aggression from Crew, so this still gives an opening for Sen to go for the split into the A site.
Always Jerwin first. Right behind that haunt was disgusting to reveal the team, and they just clean it up. 1, 2, 3. It looks picture perfect for Sentinels on these takes right now as they read the map thoroughly to make sure Crew have no chance. Only Heat rotating back over. And he's not going to be able to do much as it looks like he saves the Vandal. Another round for Sen as they take it right back.
Really nice exec. The end of the day, though, what was really going on for Crew, whose responsibility is it to try to break the haunts? Because for the side here for Sentinels, there's not really big utility to combine to really get the biggest value out of the haunts unless there's a nice time paranoia by Redux. But it really felt here that Crew should have been in a good spot to have somebody play the break the haunt, because that pinged 2 players inside the A site, and that allowed for Jerwin to get such a big opening and a very important ult moving into the next round. They have 2 ults that they could cycle in to continue to chime in some rounds for the side of Sentinels.
Man. You saw on the map there too, everyone from Crew was in a position to protect each other for that. All the X's are just surrounding the back of that site, and still, they just don't have the angles because of the way this is taken. Look at that.
And I just saw it from a replay there. That paranoia right there coming in from the A main from Jerwin, so they did have that combo.
It's okay, we 1 sacrifice per round, Loki. You got me good. If you guys win every time, just call me.
The layers do seem to be there for Sen.
Bring them down.
The vibes are good here, knowing how this matchup is still very important for Sentinels. to try to qualify into the playoffs. What's at stake here is they need this W against Crew. And then you also need Loud to defeat 100 Thieves tomorrow, so they could secure a spot in the playoffs and skip the play-ins.
No charges.
Crew got proactive on this round, which leaves the site open. Crew was over towards mid. As Sen now take A, they're going to be able to set up a very nice post plant. But this is one of the times we're going to get that 5v5 now that Crew has everything to put into A.
I mean, they're just set up right now to, exactly, to fight towards the cave for Sentinels.
Wow, Nightfall comes out to delay. Spike is already ticking down. The pressure is on as we look through the eyes of Redux. Jonah P gets the spam to start. Redux still waiting for that orb of smoke to have its line broken by a body. There's one, and the second one is actually a trade. Crew make it a little bit further into the site now. Jonah P looking to hold it off, and you just see the cooperation between the two members of Sentinels right over each other's shoulder here to create such a difficult situation for retake. That spike's already so low. The pressure's on, and the kills are coming through thick for Sen. It's going to be another round as Heat again, the last one alive to be buried by Cortezia.
So difficult for Crew to retake that A site, especially with the first person dying in the fights from a spam is Sadak. You needed to try to play those spot flashes to try to come through. And I think the idea is very similar to how Sentinels executed towards the A site, is to have the KO flash with the Haunt, ping some players out and flood out through there. But just an unlucky timing for Crew. But it pays dividends for the side of Sentinels when the Professor here could just lock down the A site. And instantly we get a timeout from Crew because we're trying a new map, we're trying a new comp here, but unfortunately what we're practicing so far isn't coming to fruition for the side of Crew.
Yeah, for that one, the push mid was really punished by just Sen going to site, and I don't think Crew has solved the site exact just yet, so it's really hard for them to really have a play they can call audible on or do anything but try to read Sen to start.
So let's focus on Heat as well here, switching to this role as the Chamber. This is a role that he's played already at the VCT stage with Furia last year. They haven't had the best of results, of course, because they didn't win a single stage, but at least you're playing to the comforts of the players for this roster of Crew. There's just so many different things that are stemming that is not working out for Crew, but as RKT mentioned, he's a very good offer. So if he's not going to be able to play the Jet double dive here with Dante, put him on a Senti, put less on the controller, I think it works out to try this out in an official matchup to see if it can really work out for Crew in the long run once they make it into play-in. So the test is there. Heat now has a tool de force that he can utilize with the ult. And he's looking to take the mid control down this line to start.
Let's see if Sen can keep it up. One of the things that looms over them right now is the fact that they start so fast in these first maps and then lose control. They're starting to gain control of B main right now as they get around that smoke and push out the defense. Coming down to the scope game, though, might be the first kill on this. I don't think Cortezia is going to get a full peek on. He plays his life. Heat's going to stay, though. He really thinks he's going to get a line on ramp here with the last few rounds being pushed by Sen in this area.
They are gambling a lot, though. It's been very quiet for Crew when Heat's been watching down this middle line. So Crew will gamble stack towards this B site, which gives me a chance here to just correct myself. We're looking for also a 100 Thieves win against Loud, so that Sen could qualify into the playoffs if Sen wins this against Crew today. Here's the exit, though, from Sentinels into the B site.
It's going to be a lower buy, but it's the first time Crew is in position to make this happen, and they're still being ripped apart from inside. A nice trade there by MW0, but too little too late as the tour de force is online for the lower by round 2.
Planted.
And that's always going to be a nuisance. You're trying to get an offline, but everything gets covered up by a high tide thrown by John Cutie. I like the reaction and the attempt that what Crew is trying to do is to throw the KO knife so that he could actually flood in. There's not enough util for Sen to follow up behind the high tide. But you already had a dash in. Most of the players from Crew are behind the high tide itself, so they couldn't really react here into the dive from Jerwin. He's just looking for some damage, but Sentinel's really not giving him anything at all, and now Sen, they get 5 in this first half already.
And they keep it so varied, or I should say Jerwin keeps it so varied. He's dashing into a different spot here, there. You're thinking we can set up something, and then he's on the other side of the site, and it was just the wrong call. It really is hard to read what Sen is doing right now.
The pressure in the line you're trying to take for Crew so far is putting that responsibility again on Heat to at least lock down a lane. But it's hard for them right now to really try to react on the space and the information that they get early. This time around, though, about to fight towards this B main. Sentinels looking to push forward here. Let's see how they exit towards this B site.
I can't
He's
take this.
trying to break the cube.
He picked up his CP. He's gonna move.
Yeah.
Can we leave Whaley here? Whaley hold here.
Yep.
And let's come. Just run.
Heard. Omen is main.
We're gonna push this Fade Omen off A, and then we go
push
back
him off
B.
already. Heard. Could have faked
Flash
TP,
B,
but
B.
he TP. Okay. Yassine, start leading B when we get there.
He's locked me for fun again.
I'm gonna give you
Just give him bomb, yeah.
Yeah, you want to smoke for you guys, main or no?
I will smoke.
Okay, heard. It was Omen and Fade there, by the way.
Yeah.
You ready, Amin?
Yeah,
Omen, Fade has one dog.
I have them in the line.
They have KO knife up in 10.
Are we B splitting?
Grab the orb. You want to do a little fake here?
No.
Okay.
Just come back.
They have
Yeah,
KO, knife up soon.
What's the call?
Can you smoke Ben now? Smoke Ben.
Yeah, it's okay.
We're just gonna go harbor ult B.
Heard.
Okay, heard.
I'm gonna try to get my util. He's gonna have knife soon.
I'm dodging.
He has it.
I'm dodging KO knife. We dodge KO knife.
Perfect.
KO's B.
He might walk up on the line.
Just hold. I'm off you. I'm off you, Jerwin. Just hold. Don't peek, Jerwin. I'm off you.
Let's go, boys.
Guys, we need to pop like the KO.
Yeah,
They
KO,
smoke B
yeah.
main. Smoke B main.
I'm gonna ult first and
Yeah.
go.
Okay, heard.
He has nade.
Let's go.
I'm doing 3, 2, 1.
Blinding left.
Close. Nice.
They're gonna flood. Dead.
I'm walking 3, 2, 1. Let's go together. 3, 2, 1.
Finish the body.
Yeah. There's door one. Break heaven. I have flank.
Smoking. Hold me. I'm planning. It's a bad plan, okay?
Go
locker.
10 seconds left.
They have Fade Eye and Neon Stunt for retake.
I have dark front life.
Yeah, heard. Fade CT. 2 CT.
I'm searching.
I'm locker smoking, chill. Could be locker.
Nice.
Locker dead.
I'm more dead.
Care locker.
I'm locker. No. I turn you.
I have right sided. Don't be exposed.
Careful locker. You can see it from there. You need to face locker.
80. Chamber.
Okay, both. I'm walking around.
One my left side. Can you
He has you.
One enemy remains.
Just talk.
Play once.
I'm blinding.
Nice!
Clean.
From the macro to the micro continues to be excellent here for Sentinels, and they mentioned, Dendrite had the conversation with John Q before going to this game, being a masterclass caller for Sentinels and finding the right groove on the attack side. Look at what and how he was microing the team around. Finding all the timings, knowing exactly when the KO knife is coming back up here from Sadak, and telling the team to avoid it so they could re-hit towards this B site. And Crew seemed like they were never ready for that one until finally a 3 versus 4 kind of worked out in favor of Crew until Cortezia says, I still have a flash for you on a 2 versus 1. Let me flash. They swing to get the pick. Just beautiful stuff here from Sentinels. Crew's still on the uphill, trying to climb back in this matchup, but still having the same look. The pushback from Heat at the front of this B line, and he could focus on a triple stack.
I think that's got to be the answer proactivity here for Crew. Get a few more forward angles to make sure they at least have an idea of what's going on. And yeah, Heat's not going to stop with that pressing forward until he finds that wall. So he's going to actually mess with the util, which makes Sen actually worry about that side. Can they get the extremities to work, though? This is the first time Crew's really closing in on Sen as they try to find an answer up ramp. 1 kill coming in for Redux. Don't tell me he gets both here. Oh my god, he gets both! It's Sadak doing what he can to stop the middle of the map push by Sentinels now as they work on multiple fronts. Les, a very good 1v1 there onto John QT to slow things down. A 3v3 reset as the dust settles.
Tried to go for a little bit of action in map space for Crew. I love that. That's been a change of plans since the timeout here from Zonic, Coach Zonic of Crew. But at the same time, the instant of Redux is going to cause some damage.
So far. You wouldn't expect it. I mean, Summit's still early enough, too, that you're wondering about what timings can be taken around this map. Honestly.
It's a little preemptive there, though, from Cortezia. Without getting any contact, go straight into the ult just to try to delay as much as he can. I mean, he still has the Razor Vines. The flash is back up for Garden. This is a great stall from Sentinels at the end of the day.
The smoke helps them to get in, but it also gives Sentinels an anchor smoke here to the right. So it's just a really tough decision to get the right play in the flash, though, from Cortezia. Again, there for the end of the round to help Sen pack it up.
Too easy there. That was just basically Jonah P dangling the carrot.
Yeah.
Just under a box, forcing the shot to come out, thinking Crew that they could wallbang him. And that allows Cortezia to pull the flash, to go for a triple swing, and Now Redux gets a quad kill thanks to that.
Oh, my ace,
Beautiful work from Redux at the beginning of the round to the end there for Sentinels.
And a timeout for Crew. There's that scoreline, 7-1, staring them straight in the face, and they're wondering, what is the answer? We're pushing down on the extremities. We're trying to get those early fights, and the mid-round continues to be Sentinels.
It's not looking good here for Crew, unfortunately. So despite them wanting to be a little bit more proactive around the map, it's still missing a little bit of that micro so they could fight together and take down Redux, for example, who is currently looking amazing in its first half, 14-3 so far.
3.
Just having a good time. I mean, 3 of them were, of course, mowing down some players with the stinger at the exit at that second round, but overall, he's been doing an excellent job just solo working the A side, so the defaulting with the tremendous firepower that we currently see from Sentinels and not missing a beat, not missing a shot, really allows for John Cutie to call another masterclass on the attack so far. We need more now for Crew.
Way more. A moment where they can string some ults together here, work off the Nightfall retake. It might not be on this round, but the timeout really for that next buy.
Like I said, the difficult portion is they can't go for any trap plays at the beginning of the barriers with a Nightfall available or anything like that, unless they want to go with the overdrive maybe into the next round. It would be kind of good just to test it out. When Sentinels are sort of having some openings on the B side, not all the time, but most of their openings here in the default has been leaning towards B.
Back to the first few rounds we saw from Sen. They're kind of resetting the playbook. This Prowler towards B main, cover towards the right side of the map, towards A, and Sentinels make sure they push heat off that line that was giving them prior information.
You're always going to see these 3 just working as a pack. Jonah P, Jerwin, and also John Cutie. Because Cortesia is going to play around his wall, so he activates and holds down one extremity on the B side, and then Redux does his job over on A. So Crew, at the minute mark, have to understand this a little bit more, that there is more pivots from Sentinels towards middle. They have bodies there, at least to fight towards the A link. And that knife is going to spot a lot.
Connected to, knife in, trying to squeeze around the relay bolts. Nobody's really pushing for the fight just yet, but they are within arm's reach, so it's crazy that nobody's died. There it is. Blessed with the first shot. That was over actually at A main, as we still have the fight here. An elbow. Dante very low. They keep swinging for more. Jerwin is hoping to make some space for the team, but they're stuck in this choke point fight right now, and it's going to be Crew trading it out one after the other with numbers advantage. They grab their second round.
It was thanks to a big pick by Les in the first place that allows here for Heat to push forward. Get through the wall, and from the Nightfall, even go for the flank. They'll never expect it, never hear it. And that pick was huge. At the end of the day, though, you saw that Cortesia finally had the sixth sense, looked behind from the wall that gets procced up, takes down Heat, but it was just too late for him to communicate with the rest of the Sentinels to say they could cut noise, they could stop and not force the fight into the A-Link, where all of Crew is already rotated across from. But instead, they walk into the meat grinder, and Crew are finally able to manage to score a second round in this first half. Sentinels trying to change the tempo with a fast exit towards the A site.
Very quick. Right into Rocky. Les with the first kill again, 2 rounds in a row. We'll see how it impacts the movement of Crew as they get back in. Jerwin still trying to push way forward towards Cave. And they're going to have a nice little contact protection on this trade if they can get through the smoke. No, Dante's protected as he moves in. Slowly going forward. It's still Dante now. He's going to try to dash and make more space for the team. A nice little jiggle there to get a kill as he finds one more for Sadak to answer. This is changed just in a few rounds here from Crew, and for the good as they pick up their third round.
Very nice there by Dante. And that's also thanks to having a little bit of a util to help him out. That Prowler clearing out a player so he could actually slide and not slide in the open where he keeps himself exposed. So the movement being very good for the duelist of Crew. And then utilizing the skills of the Neon, just a jump spot, find information. Just good stuff for him to stay very calm in the chaos, and allowing here now Crew to get the third round of this half. 2 rounds in a row for them. They needed some room to breathe. They had to burn 2 timeouts to get these 3 rounds so far.
Les stepping up those rounds for what we know him for. Winning the 1v1s, really making the impact frags count.
Yeah.
See, wow. Nice dart or a knife to start out. Figured out what's going on, but did they know about the push? Dante with just a sidestep kill on Cortezia. Very fluid as they insert heat towards mid and reset for the round.
Crew is currently fast rotating towards that B site because they heard the orb getting tapped and they saw that Duran has the convergence paths. And he's been very good so far at opening 4 Sentinels with the double dash that he has. So Crew focuses on the B lane. They also have some great mid control by the position of Heat with the op overlooking this line right where the Omen's about to walk into here for Redux.
They might, I was gonna say Redux starts pulling back. And he's just gonna play noise in this area too. Bit of a smoke thrown over by Les to cover on A as the team starts to rotate and get into position. Doing a very good job of making this feel weird for Sentinels. The moment Sen slowed down in their game versus C9 a long time ago is when it became a problem. So we got to speed up right here. They pull the trigger into A site. Les just on the other side of the wall as the cat and mouse game starts here. And the spike plants going down, but they still don't know where Crew is going to come from.
This is perfect for Sentinels. I think they're in a very good spot here to hold the pulse plan despite being a 4 versus 5.
Redux trying to push in. And the team make any noise inside the site to make this look even better. Crashing in Crew from Cave here as we're watching Les now back and forth. Sadak gets the first kill on this. Trying to source out the members as Sentinels, but they can't even find where Crew's coming from until they go down. And Les is going to be the one to get the last frag. They scatter Sen to the wind as they retake once again. Where did this Crew come from the first few rounds to now?
They got lucky though, because like I said, Sentinels were in a prime position to win the round. They took the right orb control, they utilized the big ults to take site control and also delay, which allowed Redux to start moving forward and try to get the backstab. But he goes into the cove right over here with Les, literally ships in the night through the water of the cove. And then as soon as it dissipates, look at the value Les gets. The pick up to Jonah P, who was going for another multi-kill. And that could have been a different story should Redux find that little timing a split second earlier. But Crew's back in the fight. 4-7, one more round here to bring the momentum for the second half. This time also playing double ops. They have the money to work with, so go for that line to pick at the beginning.
Dante's been itching to get his eye down that scope, it seems. He's trying to play that same pick he got from last round. Sentinels already moved up mid for the moment, but they have not committed the spike yet. That's the big point. I think this is just to play the ruse with whatever Jerwin can make happen. Look how much confidence and kind of agency they give him to go ahead and insert here to mid to be a single attack from the outside of the site as they hit front B. Oh, Dante's been patient, and he is rewarded for it. The relay bolt to defend, and now Jerwin still has to clear quite a bit of room. And it doesn't look like it's going to be done safely. A commit from Sen still over to the site. Jerwin finds that kill on the route. They haven't found any more crew members, though. Standing tall inside site, Les gets one. They still have a position to play contact off each other here, making it very difficult. No way, he pulls it! Redux gets the shadow step and becomes the shadow of Crew. Now they are thrown for a loop. MW Zera ultimately waiting for Heat so they can try and formulate a plan that could work against this chaos. 17-6 as John Cutie sets it drop. Able to clean up the shot there, and Redux gets a third one on the round to end the first half, 8-4, and stop the bleeding a bit.
Redux has been having one hell of a game. And what a nice TP to break enemy lines and to sweep up 2 kills on top of that when the first blood once again was scored by Crew at the beginning. Bad mistake on a rotation there from Sadak. They even pinged that there was potentially somebody on top middle, yet he still gets picked. Sentinels finally stop the bleeding here for Crew and still have a convincing lead going into the second half.
Swapping sides, and we come back from Summit. We'll be back with more VCT Americas after this.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup, and wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm with amazing seats.
I'm sorry.
Okay. And even pitch side access.
Are you? David Beckham. A Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
As always, there's a lot of fans at the Riot Games Arena supporting Sentinels, but the question is, why is Sentinels making playoffs?
I would say they're making playoffs because, Redux, for one, obviously go player. But I would say them playing together as a team, mainly just figuring out their tiny mistakes that they make all the time. And I feel like if they get that together, they make the spot.
Jerwin's in form, Redux is in form, John Cutie's the best IGL in the world. Everyone's insane. They've been picking it up ever since kickoff stage 1, stage 2. They're looking the best they've ever been. They're really locking in and they're just looking really good. They're going to prove themselves to everyone.
They have really good synergy right now. Honestly, their new team, I'm really rooting for them. They have a lot of synergy, a lot of potential, and I really see them working with it and making playoffs and hopefully champions.
Because I think they're cooler than other teams.
And it's cool to think things are cool, so props. 8-4 here as we get back into the game. VCT Americas back on your screen. The Sentinels lost a few rounds there at the end. The 8-4 really doesn't tell the story of the first half with the momentum. Crew started to come back, but it still has Sentinels at a 4-round lead, and they are very close to being able to close out this first map.
Crew looking to start over on the B side, and I'm liking what Redux is trying to do here. Outside of the range of a KO knife, but also trying to instantly throw a smoke. He was trying to do it towards that choke to maybe force Crew to use a little bit more utility at the beginning, but this time decides to hold it back. Crew instead now looking to pivot on the top of middle, which is really only Cortezia watching the line.
Woo! That was quick. The shift all day strat from Crew here. Not making any noise until it has to be a shot, until they make contact, and they're going to pressure this. Calling for the high tide from the defensive side. And Sentinels throw that across. And that's nice to know Crew is actually aggressing enough to make Sentinels worry about it. Looks like they are going to NB on this, though.
They heard the wall. Unfortunately, the smoke dissipated, so you can't really bait the wall for Crew. This is going to make it difficult for them on the attack side to go for the full exit here.
Catches 3 in sight. Nice paranoia to delay. They're kind of running out this suppression that they just used. The flash goes through, almost hiding Redux in the corner. Good trade from Dante as he gets sat down, but John Cutie's in a bad spot and cannot stay alive as he is gunned down by Les and Sadak. Quick plant in the good spot and should be able to defend this one. Jerwin and Jonah P coming in with the ghosts, though.
Two of them are very low for Crew.
Eyes off to the right. Has to have his head on a swivel as he comes in here. God, Les is so quick with it. And it looks all impossible for Jerwin. It is MW0 with the final shot there. And a round for Crew, a much-needed pistol round.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Sentinel's side that when we talked about the wall was very good to stall in the first place. The knife from Sadak actually fully hits the 3 players on the B site and deactivates the util up on the B entrance. Thankfully, at least there was some razor vines that slowed it down for a bit. But then right after that, look how potent that flash was from the side of Sadak and the rest of the team flooding behind that.
Yep.
There was really no way here for Sentinels to really set up that triple stack into the B site. Speaking of stacks, nothing happening for Sentinels. Just playing a 2-1-2, picking up some orbs, being very quick just like Crew were in their own pistol run on defense, getting that orb up ASAP for Jerwin and controlling that B line. And for him to continue to push forward like this, it might give a good indication of where Crew likes to place the trademark if he wants to jiggle a little bit more. And that will allow here for John Cutie to call some different setups on the defensive side potentially here.
Sadak grabbing that orb for himself, trying to get the null command back online. Jerwin being annoying on the other side, destroying a bit of util, but it still looks like Crew has no worry with heat halfway across being that cut off.
A little bit of the same thing as Pistol. Wait for the high tide to go down, hit into the site.
Ooh, very clean. And yeah, this is power in numbers. Even if you're blind, keep running forward and swarm the enemy as Crew efficiently take that A site and should just be able to last this one out. Heat looking for a few more alt points so he can get that tour de force online. And that is a successful checkbot. Oh, very nicely done. And just over the shoulder flash to come in there for him. Like the combo.
It's a flawless one as well for Crew. We talked about it, some great pips being picked up on the attack side and how they're manipulating the map on an anti-eco. Didn't get caught or flustered by any of the combination attempts from Sen. They're trying to double flash, fight into the garden. But instantly, as Dante gets the first blood onto Jonah P, nothing there that Sentinels could really do to hold the line from the piss around to the stack of the eco. Now though, money is right. Very similar setup as they had on the piss around on the B side at least, is Sentinels with Redux playing behind the wall.
Oh, the elevation. Heat catches him off guard. And they're going to move very fast already to the back site. Dante's trying to create space. Cortezia will take this upon himself to start the fight from Sen's retake. And he'll actually already have John QT here as well, so why not stay? Nice little crossfire to play contact on as well.
You could plan in front of this high tide though, and that's probably what we're going to try to do for Crew. Actually, the big flash comes across. Pulls them back once again, so Crew resetting and looking to rotate all the way back to the A site.
Bit of that macro. See who can make it first. Everybody's lacing up their shoes and trying to go coast to coast as fast as possible right now. Les doing a great job to kind of separate that gap, close the door, and give the team a little bit more time here with the plant.
Cortezia on the rotate has picked up his Rose Bloom, so maybe they'll try to do some sort of combination when the Haunt is also available for Jonah P, because the spike was freshly planted, but Sentinels is already here at the cave.
They can throw Cove up on the right to get in. Boom. Comes out from John QT, so they have a little focus just ahead, but hopefully not to tunnel vision on this. Sadak low as he gains that health back. He's still going to swing! The unexpected swing still seized. A big fight here for Heat. Cortezia gets the best of him. It's tried less to repair it, but what in the hell was that from Cortezia to instantly sit down? Another, and he gets the spam just to draw him to Buzera's attention perfectly for the kill and the defuse. Rightfully so, King. Stand up. Sentinels get that 9-6 now.
For him to do that solo on a retake was very nice, because most of the utils for Sentinels that was used for the retake on the A site was just for themselves, just to fight into the cave on the outside. So Cortezia had to play the lurk wall, had to play an important duel against Heat, who got a nice opener against Redux at the beginning.
Nice, good shit.
W retake, bro.
Should I just...
W retake, for sure. Recognized all around the board.
This is where it hurts as well for Coach Zowie. He can't call any timeouts for the team.
Yeah.
That was a momentum shift when they should have converted that bonus round at the beginning for Crew.
He was wishing that was the button, not his desk. Pop flash, elbow. They're not going to be able to get anything but space. Peek out. Gets Jerwin being a little antsy, but still, Crew has already lost 2 on this round. So Sentinels can play the safe game.
Just a huge brawl from both teams.
Yeah.
The first one being spammed through the smoke. That's Sadak falling from a spray. And just because of that, Crew was forced to make a play and hoping that the trades come back in their favor. And unfortunately, they're back at a player deficit. Thankfully, though, they still have smokes up, but very difficult for them to focus on the B line because of this Vice Wall from Cortezia. So it's up to Heat to try to find the opener with this op.
Oh, that smoke formed as they were coming around the corner. It was such a thorough re-clear by Sentinels throughout their spawn, making sure that nothing sneaky was possible by Crew. And man, Jonah P pushed up on that angle so early. They didn't have to worry about A main. And now where does Les go? Just saving his gun to see if he can do some damage. They're starting to put up a good fight. It did seem like that timeout counted when they were able to get Zonic in their ear, but it's up to the team now and having to adjust mid-round, which seems like Sentinels has been faster.
10 seconds left.
The idea was right to try to get that smoke on the top of the A-link so that he could try to move in and maybe go for a pick inside the garden. But it definitely feels like the players from Sentinels peeked out before the smoke bloomed. It was an easy kill to spray through the smoke after all. And Les will only pick up an extra 1,000 credits by saving this weapon into the next round. And the money is not looking too hot right now for Crew. I thought it was a spray through the smoke too, but you saw the elevation out from Redux. Use that smoke as a one-way to get that first blood there onto Sadak. That was nice. Putting Sentinels at double digits. Dropping 20 already is Redux in 16 rounds.
Crazy. But we got to take away the eco ones, right? Yeah, he's done quite a bit. Impact frags and more. Looks like Crew testing A main for a bit of orb control. See if they go across the map. He has been trying to farm those up as much as possible. We even saw a push on the pistol round to get more. So this, a lot of priority is put into this round.
I'd like to see Crew maybe try to force a lot of these smokes early so that Sentinels, when it comes down to the refreshes, yes, you're playing with the Harbor, but burn those out from the Omen. Give a chance, give a lane here for the Total Force from Heat to get some value at the entrance of Garden. Zara currently looking at it right now. No smokes being thrown down.
Redux, his attention is drawn. What a reckoning. Stops all of Crew in Bend. I mean, that isn't Heat on that A main line. And now 45 seconds to have to call the audible. What is this? We were just asking for this. Is Crew adapting in the mid-round and now facing the ult from John Cutie. They are splitting back and forth to try and run Sen ragged. And it looks like they've gained the soft site now. Great macro from Crew. They have to finish it though. They can't be timid on their own strategy. Straight to the site. Heat starts off, rings out on Cortezia for finally the first blood in the round, a minute and 20 seconds in. Redux is still trying to hide and duck all the shots as we reset with the bomb timer. How can Crew thin out the site now? They're all pretty much in the same spot, and this could get trouble when you can't guard each other. Redux for the first shot. Cave is somewhat of an entry, but they're still waiting for Jerwin and the team to get in with this op to maybe get online. They are really pushing the timer down as Jonah P gets the first kill there onto Crew. And still, they seem to be having trouble getting in. Dash in, you heard Jerwin go, and Redux is able to get a kill as well. Heat's doing his damnedest, but Sentinels somehow uproot Crew at the last moment. And they do get into the site for the defuse.
Terrible post-plant positioning from Crew. They did such an excellent job to thin out. You talked about it, a back and forth that they had on middle. They thinned out the defense. There was only 2 players, and it's respectable. Sentinels had to play the long-range battles. They had an opportunity to do so because they were playing against an anti-eco.
We're dissecting them.
And then right after that, exactly that. They dissected by taking down Sadak. Backstabbed by Jonah P on the rotate of the A-Link because nobody was watching the angle from the connector. And just like that, they started falling down one by one. And that was the first piece, the lack of communication for the side of Crew in the post-plant. And now Sentinels puts himself at 11. The economy's back at least for the side of Crew with the plant, with the eco that they had. So he could still work with an operator this round.
The economy is there for Crew, and they need to show us why this is the map that they picked here. Sen so close to putting that game point pressure on. And we have seen Crew almost second guess their own strategies as they go from site to site, even once they pull off the great ruse. Working the spike towards A this time. And it looks like they will commit to this as they allow Sen to use a bit of that util. Null command, gain some space. But which sides are they going to pressure? They're still somewhat looking for the fight. It's actually Sadak's going to go alone on this now. The protection goes away as they're looking for somebody to rotate. And Sentinels pick up that kill. Les answers back. They can't pick up Sadak though here as the spike gets planted. The space has been made, so ultimately the strat works. But this is where they fall to Sentinels each time.
Should be trading ults here for the fight back in the Garden.
There it is. Traded left and right. It's going to be a nightmare for somebody, and John QT gets in the heads of Crew right away. Cortezia, what a spam onto Heat. He doesn't take the shot. It was indecisive. MW0 is the last line of defense for everybody coming in from the elbow. And it is just going to be Crew again getting pushed out, just like John QT said, dissected in each one of these situations. And there he is, the man himself, to get the kill on Les and the defuse to come through for Sentinels.
Just so good from Sentinels. You saw how far back they played their defensive lines of that round because Jerwin pulls out the operator for the first time. He's watching it towards the B. And then also, Cortezia stays fully tucked in the back of the cave of the A site, so he doesn't get affected by the radius of the KO ult, which then means the wall stays up. So when you're trying to split for Crew into the garden to take mid control, the wall comes up, Dante's alone on garden, you wasted a time of the KO ult, and then again, just a beautiful retake by Sentinels, just spamming players off from Crew when they're not playing off each other for trades one more time. Now it might be the last line for the attack. I mean, you're gonna have to throw all your eggs into this basket. They have 2 ults to work with for an explosive hit into A. That knife is huge, though.
Death ball for it all here. Crew, everyone into A on the back of Dante. Overdrive is going to be there when they need it to flex the muscles and keep Sen out of the sight. The Steel Garden going to be very big for this retake. Oh, they're going to push even more. Heavy protection on Cave. Ooh, that stings. But also, Overdrive, what a delay.
You heard the ult in the back of spawn, though, from Les. He's going to have to start encroaching very quickly.
Steel Garden. Harbor Wall goes out paranoia to one side, so you know Sen get the first quadrant of movement that they need. Crew's doing a great job of keeping themselves alive. Dante was so blind he didn't know where to stand for a moment, and they continue to push in. This is what Crew has to deal with.
They're defusing.
It's almost done. They don't even know to get back in, and everybody's just protecting the VIP. Sentinels take Summit away from Crew 13-6.
Love the last little look of Sentinels as well. Crew trying to play outside of the site into the garden so they can at least hold all the angles on the retake. What did they do for Sentinels? They just sliced the site with the high tide. They cove into there. They paranoia at that line, and then to just defuse a spike under the nose of Crew. So unfortunately, with a new look from Crew once again into testing out their map pool in this VO3 against Sentinels, it's another map that falls short for them. Crew has only won 1 map so far in this stage, and that was on Lotus. Every single other time that they played Lotus or they played a different map, they've lost it.
They just cannot seem to find the consistent rounds here. The adaptation mid-round is there, but again, it seems scared of their own strats. They have to get that out of their head, play strong, come back firing to bring us to a 3rd map, because Sentinels is looking to close this out fast. Don't go anywhere. More VCT Americas after this.
Ele já tem noção por causa do véu da noite. BBB fica aberto. A eliminação vem pra cima do Lifu. MWZera!
Derwin starting this attack, takes care of Asuna. Derwin is running over 100 Thieves. Derwin is taking over.
It's a 13-6 win on that first map for Sentinels. And Ewok, I want to talk about something that John Cutie was saying is the way that you guys are working together to come up with specific plans depending on who you're facing. Going with Crew and going into the second map, what is the strategy to make sure that you're able to close it in two?
It's something that we've been trying to focus on a lot. We had a conversation, a very serious conversation about winning a lot of map ones and then closing the series. So that's something that I can't share too much about, but it's something that we've been putting a lot of work in, and we're really focused now. It's only map one, we got a long way to go.
It was a dominating map one, so good luck for map two.
Welcome back, Sentinels. Take Crew's map pick with Redux leading the charge. What did they feed him for breakfast?
I don't know, but whatever it was, we all need a little bit of, because this guy was absolutely unleashed. And like, it made the game so simple, it seemed like, for Sentinels, because in almost every single post-plant situation in that first half, he's coming up with like crazy moves. Like the TP plays behind people is nuts.
That was absurd. I don't know how neither of those players were able to hear that TP. It's not like they were fade utiled or affected at all, but it's not even just in the post plants. It's into those early rounds when we're looking at that first half. Redux, anytime Crew tried making a different play here, whether they tried aggressing, whether they tried playing and tucking into sight, Redux is always there punishing the aggressors. The fact that he's able to get two there was just unreal. And even when we're kind of going into sight, just the amount of impact his Omen Blind had on people, and
this is the
again,
one.
this is the TP play we were talking about. Again, they weren't deafened, nothing happened. He just went for it and got away with it. It's such a gamble, but it looked cool. It gave him a great clip to add to the reel.
Yeah, honestly, I'm of the opinion that if you're playing Smokes, if you're playing Omen for Sentinels, because there's so many fans out there and it's so loud, you get away with really aggressive teleports sometimes. That's exactly what we saw from Redux, and you know, we got to go back in the days before we find Omen players on Sentinels putting up numbers like this. This was an absurd individual performance.
It really was, but the team as a whole also, right? Like their micro, their macro, just everything coming together, and John Cutie, of course, leading them through those maps. Now, on the other side, we were wondering what we're going to see here from Crew. We finally see them on Summit. We're taking a look at this composition. They're trying out something new. I got the sense you're not a fan of it, Emily.
I mean, I'm really not. I feel like not having a hard anchor Sentinel on this map makes it so much harder. And we got to see glimpses of that in that first half. It felt like when they tried tucking into sight, there was no anchor utility that they could really do that
like
for.
A
so they just,
vibes.
yeah, there was no delay on one choke. That it just allowed Sentinels to kind of just run in and farm a lot of that utility and throw it onto them in sight. So we saw them try tucking, did not work. We saw them aggressing, but Sentinels were able to adapt and play a little bit more passive and punish that before they ended up wherever they wanted to and wherever they wanted to go in that round. But I do say, towards the end of that first half, we saw some glimpses of light, right? We saw Crew end up taking matters into their own hands, doing a little bit of those mid walks and trying to find some sort of answer to it. They got those 4 rounds, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I want to dig into some of their anchoring struggles as well, because we've seen like a team like NRG, for example, played hard anchor on sites with both heavy smokes, with Cypher utility having cages to stay alive in the backlines. And in this round 6 with Crew here on the defense, I thought even though it's an eco round, they're in a perfect position to win it. I mean, look at their positioning on the map. They have their chamber player with an op covering down mid, and then it's a 4 stack over towards this B side. But here's where the problems start to come online, and it's in the approach for Crew, because you see where they actually are on site right now. And one of the concepts that teams will use to hold on to a site is kill zones. And basically what I mean by that is, what is the area of the map where the enemy team is going to walk into, and that's where you choose to fight them. Right now, if you're holding this line as the Omen, the kill zone is like out here, right? But if you're actually fighting with 4 players backside, what you'd love to see your Omen player do is put down a smoke here on site so that you force Sentinels to walk past this line of scrimmage and you fight them back here. That turns into your kill zone. That's where you're actually going to be looking to fight. But instead, what Crew choose to do while they're stuck back here is kind of play all on their own a little bit, right? Instead of throwing down the smoke early, it's a paranoia line right here. here that no one can actually swing off of. And I'm gonna look at these players one by one, because the first thing that happens in this is John QT throws down this smoke, which is really cool. You can see it down here in the corner of your screen right now. That's to facilitate Redux trying to teleport into that with his ultimate in just a moment. But what it also does is it blocks off the swing from Dante. Look at this when he comes through here. In just a moment, the fight goes down, but that one-way smoke actually stops the Neon swinging. I'm gonna try and catch that for you right there. But yeah, he's stuck behind a one-way that his feet, well, if you do a little stick figure right there, you know, you see the feet come down through the smoke. This guy's cooked, right? And then on the other side, you have your KO throwing at utility, you have your Omen getting blinded up, and where was MW Zera this whole time? He's playing up in this corner. He actually looks really lost in the round. He was playing on site, but stepped behind the harbor wall. I don't think he wants to play in the corner here because the Vise utility's been getting thrown down, but consistently there's no chance for Crew to actually fight together. So Sentinels dive into the site, get one easy kill. No one can actually trade off each other because of that one way, because Sawdog's trying to look for this Omen. Where is this Omen ulting? No one has any idea. It falls apart for Crew, and Sentinels with some clever utility are able to break that hold. So what do we have to do? We have to ask Coach Zonic ahead of map number 2.
Our second map of today is going to be Sunset. But Zonic, I want to ask you about this map select because we went into Summit. Now we're going into Sunset. These are two maps that you were banning first in a couple other series. So what gave the team the confidence to want to play them today?
I mean, we know we're already on play-ins, and that basically implies that we need to train those maps that we haven't been able to play. You know, so we opted for this route just to have some tournament experience.
The analyst desk was also talking about how Sentinels were great at punishing some of the aggression that Crew was bringing. So what is going to happen on this map of Sunset to make sure that you're able to control the pace and keep that aggression going?
I mean, I think the most important part for us is trying to establish our game. That's the principal objective that we have. But at the same time, I think we need to slow down a little bit on some decisions. That's basically what we discussed after the game.
It's been some time since we last saw that map, so good luck.
We'll be heading on to Sunset next. Emily, when we just heard Zonic say that they want tournament experience on those maps that they've previously banned out, you had a bit of a reaction. I heard it. What was that about?
Well, I mean, okay, it makes sense that you want to be able to able to play any map, especially going ahead to play-ins, having a lot of these tier 2 teams come in, and they're a lot more versed. They're willing to play kind of whatever's thrown at them. So Crew's trying to get up to that level. It's just hard when you don't have a set, like a certain set maps that you prefer to play, that you prefer to pick, and that you have a strong game plan on, that you're confident that you're going to win. It's hard trying to expand your map pool when you don't have the fundamental ground of something else that you know will work.
Yeah, it seemed to me like when we came into that map, I was excited because if all of a sudden Crew can prove that they can play Summit, well, that's something they can bank on when you go into the play-ins.
Exactly.
And the way it sounded from Zonic was less of, we feel good about this and want to prove we can do it, and more of, well, we just need some reps out there to see how good we are. And that's a very different situation to be in.
It is indeed. Now, Riven Bands will be back with Sunset after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
It is time for more fire right now from VCT Americas as we head over to Sunset, a 13-6 Summit heading the way of Sentinels. To start off, they came out strong on Crew's map, and now Crew have to fire back on Sen Sunset, which is going to be tough because now Sen get to bring out their double duelist.
I feel bad because now we were talking about Crew needing to get their first dub within this stage, but I feel now I have to lower the bar even more for Crew to say they need to win their second map of the stage, and hopefully it'll be on Sunset on Sentinel's map pick, and they do so by continuing to change and try to find their identity. This is exactly the composition that they've used on the first map of Sunset, which is fine because we've seen some good value of a chamber on this map. Fireballs does it well, Luxo does it well, and any other operator that you currently see playing chamber on this map is very good as a sentient to use, but they're not playing double Sentinel. So if it has to come down to the double duelist, as you mentioned here for Sentinels, on how they could rush onto these sites, if they don't have a trip to help out, hopefully there's going to be NW0 or somebody or Sadak with a Molly to help out Heat in these areas where he can get run down.
Very much run down. Honestly, it's a thing that Les said is what has made his job so hard. His example was that if he is Viper on split, it's no longer just checking the ramp. You could get rushed by a Neon and a Phoenix. So his game of being that lurker became harder. Having the secondary comms became harder because it goes to the duelist. So now in the Omen, he takes that Sentinel position and everything hopefully feels more comfortable there. They always said it's not a bad meta for them, but the way it works with their calling didn't work out that great.
Can we go lower than 4 seconds on this timer, please? So we get the pistol that we have full, no? But yes, it'll give us a chance to talk a little bit more, as you've just mentioned here. Before the identity of Crew, the double duelists, they were the ones calling out the shots. But thankfully here as well for Crew, they have that one player, just Dante, as that Neon. And I got to say, he's looked kind of decent in that first map, right?
Yeah.
He had some great entries, some great slide tackles, and also because he had double initiators to help him out. And that was basically the nature of Dante going into Ascension or VCL in the past. He had great initiators to help him out. This time, though, able to do so against this matchup, at least on the first map against Sentinels.
We will have to see. As Tech Boss coming through, we'll let you know what it is soon enough. Yeah, that crew used to be Sadak, Les, and then MW0. And now it's Sadak, and then, like you said, Dante feeding in that information on the space they've gained, and then everything being relayed through as well. Heat on the Sentinel. Sentinels themselves set up here. They're back on that Cypher composition, so should be pretty safe to always look forward to what Jerwin's doing with traps behind.
And let's continue to talk for Crew in this comp change on this map. So the last time they played this map, it didn't work out in their favor against Loud because they were playing a double duelist, but they're also, within this stage, when they started stage 1, getting a lot of results of playing double controller, a Vice, and single Dante as a duelist. It worked out for maps where you can play that Viper and the Omen Slice. So for example, on Lotus and on Split. Everything outside of that, when you had to flex less into a Cypher and you're not playing double controller, and then you're trying to go for double duelist style and try to brute force the Neon and the Phoenix, it didn't unfortunately work out with somebody like Silence in the past, so they had to bring in Heat. And hoping that Heat could be the one that's going to be the answer for Crew to play that double duelist. It doesn't work out in their favor, but I digress. I wanted to continue to talk a little bit more, but now we have a chance to already go into the pistol round. A TP back now from Heat, and that's just spotted by the Prowler, and this time the Haunt from Jonah P. Another instant shot, so Sentinels might have an inkling here that Crew are trying to move quickly to this A site.
They say walk through my damage if you want to get in. Redux puts up a nice wall. Crew's not going to worry too much except for that spike, and it's good delay. This already Sentinels is starting to come around through tiles. A push towards that gate though. MW0 and Dante want to get a bit more aggression on. A third player now comes as they look to force a fight here in the back of Sentinel spawn. Be a fight on multiple fronts as it comes through. Cleaned up though. Crew able to get a little space and breathing room out of that. He drawing attention as he gets taken down by Cortezia, and Sentinels again start to dissect, moving ever so slowly, and all the pressure now is on Crew. They are answering, and they have succeeded. Holy moly, Crew. Pull that one out of nowhere.
Yeah. It was basically the demolishing Crew on the sprays through the cyber cages as soon as it came up there for Sentinels. The idea was right, get that cage up, tap, and then you figure out where the shots are coming from, you slide out through that. But look at how instantly those kills came through. Just that crossfire set up from so many different angles. And it's timed out in the open as well. A great start for Crew in this pistol round.
Space take confidence here from Les. Maybe we do go back to the lurking position, huh? He's actually got Heat right behind him, so it does look like that's teamwork to get the insert. Wow, Sentinels just with a classic looking to make a little bit of a play here and give Crew a tough time they have to respect.
It was also quite nice for Crew to prevent Sentinels from moving forward and trying to grab that orb for Redux. As one of the game plans quite prominent for the side of 100 Thieves is to try to get that ult up as soon as possible in Asuna. You definitely see it at the beginning, that 2 players in the front there trying to take that space if Crew wasn't going to add a little bit of pressure. But they will go for the second wave pump, trying to force to see if Sentinels are going to play some util. And the more that you close the gap, the more that there's a chance for Crew to win the round because they have better weapons into the B main to start.
Sherwin destroyed the trademark, so he starts to back up, but that trademark planted by Heat, who is all the way in spawn now. They kind of suspect that timing, looking back and forth, and yeah, right at the last moment, Cortezia almost has a chance for it, but Heat a little bit quicker, and just drawing his opponent with bullets. Les is able to take down Jonah P. Crew realize they have the advantage here, but have to act quick, and Heat's going to be able to slow it down.
One enemy
Quick kill there. And a nice job by Crew to play these ones confident, not think that Sentinels is going to have something overpowered, and again, temper their own strategy. Crew go straight into the site.
If anything, the Sen bundle unfortunately deceived everybody but John Cutie. Look at the amount of HP remaining for everybody else. All the right clicks, got a headshot, got some body shots, but not the full 130, so they could go for the left click classic to get the kills right after for Sentinels. 3 of Crew make it out alive by the skin of their teeth. Look at this. The right click is down to sub 50.
Oof.
But because Heat has an outlaw, could instantly drop his opponent. So there's not too much damage that Sentinels were able to do in that second round, which allows Crew to still have a very healthy bonus round here. Back into the A lane, leveraging Heat as his chamber one more time to take that forward line.
If they get this bonus, they trigger the nightmare for Sentinels of that second map slump. Even Ewok said it in the coach interview between maps. He looking to put that spice on right away with a solo peek over here towards the right side, coverage behind them from Sadak. So yeah, they have a lot planned for this round to see if they can get the first kill. Another peek. Oh, he gives himself up. The flash goes over top though, the pop flash from Sadak. It's so big on the protocol. Now they can start to move forward into the A site if they want to.
Always going to be good at that, as that Mr. KO. So gets the assist for the first blood. It's only a solo anchor as Cortezia did get popped earlier on by a wallbang of the outlaw of Heat as well. So he's down to 52. And at this point, you have no choice but to play passively on the top of the A site. The other 3 are trying to push down towards middle to get some early information because you are at a man disadvantage. But looks like Les could still lurk around.
Wow.
Just like a Cypher on this map.
Yeah, he is still feeling it very much so.
30 seconds left.
More of an open space than a choke to be forced away by a Neon or a Phoenix. A waylay at this point. But he's still looking. Because the 1v1s is always where he was so good. This is why it was Les the lurker. His aim is incredible, and he goes searching.
He was doing that with great proficiency on a Viper and a Cypher for the stage 1 and 2. So now having that new responsibility to do it as an Omen. Again, it's a nice little idea that Crew has with this identity. We talked about how MW0's kit could really help Dante activate in the future, but now with the flashes too, just to give a little bit more of a window for Dante to fight some blinded enemies when it comes down to these rounds. So it might look like the solution could be there for Crew, at least for this first half for now, but maybe into the future if they're putting up a good fight against Sentinels for the series. It might be their identity going into the play-ins.
Maybe it took a little more practice too. Saying that there just hasn't felt like enough time to get enough reps in versus the competition they will face on the VCT stage, but they might be finally hitting that groove, and what a good time for an uptick. Get that groovement going. 6-0 for Les.
Sent on an eco.
Whoa, right away. See See how much they can stall each other. There's a bit of a gap in that wall, and nobody's able to use it. Yeah, they did. Sadak goes down, and they know exactly where the spike is, so Sentinels are able to bite down right away. Cortezia to Tiles. Gets him punished a bit, but they're just trying to create space and get an upgrade if they can with these lower buys. Timing in favor of John Cutie that time.
How is this happening? A full Shiko round for Sentinels, dropping Crew like flies, and the spike's down out in the open.
Phantom for Jerwin too. Oh, and that's one called out by the announcer. Crew are probably wondering where the ground went out from under them so quickly as Jonah P gets the last kill to sweep Bless off his feet.
What a way here to stop the momentum from Crew. That small gap that you mentioned here, Riv, that was thrown up by Dante. He gets fully flashed by it. And you have 3 players from Sentinels just locking it down with the Sheriff. The walk down on middle too that you just saw. Was missing a little bit on the default positioning for the side of Crew to play against the anti-eco, but maybe they did not expect for just the walk down from Sentinels and are caught by surprise. Sentinels are back in the fight, and thanks to the eco as well from Sentinels, they're able to afford the operator on Jerwin, but they're not pitting him yet into the lane where he wants to fight on the A line against Heat, where Heat has started off there at the beginning of these rounds. Heat's actually moving towards B, so it turns out might be a showdown down that line after all.
Right towards market. A little bit of window shopping as they should spend some time here and figure out what Sentinels has for a defensive setup. Nice camera. And great tags coming in too. You can see him trying to still get into position. So Sentinels having to set up around a really nice Crew take into the site, but what can Crew do to set up the post plant? This has been a problem for them, all staying in the same spot, not getting good trades as they hear Redux coming through, making a lot of noise. That should activate the rest of the team. And run it back as Relay bolted out. Just on the cusp of the retake. Heat gets a good start for the squad. Now the 4v5 retake from Sentinels commences, and the shots from Sadak and the rest of the team are crossed up perfectly. But John QT still finds an answer, finds a window for an opening. It seems like Spike going to be a little too long on this one, and the removal of Crew and Sen from the site is going to happen at this point. Crew able to pick up another round here and not let Sen get that much momentum.
The ult there from Redux was trying to just break that door, and it worked out because it really clumped everybody from Crew back into the B site. But the follow-up, what is the next wave for Sentinels to try to punish Crew as they're out in the open trying to stay alive from the retake? Yeah, that's a nice sliver shot there by Heat onto Cortezia. But it's good for Crew once he got clumped back into this B site to say, let's just flip it, fight towards Boba, and he caught so many players off guard. And that's a strong start that we currently have from Crew. You're looking at Sunset currently for this matchup between these two teams, you probably would have said, this could be an easy 2-0 for Sen to start. But Crew are doing an excellent job. This potentially could have been a 5-0 if it wasn't for that Sheik round from Sentinels.
And they know how to use momentum, as we see Ewok on the screen here, and a little bit of a resume.
Yeah, coming back here from the APAC. Took a little bit of a break at the end of 2025 and during the offseason. Thought that he was going to be fully taking a year off until Sentinels came knocking at the door. And the biggest improvement that he's done with RRQ back in APAC was actually getting into the Stage 1 Grand Finals, winning it, and also making it to the Stage 2 Grand Finals against Paper Rex and doing a decent run with RRQ into Champs. And Sen knocking on that door is basically to try to say, we want to maintain competitive in our own region. Sentinels, remember, they've qualified to every internationals in 2025, but never really won anything locally. This would actually be a very nice stepping stone to have somebody like Ewok that has won regional trophies with RRQ to bring something home for Sentinels in this year of 2026.
You hear Cortezia say as well, as he's been on Sen for a bit, this is one of the best teams of Sen he feels he's been on. Not as a historical org, but he feels like they have a big ceiling that they can hit here, and they're still pushing through. Where can they push through here? Already towards A main on the side of Sen. B, just chaos caused from the shadows. Crew with a very textbook hit here, and that means they're just going to waltz in and take some shots. Nicely done. A little bit of util to boot, and they have quite a bit for the retake as well that'll come from Sentinels here. Might be a while, though. Still waiting for Jonah P's util to get from site to site. Stall from the Nightfall. The gate will give just a bit of an opening. A few more angles once they can see. And Spike's already 10 seconds away, 15 seconds. Sen's gonna have to move fast here. And one from Sadak, 2 as he swings to the right, head on a swivel, and it doesn't even look like Sen can step foot through the door. What was that? Dante having a little fun as he does a jiggle swing towards that last kill. And a flawless round for Crew to say no way to Sen's timeout.
Very simple hit coming out from Crew Esports as well. You just have the TP from less into the site that forces Jern away. You pull out the KO ult at the same time, so there's no really true way for Jerwin to get any value. He can't get the recall op shot. Ooh. And what does that do? It allows Crew to have so much util in the post plant. Look at when Sentinels are trying to come back into the site. So much going on to delay. And Crew, they want to move quickly in this round. Such early information on the doubled initiator. They spot no mid control. They know pressure's coming in towards the A side from the double push of Sentinels. So they're in a great to take mid control to start and slow things down and try to force Sentinels to peak and potentially get picked.
Everybody's ready for a fight. Out of B, let the trips do the work. Spike's down, so everything is just search and find right now for Crew here. A nice push off, get the paranoia. Out of Cortesia, very effective on their retake. It's gone now.
But as they fall back on this area, you're seeing here the backup on that side as well. There was a gap for them to take a little bit of a push into the market for Crew. But they decide to leverage that fallback from Sentinels to keep the players at bay, to keep that fog of war and for them to be paranoid on that B line, so you can keep more numbers to fight down towards the A line on a 4 versus 2.
30 seconds, committing.
30 seconds left.
Sentinels has quite the forces here to prevent this from happening. We'll just wait for that fast lane to really click it open. Good fragment to deny, and they don't really have a smoke for that position, so they cut off the line through utility in other ways. And the dash into the site. MW Zera and Dante breaking crosshairs and ankles as Heat finds one through the scope. John Cutie's wondering what's happening behind his gate, but he needs protection as Jerwin can make a bit of an answer over towards Pawn Shop.
This probably has to be another save. It ends up being a 2 versus 4. A slight error in the column there for the side of Sentinels. You saw that flash coming out from Redux, that slant, trying to prevent the push from Crew when he activated the second wave from Dante's fast lane to execute towards the A site. But unfortunately, it blinds 2 of his teammates trying to support him down that line from short. And then those 2 players got encroached by both elbow, both on the A main. And nothing Redux could do to hold the line as the final stand. And Crew ends up having a strong attack round one more time. So the timeout from Coach Ewok.
Yeah.
No results from the last 2 rounds here. And this might be another one of those, what do we do? Is it going to be another round where we have to go for an eco pushdown? And Crew should be ready for that.
Ooh. Dude. He did it last round too, Dante, and he was shouting about it, that he was jumping around for those kills. He is just feeling it today. He may be down there, 2, 3, and 1 is getting shut down a bit, but the space he's creating is what counts here for the rest of the team to get those kills and less finding Sen in transition. A play from Sen here as they get very aggressive on the A side. Tiles as well occupied all of the map here for the 5, and that is a big refract. It's going to be Jerwin trying to get some info to make a play. The timing's already there for Crew to be looking at every angle.
Oh, they're going for it.
Parallel convergence. Or convergence path rather coming in. Back and forth. They're all stuck. They're all stuck from the same spot. You can see it's John Cutie trying to peel away just to have a different entry in the site because they are found out right now. Dante down to a sliver of health, but still fighting. He's got the floaties on. Finally sunk by Redux. And this is about it. They're just trying to get out alive with these guns now and Sen get in to do some damage without costing. No, they're just going to dive in. Never mind. Right for giving up the orbs. They don't mind. A round win for Crew, a 7-1 now, as they now make Sentinels look at that scoreline.
They had to push through. This was basically a half buy to have enough money to go into the next should they lose this one here. Boom. But so surprising that you still went for the convergence pass, gambling where the positioning for Crew could be in the post plant.
Yep.
And there was no reaction right after that. There was no follow-up. And it was always easy for Crew to set up for the post plant scenario because Les was holding spawn the whole time. So when those three pushed forward and he stayed back there and heard that push coming forward, he could just tell the team nobody's going to be flanking, just worry towards the market. All of Crew was kind of there, and there was no entry possible for the side of Sentinels in. Somehow the tides have turned going into the second half where it's domination from Crew so far, and it's the coach Ewok having to force both timeouts for Sentinels in the first half.
How can it always be the second map for them, Vansili? It's a weird, weird thing because you know their comms were probably the same. Their confidence is great because they just came out of a map win, but they talked about the snowball effect and things not working. Cortezia saying that game, I'll never have a game like that again. That was one of the worst games ever. It was just bad luck, you know? Feeling like he was still in a position to do well, but it just seems like second map is, I don't know, for Sentinels. They cannot seem to wrap their head around it.
Not only losing second map potentially for Sentinels, but therefore losing the series as well.
Yeah.
Don't want that to happen against a team like Crew, who are still looking for their first dub on the stage. Crew not wanting to reach the bottom, like Fury unfortunately has, as they completed their second stage at 0-5. But this timeout's super important. How do we shut down the slow pacing from Crew? Sentinels maybe trying to shut down by pushing aggressively right into the round, but Crew talking together to try to stall this right now.
Mata o Gomer. Vai sair para você, Moon.
Vai ser pra você. Não saiu pra mim.
Acho que você consegue comer, então, Moon.
Vou jogar, vou jogar. Morreu.
Eu já quero aqui com você.
Tem uma Sapphire ainda. Mas um no meio e um na direita um também.
Isso aí é 3 pra A, tô achando. Vai ser o Cypher pra B.
Tem smoke, viu?
É, eu vou smocar... Nossa, eu vou smocar.
Põe uma cara direita, Alex.
Eu quero quebrar essa porta.
Mano, sabe o que é bom? Confia em mim. Smoke a esquerda e passa pela esquerda. Confia.
É bom.
Mas um pouco mais perto, não, para isso?
Confia nisso.
Dá contato, tá? 2.
Entra no smoke. Boa, entra no smoke agora. Vai ter um cara aí. Boa, agora vai pro
Cypher tá perto. Pra direita.
Nice. É o da.
Mano, eu vou plantar aqui, viu?
Tá, vamos jogar pra fora então.
Sim.
Dá TP pra mim.
Eu tenho uma smoke.
30 seconds left.
My ultimate is ready.
A nice round from Crew. You can see kind of the early celebration. They understand what they're executing is working, and if not for the round win, they're just really bolstering each other on that strat and squishing out the bad with a lot of good right now.
Started off so well, though, for Sentinels. They leverage Redux's ult, crunch into tiles, into the A main as well, drop in a spike, drop in 2 players. I think this was a 5-on-3 to start. But right after, when they're moving on the top of middle for Crew, you see the positioning from both Jonah P and from Jerwin. One hiding inside the smoke, the other one says, probably swing off me, but the way that you set up the crossfire there is so difficult because the map layout still allows for Crew to peek 1 player before and always have 2 scenarios where they have a 3 versus 1.
Yeah, tucked into this corner, so tough because you can't strafe left. Your only strafe is right or win the fight right out. Tough stuff.
Can't have continuous hero plays attempted from the side of Sentinels there. They were really good on the first map of Sunset. They were basically farming Crew so far, but on the defensive side, they're seeing that it's dwindling down. The chances here of having a strong defensive start for Sentinels. Also, the comms are off so that they can't get these rounds back in their favor. So back at Nico.
That was one of the subsets of problems they kind of identified in these second maps. Just tripping over themselves and some comms. They set up that same defense in mid, but it is again another Crew round where they go on an adventure to see what they can find before grabbing that spike to make a move.
That's what's been annoying for Sentinels throughout this whole half. Yes, they're able to get some good value in stalling and holding an angle on the A line, but when it comes down to the less smoke on top middle, it's so thinned out at the top. There's no trip at the top side there, so they're always forcing like 1 or 2 players to crossfire on that side. Maybe because they just want John Cutie to use both trips to fight onto site or whatnot. Maybe this round too, because they're on that eco that I just mentioned before, but that's got to change for the setup right now for Sentinels in the next 2 rounds.
Sadak reads the team over to the B site. Really, the only problem besides the people are the trips, and they've been clearing those very, very quick, giving themselves quadrants to work in here with that fast lane. Now only needing to fight the left side. The trip actually saves and allows them to kill that, keeping safety towards the front of the site, but this is good as Sentinels get back in. They have quite a bit of space as they wear off on this. Sees, no! Sadak actually pushes through. Doesn't even have to see his target to get that corner. Boba covered with the op from Heat. Critical miss there, but Sadak can get 1, 2, oh, third one. Almost to clean up even more, but John Cutie puts that to rest. A nice smoke will make Crew feel a bit antsy, but I think Les has everything locked down in sight as Dante is again playing that look at me game just to give his teammates more of a chance.
Is Crew going on a run starting now?
Is it happening? No, because see, when we believe, you ruin it, so don't believe just yet. Can't do false hope. Really clean stuff. It is a game where everybody's got a little bit of a step-up moment here. And they're making it work together, which is what you need to see at this point.
Sen City still behind the Sentinels team. Right here in the Riot Games Arena as they have changed the setup a little bit. Still trying to leverage the trips on the extremities instead of trying to find the late info on top middle. But they have put a 2-1-2 setup on the defense because the operator is back. And when the operator is on Jerwin, he's going to try to find the timing to get that recall and start walking down that line at the elbow. Seems like Crew, they want to take that down.
Jerwin gets the safety, and the op's actually going to slow down the left peak as he's able to get another kill. Able to switch to trying to do everything and juggle the guns in the back of the site, but Crew floods and makes it a case for a 10th round on their side. I was gonna say that's about to get sketchy. They quickly clean it up as Cortese is here. Almost gets that. Almost.
Almost that one as well. It's a 1v2. And he doesn't hear the full rotate from NW0 in the back of the site.
Just at the last moment, it switches, and it's Cortese! Did you doubt him?
Still standing up as he's defusing for the Red Bull clutch for Sen City. I was mentioning he doesn't hear the rotate because he's hit by the Nightfall by NW0, yet still turns around, spots his opponent, headshots him, and third time's a charm as he swings back against Heat, cools him down, and gets this defuse.
Instant mouse 1 transfer. He did not let go. Sometimes there's a reset there. Nah. He reset Crew.
Crew, though, despite the clutch, wants to move in right away.
We go again. Straight into the elbow. Jerwin trying to deny with a bit of that hesitation in the utility, and they do a good job. But Crew, they feel like they're knocking at the door. At any time, they can explode into the site.
Nice little teamwork in 6th Sense from Jerwin not to overcommit into the elbow because Heat was watching, or I guess somebody else was watching that line. That's MW0 with this Phantom right here. They're going to try to stop and go. Prowler not used. That was dangerous. Doesn't have any left for Jonah P, but that will probably activate the Nightfall once a hit comes.
Was always going to hit one. The pile of people coming through. Jerwin knew he could take a shot. But this is the plan. They always lose Dante into the site, and Crew is able to hold it off. Jonah P down to 15 HP. He's going to try to limp into the site with the team. Nightfall is available, though, and that's the big part of staying alive for him. Pop flash from Sadak. He tries to slow it down, but actually gets himself caught a little bit in that as Redux gets the kill. And they're wondering, the paranoia, is it going to be enough to get into sight? Les isn't even hit by it, and he has been a killer. Impact frag for the squad. The crossfire isn't going to work for Cortesina. He's always able to dismantle it.
This man's a human turret. For the second time, goes for another 180. For a second time, the last one that he kills is Heat. And for the second time, gets the Red Bull clutch to keep Sen alive in the fight. 3 rounds into the half. That shouldn't have happened for Sentinels. But Cortesia is a magician.
Dude. And he said he feels like he's being used better in the server. With the team change, Ewok coming in, him being given more freedom to do things he likes, play the agents he wants. We're seeing it right now. Crew is up at 9-3, and we'll see what happens after we come back from the break.
If you're a player that is in that sentinel role, always trying to find timings, you might want to look at what Les has been doing. Les, you are incredible when it comes to lurking, when it comes to being ahead of the team and being one step ahead. What tips do you have for the players trying to get that playstyle that you have?
I think the most important thing to do a good lurker is to focus on the communication of the team. This is my main point that I have been studying and focusing my whole career.
Sounds good, thank you.
We are back for Crew versus Sentinels as Sen look to keep this series alive by having one hell of an attack side, and I would say that was the way to start it with what Cortesia was just doing on defense. Let's see if they can carry that momentum.
Yeah, you definitely need that. If it wasn't for Cortesia, this was an 11-1 half for Crew Visa. That's why he's at the top of the scoreboard right now, but the rest of them has been silenced by some great utility by Sadak. Some great entries as well for the team following behind Dante with the space that he creates. And now it's Sentinels trying to take the upper hand in the first place. The knife actually does spot Jonah P, but I'm not too sure here if Jerwin was able to slip through the net. Crew looking to activate the fight down towards middle though.
Not going to find anything just yet. Cortesia rotating back over. You can see him start to run. So the pacing of this definitely wants to be picked up a little bit by Sen. But they're going to run right into some util here from Crew. A nice fake over towards that left side. John Cutie very low after the interaction. Oh man, they've walked it all the way up. It's going to have to be a very fast reaction from Crew. And Dante's on that one. The rest of the team has actually a very good kind of relurk here coming into the elbow. And Sen gonna go, they're gonna keep going to try to completely flip the map here. Les has a bit of a read on it, knowing the plant hasn't gone down, but he's down. He is down himself. This is such a weird round that Sen has created for Crew to just fall into. And now he wondering if he is on the attack side or the defensive side. It's so lost with what Sen's created.
Top of that, Redux goes for the plant. Getting even closer to his ult in the potential next round. But what a call by John Cutie.
Jeez.
It's interesting because the way that Crew's been playing on that pistol round is very similar to when they were playing the double duelist. Just try to add the aggression on the defense. It caught some players off guard for the Sentinel side. But the call over here to try to rotate towards the spawn to get that pick, to keep Redux inserted, to backstab and surprise two players is just a masterclass adaptation on the fly from the IGL of Sentinels.
pistol means they could string some together, and bonus is going to be incredibly important. The left side of the map for Sen to start, and they're making sure orbs aren't grabbed, but this would get Redux the ultimate already.
They'll hear that audio cue for Crew. Not fully reacting for a mid push or anything just to try to get some picks. They're just trusting Heat down that line out in the open where he could TP away right on this ledge.
He's got the aim for it. Keeping himself protected with the mid column and tries to bring it to the last second of that util. No deal. Pop flash. Trying to play a little anti. You can see Sadak just on the other side of the wall.
Oh, that knife is good.
Knife right into the wall next to him is huge. Bye-bye. Make that runaway sound and come back. You're going to have to because you don't have anything on the map with 30 seconds left, and Dante already has that timing. He's going to make the classic sting a little bit because they're not going to have all the angles right away, but it should be a cleanup, right? He hunts ahead, and there's 3 for Redux. Gonna go ahead and just clean everything up for 4 again on the round as Jonah P gets that finalizer.
Nice sprays by Redux, and this time not hitting his teammates with the flashes either, making sure that it's staying behind his teammates as they clear out the site. Again, good calls. Even though you had that push down from Dante that had all the information, you had 4 players ready for Crew to encroach on that hit from Sentinels. But as Redux pops out first, he finds that timing before util comes down for the side of MW0 to seize everybody down, bring the HP down, and potentially get the right-click classics in favor of Crew Visa. But it's Sentinels that were able to string those rounds that you mentioned earlier on here, Riz. So that's 2 here. Bonus round coming out on their side. Pressure up on the elbow.
Looking to execute on that first blood strat. They'll just leave Heat alone. Knowing that fizzled out, they're not going to put too much more priority into it. But looking at Sen, they start to reset. Seeing Heat, seeing MW0. Now they have a little bit of information to work with in mid. Fast to market. Should get a little bit of trouble here. Nice slide by Dante to just absolutely zero out the run it back. But now they have to do it again. Rinse and repeat. And it's enough room for Sentinels to gain. What a crossfire by these two, as they're selling Sen a bridge in the market area. And now, John Cutie doing his damnedest. He's going to have so many people to look at. And it looks like Cortezia is really only on that line. MW0 takes him down for this round, and a 10th round for Crew. They do not let Sen get too much momentum.
I wonder if I heard that door close. I wonder if they're closing that up and then playing inside that smoke. But a beautiful hold in the end for the side of Crew. Just too many players inside that market. Yeah, there you go. That door was closed. I think they're just trying to sell a fake and catch some players off guard. Unfortunately, it didn't work out there for Sentinels for a nice little on-the-fly pivot one more time. But Crew has reached double digits already in this second map. And you're seeing here that trip that's being placed at the top. The trip that was missing here for Sentinels on their defensive side allows for Crew to have a lot more bodies to fight once Sen goes in with the aggression with the double duelist play.
Incredibly different styles of play here, and Crew is persevering with theirs from both sides on both halves, and still kind of 1-3-1ing this. What an insert onto for Jerwin into B. And they aren't even going to have an inkling that he is there. That's the push. It's going to be a double peek, though. He's going to have to play this one pretty crazy as he sees down, and Heat gets the best of him. Nicely sorted out. Jonah P and the rest of the team able to work off of that. And the breadcrumbs they leave for each other to work off of on the side of Sentinels are really helping.
And this is like 2-3 rounds so far for Sentinels on the attack side, where they're doing an excellent job playing within these inserts. Even if Jerwin didn't catch some players off guard towards that market, he would have hurt the jump spotting from MW0 on the top of B, so he could account for so many bodies when he's listening for noise, which allows John Cutie to continue to work around that map. Playing that default, keeping players inserted over on the A side as well. The trip also on their side on the attack. Allows for them to hear if Dante's going to try to go for another one of those long A-side pushes. So yeah, Crew on the pass, or that at least this round, playing a little bit more passively. A little bit of a pain on their sides. No exits for Les either.
Sentinels up to 6. So the little momentum they need is a lot. I mean, Redux can get ult and one more. So if he keeps cycling that, Sentinels have a way to keep pushing into these sites. Cortesia is playing out of his mind here. So there's been a few ways that they have found an avenue back in. And now Crew needs to find an answer. The operator comes out for their side. Let's see if they start setting up differently.
Yeah, Crew does definitely want to challenge the denial of the orbs. With the knife being avoided by Sentinels, though, he does have the line to look down with the operator.
They're going to try to blind him. If there's any type of play. Maybe that was more reactive, it seems, with the positioning of the rest of Sentinels. They start to move in together. Could be a ruse. Jonah P's moving toward that left side. Now they know where Heat is, and he still gets a shot. Getting out with the second rendezvous that came back online. That's the push forward that we saw, but Sentinels still get the plant. Jonah P able to get the lurk timing here, so this means Crew is probably going to flood back in instantly. Jonah's got to get back here to help. Redux, he's doing his damnedest, and it's going to be the defuse by 3. Big protection. And Dante just behind Slant's going to be able to get this. Another round for Crew. They push it to 11 as they continue to find out how to shut down Sen in these rounds.
Whatever happens,
Heat has been amazing on this map so far for Crew as well on both the attack and the defense. Look at him, comfortable 17 and 8. Remember, proficient on the operator, as RGT mentioned at the beginning of this game, which is the reason why you're seeing Heat just owning up on this chamber. It blocks down so many lanes. It allows for Sadak to also get good information of where Sentinels are currently setting up. And that trip that's at the top of middle just allows for them to continue to focus on those extremities.
He's really what they needed. Not even afraid to take shots under that pressure of util right in his face and people knowing where he is. It's what you need. A little bit of love for B. Same insert. They're going to look for German this time. Okay. He's like, maybe not. We're going to go for the other side of the map. They hear a few more at B this time.
Dropping spike.
Yeah, the call right now is to have Jonah P start selling a fake potentially over on this side. So Haunt or Prowler, depending what comes up, how he wants to use it. Because the pivot back from John Cutie, back on that B line, they're going to re-hit this B site.
So there's 2 layers there with the one-way. Jonah now has the task of adding pressure by himself. See if he can't get the jump peak or figure out of a push.
Oh, that knife, though, just spotted 3 towards the B main. Sentinels probably has to activate now.
Can't use that.
30 seconds. Flash has come out. Jerwin is going to be that distraction. Great paranoias. And Dante's forced to exit. They can reset this one. Trade's coming through the smokes a little bit, but Les is trying to take that left side. Great teamwork with him and Sadak. Cortesia. One is going to get pushed up. He actually has a chance to create the 1v1s with Jonah P here. The possibility is very real as they get the spike down, and Nightfall gives them some breathing room. He goes for the fake. Oh no, he actually got some space there, but Les going now for the ace. Finding Jonah P. Oh, Heat's gonna take the shot and steal it from him. A great round for Crew though, and confidence to push this to a map point against Sentinels.
Definitely looks like right now Sentinels was not ready to play against this chamber, and KO out from Crew. Slowing down the rounds also doesn't work out for them just because of the utility that Sadak is able to get in the mid-round. You hear it there, the crowd really wanted that ace, but at the end of the day, I think for Crew, as we mentioned before, setting that bar low, you just want to get your second map in for the stage. One round away to be able to attain that goal and hopefully get their first series if they're able to push us onto Breeze against Sentinels here as they're looking to aggress down towards the tiles. Whoa.
Sherwin looking for a very fast kill as, yeah, Crew was pushing mid. Each had their own priority to start the rounds, but it seems like that quickly resets. Oh my gosh, that from the shadows is making a sticky situation for that rotation and spawn for Crew. No way he has this timing, and they're not really aware of what went down. Cortezia, he's looking for the crown again. He's looking to be the king once more for the team in this series, and Dante shuts that down very fast. In the 3v4, Crew trying to break back into the site and find all the members, but they don't even know the spike hasn't made it in. They can slow it down.
Second flank.
They don't even slow it down. They push right through. Around comes Crew. They've gotten themselves into a bit of trouble here by pushing the factor, but it's gonna be enough! Wait a minute, he's slowed. The convergence, knocking him around a little bit, gets the spike. He's actually gonna be, no way! Sadak gets the kill, and that's the iconic smile from the IGL. 13-6 as Crew take Sen's map of Sunset.
And somehow Dante is back into the Dante that we know from Challengers. What the hell was those 2 shots that he got towards that B main while he's hit by the convergence paths? That was huge by him. Impact frags coming in from Dante, but overall domination from Crew on the second map to steal Sentinel's map pick away from them.
That was absolutely crazy, and it wasn't even a jockey back and forth. We've had Summit 13-6 for Sentinels. Sunset 13-6 for Crew. We're going to that third map of Breeze, and everybody's aim needs to be online. Don't go anywhere. More VCT Americas after this.
You guys always see when the players are walking out, but what happens behind the scenes is what I want to show you. There's a little bit more time for the players to group up, to talk about what the focus is going to be on the match, and that is exactly what Crew is doing right behind me. I don't think they're going to let me get close to see what the game plan is going to be against Sentinels, but you see it for every team, and I think Sentinels should be coming up pretty soon.
Hit the wall, broke the skin, never complain, I just start again, I'll never stop, watch me go, I rise to the top, I let them know.
Ele já tem noção por causa do véu da noite, BBB fica aberto, a eliminação vem pra cima do Lifu, MWZera!
Derwin starting this attack, takes care of Asuna. Derwin is running over 100 Thieves. Derwin is taking over.
Hello and welcome back, one and all. Oh man, they were so ready for this, and so are we. Crew is tying up this series, and this is the must-win series for Sentinels to keep their hopes for their playoff spot alive. Now, how did Crew get it done? Let's break it down, because there's a few standout players here. Heat's definitely one of them, because he was, I didn't want to say on a heater, but now it was on the tip of my tongue, so I said it anyway. Apologies. But Emily, he played out of his mind.
No, ever since they made the comp switch, putting him off the Raze, going onto the Chamber, it looked so good, especially in those early rounds. I loved seeing him just walk up with the team behind him, looking for an op pick, and then having Dante and the rest of the team flood out, and it just looks so clean.
I think the other element for me was him holding the post plants with the off over market. Oftentimes, he was just the guy holding market, and by him finding 1 pick, 2 picks in those post plants, the rest of the team could just focus on killing everyone flooding out from Boba.
I mean, even on the defense, when we saw him taking those aggressive lines so that the team could go elsewhere across the map and kind of go for a 1-3-1 and start brawling with the group with Dante, it just looked so phenomenal. And even though we're running that solo duelist on the double initiator, it just seemed to work for Crew. I love the way they utilized not only Heat, but just the rest of the utility coming in from the team. It definitely helped Dante out on getting those first kills, and it felt like Crew was just alive.
Yeah, they played free. I think this is something that you said as we were watching this game. They play more free. What made it so free? Was it the composition that they chose here? Because this is a different look on this map than what we've previously seen from them.
I mean, it could definitely be part of the comp, but it just felt like they were doing so good at working off of each other, playing together, peeking off one another. It felt like they actually had a lot more adaptations and better reactions that were like a team, not just individuals. They were good at staying on the same page, and that helped a lot, especially in their post plans.
And I think just the map helped them as well. Like, they're playing the same thing as on Summit.
Yeah.
The difference is this map is way smaller, so they can focus on smaller areas to fight over. And in the post plants in particular, Crew kept playing B post plants really far forward. Like I said before, he would lock down market, and then it was this angle that Sodic is on, where he swings from trash. See how protected he is? And there's just that little pixel to play with, where he swings in and kills people coming out from Boba. That lockdown from that zone was so good from Crew, and Sentinels never proved to have an answer.
Yeah, and I also loved how willing they were to adapt their plans, right? We saw them on a few rounds willing to fight for that market space, but then give it up and fall back into sight and go into these different crossfires. It was great how also in their B post plans, it was always someone different taking that first contact and throwing Sen off. It felt like Sen were never able to kind of have a read on how to start flooding out from sight, especially when they didn't have that market control.
Right, a little later in the series though, it seemed like Sentinels are starting to come back into this. How did Crew shut the door in their face?
Honestly, by finding good early picks and then locking it down when it actually came to holding on to sight. Like on that pistol round, just playing behind the Cypher cage, Sentinels come through it and like 4 players die in no time at all. Like, I think Crew were much better at actually anchoring on their defense side on Sunset, much more compared to Summit.
Now we're heading into map 3. What do we want to see from these two teams here, Emily?
Okay, I want to see Crew continuing to have that same team chemistry you want to see that we got out of map 2 of Sunset. Breeze, it's going to be a little bit harder because the maps and just the overall sites are a lot more open.
Oh, yeah.
So they have to make sure they're on top of that. But for Sen, I want to see them having a little bit more adaptation. I want to see them trying different things if their original game plan isn't working.
And this is a necessary win now for Sentinels, because a loss here instantly sends them into play-ins. The chance of going to playoffs would be taken away. You cannot afford to lose to a team that has yet to win a series all year. That, by the way, was Crew's first map win since the very first map they played in Stage 2.
Which is crazy, and they made it look good. They made it look like this is how they played all stage long, but they're coming alive at the right time. They said they want to get the reps in, and they want to have, you know, a good time. And it seems like everyone in here is having a good time watching this series go the distance. How are we feeling? All right.
That's pretty good. Can we do better if you want some free stuff? Oh my God!
It always seems to work. How is that possible? We're heading into a quick break and then we're back with map number 3.
The crowd is going crazy out here at VCT Americas, and thank you for joining us as we head into our third map of this series. Playoff implications on the line for Sentinels. Crew Visa trying to mix things up and find their first win, and they're making a damn good case for it with that second map, Vansili.
100%. That second map was incredible by Crew, and yes, not only does Sentinels need to win, they also need 100 Thieves to win against Loud tomorrow to clinch playoffs, right? So it's not just a dub here for Sentinels, but a dub is going to mean a lot here. That not only can they have their chances to make it into playoffs, but also the confidence to say, finally, we can carry a whole BO3. We don't falter after winning the first map, after making the first map very close. We could actually close out a series, at least in a BO3. So an important game. Breeze, though, is the map coming up, which is super interesting that this is still the map that's let slipped by Crew going into this one, because this was also a map that they are currently 0-3 on in this stage. A map where also it comes down to the comp changes. The comp changes I've done after that first map loss, they tried to force the double duelists. The double duelist being the Phoenix, by the way. And you know how many times Heat has played Phoenix?
Let me count. None?
3.
Yeah.
In his whole career. And you know when he played that? The last 3 maps. The last 3 times that they played before this series. And Dante was the same thing, only playing the Phoenix once. So which is why I like what I'm seeing here. The whole change and the identity of saying we're playing to our strengths again. Heat as the chamber, but most importantly, playing a controller on Viper, though. Actually, now I have to think about it. I don't know if I like this as much. You have to continuously play potentially a Viper wall that's going to tell
instead of
where they're going to hit, right? There's no condition that they could do from that because the way that they're going to enter towards that B site is thanks to Dante's fast lane. If they lose Dante early, man, the mid-rounding is going to be so difficult for Crew.
And Crew might have that options as we see John Cutie hovering that harbor to separate the quadrants just as they did on the retakes for Summit. Getting space a little bit more. Jerwin and Redux go in. They take the second quadrant and continue to dissect Crew. But there was the second map that plagues Sentinels now. Crew Visa come out strong here. We're just waiting that final lock-in to get into Breeze.
To continue with the pros and cons around this composition, in my eyes for Crew, is, again, going back to the Phoenix pick in the past. It definitely showed that Dante and Heat were not comfortable playing that agent. And Heat, especially on Breeze in their last matches, flashing his own teammates, not being coordinated as well to get the walls up because they were kind of split across the map and not leveraging like 100 Thieves, for example, where you double slice the map and then really get into the double duelist fights. So now to have this, a Heat back into the red hot chamber that he plays is great. But then again, the other thing is that if you don't have the Phoenix, that's why Sadak is playing this KO. So at least you could have some good flashes for the team. And look at the amount of times that he used the right-click classic, the right-click flashes.
Right-click flash.
To entry for the team almost every single time, which has been perfect for Crew. Now again, comes down to the mid-rounding. If they lose Dante early, the re-hits are going to be so difficult for Crew.
I also love KO because the ceiling for Breeze is non-existent, so your pop flashes too, up in the air, can just go anywhere over these walls. And Sadak had a few of those too for Dante on the spin kills. So yeah, the protocols are there. We'll see if Sen can reset once again as we are on to Breeze. A Cove in mid to start, just to temper anybody's pressure there from Crew, but they're not worried about it as they play a bit of default or attack themselves.
Sentinel sees this wall from less at the beginning, right? But nobody's reacting to say these guys are going to hit towards this B site because of that Viper wall. So they're keeping their 2-1-2, and especially with that knife, they definitely know now for Sentinels that Crew are slowing down that round for this pistol.
John Cutie starts to lean a little bit to make sure they have the right decision here in the play. And wow, running the clock down for the first strat. They've gone decent util even with the ghost they have on the side of Crew, so a post plant pushing forward is a possibility. The lurk from Heat, rather, could leak through into that mid side.
Still walking in center. It's a perfect call from Sadak. Sentinels are playing so far back because they're thinking the re-hits coming from the Viper wall into B. And now finally, those two players that you currently see at the A ramp for both Jonah P and Jerwin, they just have to stay back towards that spot and wait for the rotate to happen.
Just sniped less from under that cut on the left side. As they re-enter towards A, Sentinels are getting everybody from that heaven position, and Cortezia is not caught off guard by the transition. A nice push from Crew, though, is able to stop Sen at the front door. This is going to be a very difficult retake now. Dante looking left and right. Oh, beautiful shot there, and identifies the last player, but it's Cortezia again in the clutch situation, and they're going to ring around the rosy for this fight. He looks to get himself in between the spike and his opponent. Goes for the shots, and now this is the angle that favors Dante in this play. He's obviously going to look for half, and Dante gets the push. How the hell does he do this? It's going to be the defuse going down to fast, but it's going to be a little too late for Cortezia as the finger slips on the wire cut. Crew takes pistol.
The smile and the confidence coming out from Dante so far after winning that 1v1 against Mr. Clutcher of Cortezia on that second map of Sunset for Sentinels. That's going to have to feel good because Dante was getting shut down week after week. He had issues finding his confidence as well within the fights, but look at him, solo towards yellow in that post line and still picks up 2 kills and wins the 1v1. What happened for Dante for the last week, going into this week, the work probably that he has put in outside of the server is currently paying off, and that is going to show a Crew that's super dangerous in this third map.
Confident into the Phantom buy for him here as we're watching Heat take space very fast, straight up mid, knowing that he's faster than a Classic or even Sheriff if it was purchased outright. He'll be able to hit that shot.
Pistol rounds now traded back and forth every single one of these maps. Now Crew takes the lead by winning this first one here. Attempted stack by Sentinels over on the A side.
One of the best chances.
Shot at least instantly. I think it should give a tally, yet Crew still wants to walk into this.
They're going to try. They are going to hit a wall of Sentinels. How do they weather it? Relay bolt to the left. They actually eat quite a bit of util themselves as the snake bite comes down. And now everything is called off of this strategy. And in B hides Redux here to set a trap for at least one. If he gets 2, his job is more than done in this situation. And Heat here looking for the transition. The wall goes up. He didn't think anybody was going to peek right away, so they buy a bit of time on the side of Sen, and Redux does get one. Takes down MW Zera. As that darts already out. Crew cleaning up the defenders from Sen as they rush back in here, and it was a great job. They've done it just about every map of the series to reset the call and hit the other site, knowing Sentinels might have an upper hand. That's a second for Crew, and they only lose MW Zera on the take.
Just so we guys still have a little bit of Crew fans in the crowd as well, not just a full Sin City house. Bonus round for Crew, and you have a rifle to a Marshall. 2 rifles actually as well for Crew. It'll have to be, I was going to say, Sadak probably going to try to scout for the first place. They're putting the rifles into the hands of Heat so that he can control A main solo instead of trying to go for the walk contact with the escape that he could do with the CB.
Dante disrespecting the cove that's been thrown every round in mid. And yeah, even pre-firing the angle, expecting to catch Sen off guard. They make him scramble. The Crew makes Sen scramble a little bit in B, and we're back to this mid strat. Yeah, I think we're gonna get this a lot from Crew as well. Drone in, it looks like they have the protocol that makes them feel safe about this execution.
So we'll go back into the pistol round strat for Sentinels. Keep the 2 players at bay towards yellow. Being again the same Jerwin and Jonah P waiting for the rotate to happen. No dart available, so Jonah P will probably have to start droning to get the info, and it starts out towards this ramp.
Jonah seeing what he can find before the fight happens as Cortezia lurks over, already having an impact on the fight before he even enters the site here. And Sen have done such a great job of closing the gap, but it's going to be Crew that have to defend now, and they cannot do a damn thing about that pressure.
Les is going to have to save. No choice. Beautiful retake by Sentinels in the gun round and only losing 1 player in the process. But that 1 player that they lost, being Cortezia, did his job. The second time here that he rotates around and still understands that there's going to be a lurk. Because despite the role changes around Crew, they're still holding a similar style of having somebody late lurk around. That was the playground for Les as a Cypher on this map. And he does so to perfection as a Viper on Lotus. So the game plan for Sentinels, it doesn't matter. You're always going to expect that.
Yep.
Cortezia reads that, gets the first pick. It wasn't Les, but at least it was another player on that late lurk. And allows here Sentinels to have a much stronger retake in the front lines from the spawn into the A site. Knife this time around hits 2 players towards the A main. Courtesy from Sadak onto Sentinels. Started backpedaling on that side and trying to work a little bit more into a mid, potentially to B finish.
Priority mid control, it seems, for Crew over the past few rounds.
That's true.
Really trying to separate Sen's ability to transition from site to site, but also get that op online. Remember, that was Dante sliding in there with overdrive last time. Now it's Heat's op. Find the same line.
I'm sure the game plan's going to start changing a little bit here for Sentinels, as they're not playing a Cypher on their side, so holding a camera to watch that top middle is impossible. So you need to put a body out there if you're not going to have Jonah P play towards top nest to drone at the minute mark or whatnot. So Cortezia gets instantly punished here. Crew could just go for the re-hit into the A site. Sentinels understands that the threat is coming towards this side, so they've rotated all the players to take control of the information that they've lost at that minute mark. So that's an open site now for Crew to take.
30 seconds left.
What happens after this is Sentinels could decide if they want to go for the retake because they still have to run it back from Redux. But it seems as though it'll be a full save into the next round.
Sadak has been able to do some otherworldly things with bringing the team back and forth. Watching that happen on Summit was pretty incredible too, even though they weren't able to grab that one. But he has a read on what John Cutie wants to do with the defense.
Yeah. I think also with the threat that they're putting with this Viper wall down that line, should start activating that a little bit more early. Try to get some players into work in middle. But you have to understand, though, that if a timeout comes out from Ewok after this round, that conditioning from Crew probably changes the next round after, where you don't go for that mid control anymore.
That's a
and
great
those
point.
Extremity could get that value for Crew. So we'll have to see here what will be the call. They've had a lot of time, speaking about John Cutie, to speak to his team while they were saving this whole minute.
Yeah.
So maybe Ewok understands, trusts the call here from John Cutie, and will not call into the timeout because they have the read. There you go. Look at the positioning now, having 2 players there. I mean, the wall goes down, but are they going to try to walk down that spot? You also have Jerwin getting ready to move into the mid-double doors.
Be interesting to see if they still condition John Cutie's cove real quick to one-way that, or they try to just feign that it's not happening and they move down. No, instant out. It always is going to slow down the attackers anyways, so they want to rinse and repeat with that utility. But a lot of A. We're not getting a Crew B focus all that much out of this game. It's only mid and then back to A.
Man, what good conditioning, though, from Crew. After one knife, even though if it doesn't hit players, the call from Sadak is to move back towards the A line and walk in.
How do they walk in so much? It's going to be the relay bolts for Jerwin and the team to get back in. He's forced forward on that fragmentation grenade. And the wall is providing a lot of safety. Both teams, Phantoms are going to be the big priority here to spam through. And the run it back is snuffed out. 5v5 still on this retake. Lurks in order. Just on the other side of the wall here, our Viper's ready to bite, and Sadak does it again.
Well, that's it. They canceled the hit towards the A side to move towards B. So it's a double conditioning being done by the side of Crew. The wall comes up, Sen thinks, well, they have to hit it. The Viper wall's up this time around. Yet it's still, they've chosen a wrong path and back into the B site. It still allows 2 players to rotate it, to cut that rotate.
This is kind of insane that they're just able to run center on like this, but also Sen is realizing in the mid-round they need to stick together to make this work. With the audible, Sadak is called. A huge force from Sen here at Bend, as Jerwin is going to look to enter by himself on the other side of the site. One from Heat already, as he's going to make sure Sen has to look behind before they can even go forward. And that's the first distraction as Sadak peppers a little damage in. Crew only losing 1 so far in this entire instance. And it looks like they'll control another round from the results we're getting right now. That kill from Les pretty much seals the deal as Sentinels run for the hills again. And they're going to chase. Blood in the water. Dante just on the edge of that. Sadak still going to be able to close in. And this a very different set of maps all across this series now with Crew chasing Sen around at the end of rounds.
I will put their Viper down.
It almost feels that the reaction from Crew on how they rotated back towards that B side almost feels reminiscent to the 100 Thieves versus Cloud9 game, when the Harbor is slicing up the map so they can try to contain and fight and deny that spike plant over to where the hit's coming from in the first place. You block your own vision, which allows the attack to just cut that hit and then continue to add the fog of war onto their opponents, which then allows for Crew to really get into the B site for a plant. So far when I talk about these problems that Crew could be facing by just playing the solo controller on Viper, they're doing an excellent job though to really just fight against the Sentinels on the mid round somehow. Still able to cross into the site somehow and get these plants down.
Why need a wall when you have taken everyone out of the defensive positioning?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh my God, Sadak is so crazy with the things he's been calling right now to just maze through the Sentinels defense every time. 10 seconds on this timeout, and it just gives Crew a chance to talk too and reset. But Ewok wanted to get in the ear of the team, let them know maybe it's to rotate a little bit less, or at least leave that kind of safety, that fail safe for the audio grab that the transition's happening, because they are just being left in the dust on these strats.
Yeah. One thing into defaulting for Crew when they actually go for a site hit is that they're actually holding on to the Viper wall this time around. So I feel that when it comes down to Sentinels, you got to lock down at least one of the extremities towards the A main or towards middle, because that's where the wall contact is happening for Crew before the Viper wall comes up. You get spotted, the wall comes up, they go for the hit. Which is why this time around they're still holding on to it.
They know an op is there. And in, Cortez, he actually gets 2 kills. They haven't cleared ladder just yet, and their turn from Crew is big. They swarm the site. Cortez has already done enough damage though. Les looking for a bit more space. Precarious res, but Sadak is back on his feet. And Les gets another one. Man, God, they're so confident on these plays. Even seeing their teammates go down, Crew realizes the situation is still 100% in their favor. Not a bit of hesitation here from the team in the third map.
Just cutting noise as well. I mean, this orb's going to go down. He hears the footsteps, making a surprise one here. Nice read by MW0 to tap that spike, thinking that the flank will be happening from Jonah P. And he also picked Heat's op back up. But where was the comms when Crew were executing inside that site? Cortezia did an excellent job shutting down 3 players. Unfortunately, one of them being Sadak with the ult. Allows for them to get res and still give the player advantage over to Crew. But at least they cleaned up their mistakes on the entry by having so many players for the side of Crew to be able to trade perfectly. And the woes continue on the side of Sentinels.
Not only...
yeah, because Crew continues to dominate here on the first half that they play. From the second map of Sunset into this map of Breeze.
And the added pressure of the playoff implications for 100 Thieves too, that Crew continue to tug at the heartstrings of. Derwin pushing out mid, way more active here from Sentinels to try and get under the skin of Crew. How did Heat even get out of that alive? MW0 saves his life, and these walls up in mid that they're able to dance in and out of are coming up big in the play.
Yeah, that pressure is definitely causing mistakes now in the camp of Sentinels. At least they lock down this B line with Cortezia's ult. They could still focus a little bit of pressure down towards that middle. So that drone coming out from Jonah P at that minute mark just to spot here, player still taking control towards the A main, so he falls back. And as Redux clears down towards the elbow, that gives the tell. Look at Cortezia already rotating out. They know the hit is coming towards A.
The trade, John Cutie's there to get a spam through, but that's just going to let Dante and the squad know they need to be a bit more careful here. John almost has to pull out a crazy play, but he is going to wait for the team. That spam almost comes up big. Redux, good utility to get back into the site, and that's what they need to work off of to clear these positions. A 3-man swing from Crew finds John Cutie. Cortezia is able to pick him off as they try to get back to safety, and he punishes that error. This needs to be when Sen start to come back. They want to look for an even first half. They want to look for a little bit of momentum from that second map struggle they've been facing. Two of the best players to make it happen, Cortezia and Redux now. Cortezia's caught, or Redux caught in the jump rather, and Cortezia takes a dink here as now Crew breathe a sigh of relief. A double swing to probably finish this one off. And they have found a way around the Sen retake so many rounds in a row when it always is looking possible for Sen.
Even lets himself die to the spike because Les is one pip away of getting the ult in the next round. So couldn't even try to save the Odin, so that is going to grind into the economy of Sentinels in the next round. Yeah, how does he stay alive? He didn't TP because he jumped. You can't TP when you're mid-air as a chamber, and somehow he still survives. And Coach Ewok does not like the results of that one.
That triple swing, really nice bit of info. They realize they need to react instead of be the ones getting acted on. Nice job.
Eco for Sentinels. Okay, with the knife seeing nothing there. It's just going to get them primed to fight into the A main in case there's a trap coming here from Sentinels.
Basically, util for util is what they're waiting for. If they hear it from Crew, Redux throws a flash around the corner to stall. Heat looking for that peak, though, and it's been a lot of times Crew hasn't used util to start showing themselves. They're allowing Heat to get on these lines and just wreak havoc. Oh, that went right behind him. Heat still takes him down in a quick flick. John Cutie answers, I don't think they can get too many upgrades on the guns here, and that just means Crew's gonna want to squeeze in even faster. Two Sheriffs help out Sentinels on this round, but they're still incredibly pressured. Oh, Reckoning just to the side, off the timing they needed, and MW Zera gets 2 quick kills from it. A third one from Les as they clean up Sen to face a third map that sees a 7-1 scoreline in a row.
That's crazy. And just trying to go off an itch was a Reckoning out from John Cutie that unfortunately doesn't hit anybody. NWZ slips through the net to get these 2 picks, and that is Dante realizing that somehow this game is starting to become easy.
There's a very different look on his face of happiness, relief, where that situation's clicking of all the work that they've put in coming into this season.
Right now, the fans of Loud out in Brazil are cheering here for Crew's victory against Sentinels, because if Crew somehow defeats Sentinels today in this BO3, that also confirms Loud into the playoffs with 100 Thieves. Offshot somehow misses.
And that's exactly what they don't need. Dante takes the space, and look at that, Cortezia's almost not ready, but he's always able to get there in time. They're trying to force the fact Sadak is in enemy territory right now and in a weird position that Jonah P doesn't expect. Heat gets a kill as well to loosen the hold that Sentinels has on B site. 2v2. Operator still there as Heat moves around looking for the next victim, and they have to reclaim the spike.
Les has wall, has the pit, yet they still want to walk contact to fight against both John Cutie and Redux.
Oh, no way.
One enemy remaining.
Insane.
What a read.
They knew it. He couldn't have been anywhere based on the noise made, so they just snuff him out.
And you had the info on the last person. Tapping that spike, jiggling out. They know that Redux is coming in from the tunnel.
Just making sure there wasn't a rewrap.
And they knew.
So ready. Take a shot, reposition. Take a shot, reposition. And it's just Sentinels members on the other end of the scope each time.
Yeah, right now it's Crew that could do no wrong. Anything that they try to do, it's working. Ooh. That 2 versus 2, instead of playing it safe, putting the wall up, putting the pit. It's a walk contact, man. The read on that snake bite to allow that Headhunter to get value from Heat is just insane. How Crew is playing with so much confidence in this third map.
Sadak is living in Sentinel's head right now. That's big. Crazy to see.
And you just saw Jerwin living in his own head there with the amount of shots that he's missed and the first blood opportunities that he's had in the last couple of rounds, just not connecting.
So the answer is not coming from the squad in the server right now. Ewok has to get in their ear. Let them reset. And it just almost has to be right now, play your own game, because they are made to play a cruise game right now, and Sentinels cannot get a footing. We'll come out of this as one of Sen's last timeouts to see if they can right the ship here and still keep that playoff alive. Starting out towards mid. Oh, also Sentinels wants to come out of tunnel hard and finally use this wall mid. If they can't grab a little space, they got full guns on this.
And they want to fight with aggression. They're tired of giving up mid control, which is Sentinels. Walls down.
Holy moly. He still gets one. And they're out. Spike not even picks up. GMW Zera going for a very risky peek, knowing there are 3 others still in mid here. Oh, what a flick. Dante has already made it all the way into B. God, they are working around Sentinels so good.
And that's the miscomm too, because he put the wall up, he danced around, Cortesia is chasing after him, but doesn't call here for 200p that he's going to be exposed by jump up by Dante. And that allows Crew to have the man advantage and forcing Sentinels to peek for information. So they're just watching the lines from different areas while Dante is still trying to find that info, and he becomes once again the human drone.
Crazy stuff. The human turret takes down the human drone as they start to move back into B. And Cortesia is going to give that space up. It's the safest play, not knowing where the rest of everyone is, to get in range of Redux here. And the 2v2 is what we come down to. Once again, Cortesia and Redux, the same 2 alive.
Orb's about to come down.
That first touch, yep, beautiful. Sadok, so quick with the answer here, giving Cortesia a taste of his own medicine. And now Redux needs to make it happen. They call upon the young one. He's still buying some time. Pushing to the left now, getting the op from Heat, and it's gonna be Crew with another round, winning the 2v2 situation to bring it to 9-1.
And Sentinels had the element of surprise in that 2 versus 2 until the wall, the blaze wall comes up from Redux and they identify where he's at.
Jeez.
But he was just trying to create a diversion there so that Cortesia could play around the timing of his orb to stop the plant from going down. Yet Sadak still understands it, taps that spike to win that duel, and to eventually win the round, and they're at 9-1.
It's quick. Oh my God,
no.
It's very quick. Dante gets one here. That's the run it back going down, so it's still a bit of a reset. Sentinels very quickly cleaning this one up. Oh wait, Heat making a case for it as he takes one more down, switches to the Phantom. And that trigger on the relay, almost giving him another kill here. He wants to peek out towards Brick, but he gets pushed off by the snake bite, and things finally calm down. You can see how much Crew wanted to keep it going. Quick flash, no one really able to push off of this. They're just still testing each other.
Oh, I mean, just snatch that away.
Teleport's ready. Spike dropped.
They saw it. They're gonna stay together and chase.
How the hell did you let Crew pick up that spike though? That smoke was actually allowing Crew to just move inside the orb to pick it up.
Okay. So we've just ended the last round, and we are basically back into the same situation, +1 on Sentinel's side now. If Crew can get this, it would all but really put that momentum to sleep, and a great shot as Cortesia shrugs off that last round.
Yeah, huge advantage now for Sentinels, especially with that high tide coming up. especially with the Cove coming up as well, it'll be impossible for Heat.
Full pressure, over half defuse here, really nice by Sen. They can play this one with Util. No one needs to go crazy. And they make a 9-3 look for the first half possible.
Able to clean it up, but probably exactly the same scoreline as Sunset on the first half. Remember, it was a 9-1 scoreline. Cortesia had to clutch 2 rounds. This time around, it's the Professor that clutches the round to protect Redux, who was caught dead to rights in the run it back because he got canceled right away.
Yep.
But thankfully, Jonah mows down 3 players and allows Sentinels to still have players here over on the A side to protect it and also to win and close out the map in the end, or close out the round in the end.
Whoa, what a protocol here as they try to just slam towards A. A relay bolt is returned. Dante's forced to stay for a bit. Dodge out on this spam. Sentinels, very clear protocols for the beginning of each round, and this one really pays off as they fully commit to the A push. They're bringing over Cortesia as well just to keep the fight here, and they're not going to let the spike get away this time, right? No, they are not. They swarm it and make sure they can cover this for a 9-3 first half. Beautifully done here, but you question, is it too little too late from Sen to activate this kind of aggression?
Jerwin's going to find that confidence, though, moving in the second half. Opening up those 2 kills with the Guardian is huge.
Les says, try me. And he's going to wait, right? If anybody wants to be near pit, they are taking a tick damage, so he goes a little closer. 40 seconds to grab and run here. He can dine and dash. You see, Cortesia's already heading back over. They're not going to let this happen again. Yep, straight across spawn. Even taking the safe one to make sure there's no trickery being played just off the gas. 20 seconds. Les doing his best. You have to. It's the final round, and all that Redux is still going to have the shot. 3-9 as Sentinels do capture 1 more, but again, is it too little, too late?
I really respected that idea from Les, though. When he drops on that pit and he stays in there, I was like, oh crap, it's Les. If he isolates fight, it's GG, but thankfully, not only Jerwin, but also Redux was able to hold that line. It's going to be another 9-3 half, but Sentinels trailing behind by so much.
The conclusion of Sen versus Crew series right after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to VCT Americas for the conclusion of Sentinels versus Crew. Crew on the brink of taking down Sen as they look ahead to playoffs. And Crew would be grabbing their first win here, which is such a boon for them as they look towards the play-in with these building blocks.
And I was hoping for Crew to have a chance to win this map. They had to have a pretty decent attack side because it was going to be difficult for them to attack. Yet somehow they pulled 9 rounds on the attack side. So playing the solo controller on Les could act like a Senti to stall on one side, and then the responsibility from Crew now to use the other Senti of Heat with the Headhunter looking down towards the A-line. The nice spot, so many players as well. The double initiator is also going to have Crew move around the map as they're already moving 3.
Yeah, happy to play retake, it seems, on that B site. but also the info they grab in mid here could be big. The timing of that forward walk is going to see everybody back here down by spawn. And just a foot, yep. That's kind of risky to stay out in the open, but they want to. They want to pull that fight in because they feel stronger in the battle, and they come away healthy on the side of Crew. As this gets pushed over to be John Cutie quite low, but they should have time to plant here. I say that with a question mark because Crew is actually quite close already. Yeah, they're going to give it to him just for the safe retake.
Got to wait for the high tide to come down and also leverage a knife and flash from Sadak for the retake.
Ooh, Les gaining some unknown space here, and he's going to be the one that could really cause some problems. A flash to the backside, so that's cleared for Sadak. John Cutie hits his first shot as none of the utils being used on the right side of the site. Easy for Sentinels now to pick these up. They identify one, but they're looking for a third. Now they know. Trying to keep it safe. What a push-up by Redux to thread the middle of the defenders. Beautifully done. Pistol round for Sentinels.
Treading it out once again, so 3 for 3 in the pistol rounds in this series. Really nice stuff on to the post plan for Sentinels there. They can just focus on finding the front of that site because Cortezia is still watching the back lane behind Pillar from his position in the front of B. All right, the vibes at least still up here for Sentinels. We'd like to see that. An FPX buy on the attack side, 3 rifles and 2 ghosts. Redux 2 pips away of getting his ult, so he's just trying to pick it up. So standard plays on the side of the attack. And a double hold from both Jonah P and Cortezia will spot and stop the threat and prevention of Crew getting their own orb on the A side.
Just allowing Heat to be that back anchor in B here, as it looks like Sen want to end over towards that B site. I think they like the way it works, knowing they saw a bit of util over towards A. And this should be quite a safe hit. Giving a little respect here to Crew, even if it is their low buy. This should be a textbook hit for Sen coming in. Out to the angles, pushing back, force Heat out of sight, and now they can take their defensive positions. Now this is where you question, do they move up? Or do they set up a little defense here? Make sure there's no pushing from Crew.
Should be switching weapons. There you go, Redux with the Ghost, because he's one away from his ult. Got to start running forward fairly soon. We try to pick up the ult into the next round. That said, Crew are rotating all the way back, looking for some huge exits.
Sen not even searching. They realize what this round means, and even the bits of armor that they carry into the next round with the way Crew has been playing. So this is a very, very safe post plant for a team that has classics. And you can see why. A little bit of a bandit play there too from MW Zera. Oh, shot in the face. Les is going to make it into sight, though. A little ha-ha as he runs away. And a cleanup. Nice job by Crew to get in there with a little damage, but great job by Sen to keep it going.
Still very nice by Crew to have a protocol to look for exit kills by slicing the exit lanes and not allowing Sentinels to have the best of luck to watch that flank. They were perfectly set up on a high-low on the top of the staircase to look after the flankers. And after that wall comes down, you see how you started scrambling a little bit on the side of the attack of Sentinels. Yet thankfully, Crew was only able to take down 1 player in the process on that flank. So it allows here for Sentinels to have a full rifle round in their bonus. Lots of noise being made towards the middle thanks to Redux. Just trying to force the rotates away here from the A line. So that potentially after the walk contact and that their position's given away, Redux can pick up the orb.
Timing here. Sadak realizing a nice destroy on the knife, though, so they can't identify how many are there. They just realize it's an alt orb play now that the run it back is coming through in a site. Sadak doing a good job playing off a bit of that detection, but he is spammed out for his troubles. And just to run it back. So close to this site already. Seems like Crew is trying to turn up the pace just a little bit, and Dante is able to execute on that, not realizing Sentinels is still 3 strong on that spike plant.
They're trying to duel again as well. Low smoke dropped. Trying to spot here, rotate potentially from orange. In the end here, Sentinels were able to have a very clean take. Last two players for Crew will save their weapons. And it's nice this time around here that the way that Sentinel's scaling for the A control, instead of playing the contact, you still want it to jump, pop, flash, to just push that line away in case Heat was there. I think that will be one of the biggest threats as well, looking at Crew on the defensive side of the forward positions that Heat will take once he has the operator in his hands. And they have to be ready to take it down. They have no knives to really stall. They have maybe the drone or recon dart, something, but that's early utility that's going to be wasted out. So just the threat of Heat alone in some positions could really dwindle down the utility available for Sen overall when it comes down to the site hit. So keeping Jonah P and also keeping Jonah P and also Redux alive will be super important for the mid rounds for Sentinels.
As we hit the timeout for Crew. Really, Zonic hasn't had too much of that as we see the Heat record.
A fun one, because we're talking about all his losses since 2024, and that was what, Champs when he played against Fnatic, and we're not putting any win columns in there because he hasn't won anything since then.
Yeah.
So under two different organizations since 2024 and playing so many different roles, from Duelist to Initiator to Senti to back to Duelist and now Senti, he still hasn't won a game. This will be room to breathe and confidence, not just for Crew to get one series this stage, but most importantly for Heat to get a dub since 2024.
Yeah.
Moving into the play-ins.
Absolutely.
And with Sen now converting a bonus round and starting to close that gap on the attack side, when we talked about the pressure on the side of Sentinels, hopefully it's not going to start lingering behind Heat as well if Sentinels is able to come back.
And what's their play here? Into round 16, just 3 away from tying us up here in map 3. Both teams have traded their maps to get here and thinking they were stronger on both Summit and Sunset. There's a pickup for John Cutie. Reckoning is going to be 1 away here, and that possibility of the ult is sitting on his back in spike form. Push up already from Crew, though. You can see the movement as they've educated themselves on what's happening around the map.
Yeah, it's a good call by Sadak. Right now, Sentinels are going to play it slow because they know that Crew are going to be on a lower buy, so you go for a slow default, get orb control, try to maximize the orbs. You're picking it up for John Cutie, and you're thinking here, because there's no second pivot for the side of Sentinels, that they're probably going to try to get the orb on the B side. Yet, because probably Dante in the push here from Les sees nothing on the B side, Crew is able to rotate back on the A line and still have 3 players to hold the A site.
A 1-minute timer for this hit. And Crew is ready. Almost a 3rd bandit kill there. Huge damage from MW0 already for the team to come in and clean up. Great spot by Jonah P and that sliver.
Huge. And because Cortezia during that time was able to insert himself into the B site. Thankfully, with MW0 dropping down 2 players of Sentinels on the exec, that John Cutie has not committed with the rest of his team, is able to stay alive with the spike and now leverage the Reckoning in the post plant, especially when John Cutie and both John Cutie and Jonah P are low on HP.
This is terrifying too. Dante with a stinger, so you know he's going to be even more aggressive to get in your face. Reckoning comes out. Pressure cooker for the clock. 10 seconds left here as they're about to blow the lid off of this one and then push in. Oh, both are preparing, and Jonah P more than ready as Les takes him down.
It's Les, though.
He's trying to gain a bit of space here. They know exactly where he's coming from, so this makes it even crazier if he's just able to hit the shots and make it work. First one's going to be through the smoke, and the second one on John QT. You have to be kidding. Against all odds, Les comes out on top.
Missing communication again for Sentinels, but I mean, to all respect, Cortezia has been very good in the clutches. So at this time, you're only having to do a 1 versus 1 battle. He's on the top of the scoreboard as well at 16 and now 10 after losing that duel against Les. Had the snake bite out of his feet, but unfortunately couldn't capitalize on the kill. And John Cutie was just a little bit too late to go for the trade. And now Crew is the first team to hit double digits in this 3rd map. And Heat standing up to thank his teammate. Because he's also getting closer to his first dub since 2024.
He feels it. He's like, can this be real? So what can Sentinels do? Really, at this point, all eyes on Sentinels and what they're doing to attack. Cortesia is always going to be your lurker here, but they're going to put everybody in a death ball to go in past this drone and follow Jerwin in. The double duelist comp needs to take space. It needs to create the kills, and they have a great flash to take down Les and start. The walls.
Huge. Map control as well.
About to go down. More walls put back up just so you can reposition in the fight, and they have to get to the spike. Sentinels only leaving Jerwin in as they play very far away post plant here with the Hunter's Fury.
Cortesia is playing the lineup. They have shock darts. Yeah, everything's looking really good here for Sentinels to get the 7th round.
Dante, wait. Source is Jerwin. And they're going to just combine it without it even being diffused right now. So wait, they should be able to start to get it diffused. Sadok's going to get right on it. And they push all the Sentinels out of the A main. You have to be kidding me. It's still being diffused and Cortesia can't get the angle on it. Crew are making Sen look silly.
Oh my gosh. I was looking at the lineup from Cortesia with the snake bite. That should have been a shock dart that follows up with it first and then go into the Hunter's Fury.
But it was instant. No way.
Oh, that's no timeout remaining, remember, for the side of Sentinels, so that is going to sting. A round stolen away here, because look at the econ of what Crew has despite them winning the round. They got nothing to work with. That was such a huge important round for Sentinels to start stringing some rounds back in their favor, but now Crew has a chance.
Again, how does MWZ get another wall? Okay, Les is there for it, but that's the teamwork. They shouldn't be getting any of these here. Jerwin able to come back with one of the kills and clean up mid for a moment, but Sen have already suffered on this, and they're going to be facing Jerwin sliding in. Sadok's flashes, those stingers are still there to cause the chaos. You know, it's crazy, Vans. Sen came off 100 Thieves in G2. Some of the hardest matches that you can take away things to really come out strong in your last match against the team that hasn't gotten to win all split, right? Yep. But that's just not the way the game's going.
And still got the dub against Cloud9 and Loud, who's been looking good towards the end of the season.
Heat with 1 kill. Here comes Dante. Not even hesitating, just looking for more hunting, sniffing out the rest of the members here of Sentinels to get the defuse on and put that game point pressure right in their face. Jerwin and John Cutie giving them a little bit of breathing room though, and they might have bought a bit more time here. The 1v1 and no time to defuse. And Sentinels down to John Cutie, but they are able to keep Crew off of game point for another round.
A 1 versus 2 there, but it had to become a very quick trade out from John Cutie to save that round here for Sentinels. Closing that gap by 4, but the openers that you had from Crew, talked about a lower buy that you had for the side of Crew Visa, yet somehow it's still 2 pistols that opens up the round on the defense.
Oh my God, I can't scream, sorry. My heart's gonna jump.
Yeah, the vibes has quickly changed from being very happy at the start of this map into the, oh my God, the reality sitting in that Crew could upset us right now, so it's time to lock in.
You need all your energy to go into the plays right now, not to stand up. Keep it focused and keep firing. Already at B, Sentinels feel a little bit of Crew's defense, but that's just to figure out who's there. And out in the open, standing there with the operator as Heat, always ready for a shot.
They couldn't identify where the op was going to be in the first place, and when Redux is trying to watch it passively, you don't really know if he's posted into A main or if he's going to walk through the mid-double doors, and it's the mid-double doors play that drops a huge piece of utility for the site hit. Thankfully, though, the Viper Wall is out there on the attack side, which allows for them to want to re-hit in the site if they want to slice up the map a little bit. But they're utilizing that wall to just fully rotate back towards this B site. Even if Les has this pit available, He's not trying to drop it down. He's going to have to play it a little bit more soft in that B site to just contain the arches. If not, this man right here could do some serious damage again.
It's got to be that timing. They have to clear elbow a little bit. Could have been a timing there for Crew to get in defensively, unless shuts him down with the drone coming out. Takes the drone and the player. That's not the way it's supposed to happen. Redux, the first in. They're not going to find any kills on these. It's one of the boons Crew has had is they don't die during the site take because they're allowing the site to be taken and then squashing Sentinels. Before they even get there, Sadak gets a kill. They start to just chip away at Jonah P on the plant. Game point is very much in the eyes of Crew, and they lock it in on time as Redux just tries to do a bit more damage in the round. What pressure from Crew here to just keep Sentinels always guessing and never in the right spot.
And look at the amount of util that was still available to deny that plan, not only through the Hunter's Fury, but shock darts, mollies. And Cortezio is trying his darnest to try to find an opener, to try to shut down Les. But just a sliver peek from Les baits out the shots and allows the two players to rotate up to take him down. How does Les stay alive in there and still provide value for the rotate? On the side of Crew is insane to me. But now it is map and series point for Crew to get their first dub in Stage 2 and to shake up the rankings of Omega, to allow Loud to secure the top 2 seed with 100 Thieves. As Sentinels are looking for the site exec into the B site.
Really nice protocol here. Already we see some mollies being lobbed over there from Cortezia. Reckoning pushes the team back. I mean, you got to expect Crew to be in the same position, just playing defensively, letting that site be taken before they can get in. They've traded 1 for 1 already as the null command continues to ring out. Dante starts to fight back. Oh, he goes for the fake, and then he just steps on Jerwin. That's disgusting. They get Sadak back up. The brain is back in the game, and now all they have to do is surround this pit and cut Sentinels down. Dante opening the site. The rest of the team now opening back in with MW0's dart. That's the first kill. An ace for Dante here, possibly to shut the lights out on Sentinels, and it's MW0 as Crew take down Sen City.
A raising fist from the IGL at Sadak after that W as they get their first victory in Stage 2. We've been continuing the Freaky Fridays from yesterday with all of these upsets that now shows that those that have been struggling throughout this whole stage are looking primed to give us the best play-ins ever next week.
Incredible stuff coming out of Crew. They played on everything they could to get under the skin of Sentinels in this, but also showed some different things where they knew the meta wasn't working for them communication-wise. Les said the agents are fine. It's not about that type of meta. It's how we're calling in it. So to make that type of change internally with team changes happening, you're right, Crew is surprising.
You can see how much that W means to them.
Very much.
Zonic fist bumping his team, but also 2 players putting their 1 finger up saying we finally got one. But the confidence for Dante, top fragging for Crew in that 3rd map.
Dude.
Heat getting his first victory since 2024. And Crew as an organization finally finding some form in defeating one of the top contenders that we had in Omega in Sentinels. Sentinels' dub over here could have given them a chance to make it into the top 2, but now that puts Sentinels into the play-ins. And I'm looking forward to the draw show tomorrow, because if somehow we get some sort of Sentinels against M80 in the play-ins, holy crap, is that going to be cinema.
The way that Sentinels' second map plagues them is almost the way that Crew always goes on a run at this moment. It's so true that it continues to happen. They find the momentum at the last second, and it's been through different teams, different coaches. What is this energy that the community brings to crewmen happening? And they start off that possibility right here as they look.
Oh, he hit his toes!
Oh my gosh, dude. Just everything that was happening for Crew here seemed to click. Crazy.
Very good, and at least also sigh of relief as well, as the pressure is away from 100 Thieves and for Loud. They get to skip the play-ins to watch the competition in the next week and prepare here for playoffs.
That's true. That's absolutely true. Well, that's going to do it for us here on the stage. Let's send it down over to Dryad, who's down on stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Sadak after Crew's win against Sentinels. Can we hear it for Sadak one more time? This was an incredible match. matchup and a big upset in Sadak. Earlier, I got the chance to talk to you, and you were saying that in order to win today, what the team needed was energy. How did you keep that energy going even after losing that map 1?
I think it happened again on map 1. Like, we were coming super cold, like no high energy. And after, like, we talked a little bit after the first map, we were like, okay, guys, let's reset again and just work on what we work actually.
We didn't also know what to expect on the map of Breeze, but you guys changed that composition. Heat is on the Chamber, Les is on Viper, you are on KO. Feels really comfortable for everybody. How much did this comfort play into getting that win and closing it out?
It played a huge role, to be honest. We also kind of like understand how to play those agents better than, like, we are super used to play those agents, right? So for us, it was like, okay, can it fit the meta? Okay, it fits, but can we now play comfortably? Yes, we can. So yeah, we're just using that.
Is it kind of a sigh of relief after getting this win?
Sorry, I can hear you.
Is it a sigh of relief after getting this win?
Oh yes, we're going into playing super confident right now. So yeah, it's super happy.
Yeah, we have play-ins coming up next week, and it's very interesting for you because Tuis is in La Masia, QCK is in 2G, and you have been part of the other side for some of the coaches and staff for Bestia. So Tell me a little bit about, you have a favorite, anyone they want to face, what's going to happen?
I mean, for sure I'm gonna bet on my homies back there, Tuis and the guys. I love them guys, and yeah, for my vote is for them.
Anybody that you want to face or not?
No, not really.
Nothing specific?
No, we're just taking one step at a time.
We'll see what happens. Sadak, thank you so much for the interview. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. But you guys definitely don't want to go anywhere because we have that playoff spot on the line between LEV and MIBR.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Oh, no. So close.
Então acho que pra gente enfrentar a MIBR vai ser jogo muito legal.
Still Bruno alive with 2 left, and the Odin in his hands. Bruno, you're joking!
Então acho que a MIBR nesse Stage 2 tá vindo com... Eles estão num momento muito bom, acho que eles ganharam 3 partidas seguidas já, se não me engano. Então eles estão vindo num momento muito forte, né? A gente é um time que vem com um momento também muito bom.
De Francisco Aravena, el primero cae, el segundo también, y Francisco Aravena!
Então acho que um jogador que tá se destacando muito na MIBR recentemente, não recentemente, vai ter um tempo já, é o Zek, que ele é um jogador também, eu vejo ele um pouco parecido com o Sato, de questão de hypar o time. Então eu acho que o Sato vai ter a mesma energia que ele teve no último jogo contra a NRG. Eu acho que foi um jogo contra a NRG, foi um que ele gritou muito, mas eu acho que teve muito mais que ele gritou. Que ele é um jogador que grita muito, que hypa muito o time, então com certeza ele vai estar muito hypado pra esse jogo também.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, and our second match on this Saturday is Leviatán versus MIBR. But first, we have to address the upset in the room and the grammar too. 0 days since I lost the upset. What is happening this week?
I don't know.
What is going on?
Insane upsets in a row, and like in dominant fashion too. Like Loud having the 13-1 yesterday. Now Crew slam dunking Sentinels on the final map.
But I feel like when you look at what happened yesterday, it's teams that were kind of already on the come up. When you look at today with Crew, they've been down. They've been like having no success anywhere, not even a single map. But then all of a sudden they turn it around and take over and win against Sen in, like you said, a dominant fashion. It's mind-boggling to me.
I mean, I want to dig into the next game, but I also low-key want to talk about like what does that tell us about Sentinels, but we're not going there. No, let's talk about the banger we have ahead of us because there's plenty of stuff to talk about. That's right, it's that one. Woo.
All the way at the top.
Listen, this one is going to be so good because both these teams have so much to play for, right? They're both on 3-1 and they're fighting for the second place in Group Alpha and the playoff qualification to go with that. Now the loser, of course, getting third place and will be having to fight their way through the play-ins. This is the third official time these two teams are facing off against each other this year. 1-1 the current score. MIBR took the last one at an event in Paris. So, how do we feel they stack up?
I mean, to be honest, when I'm looking at that event, the best of 3 that they won against LEV, that was before LEV went on that insane Masters London run to actually win the whole event. I don't want to discount it, but I mean, it was still LEV trying to not show too much going into Masters, but also trying to kind of put up a fight and get some more reps in. But now here, it's a whole different story, right? We have LEV that came from London, that won a Masters, and they're still finding success. They've only lost 1 match, but that match was super close. And on the other hand, you have MIBR that's been on the rise as well. They're fixing a lot of those mistakes that we saw early on, and they're looking like a dominant team. So this should be one of the closest matches we've had all stage.
Yeah, I mean, the very simple way of saying it is this is going to be a close match, like you're saying, but based on the history, you have to say that LEV are the favorites.
Yeah. We do indeed. Now, for more on this matchup, let's hear from King. Dryad spoke with him earlier today.
There is nothing better in Americas than a matchup with high stakes and old rivalries between different teammates that are not in the same team anymore. So, King, you're facing 3 of your old teammates today. Do you feel like you still have a read on some of their tendencies, especially now that Mazino's the IGL?
Honestly, not. I think from whenever we play together, I personally evolve so much, so I know they also evolve. So we're completely different players right now.
Any words for your old teammates?
No.
King's gonna speak with action.
Yeah, that's
Not
right.
words.
That was really intense. I don't know if I liked it, but that's all right. That's all right. I do like what we've seen from Leviatán. And yes, they were on a massive win streak that you said ended last week against Energy, but generally though, I still feel like we have to consider them the favorite because the match I played against Energy was like the most competitive, highest level of Valorant we have seen in recent years.
I mean, this super close game. They end up losing it in a long overtime at the very end. But what was so interesting to me, I think, was actually their look on Summit and how they actually changed up their comp a little bit. On most maps, they're always playing the Neon, the Phoenix. It's a very standard pick for them. But having Neon go over to the Jet after just 1 week of playing a completely different comp that looked like this one on Haven was a really big change and something that I wonder is that actually the approach they want to go with, or are they playing the Jet knowing exactly how NRG want to play that double smoke plus Cypher comp on Summit?
I mean, that's really hard to say, but I do like the fact that they are trying to see what they can do, especially with different comps, different agents, just overall different looks going into it, especially when, you know, there's still so many matches ahead of them that they can kind of grow and build on their identity. But one thing that I'm looking at for LEV is, yes, they lost to NRG, but one thing you have to keep in mind is that they're so good at their turnaround. They're so good at fixing what went wrong one week to come back into the next week and find success. We saw it with specifically Sunset. They got stomped like 13-1 against Furia, but then next week we see them picking and playing it against teams like NRG and destroying them 13-6, destroying EG 13-5. So you can never really count them out based off of like one showing of a map.
Yeah, changing your opinion because you see them lose one map by 2 rounds, you're fools. You're fools. Leviatán, they might be beatable, but not for most teams.
Yeah. I mean, our audience overreacting to a loss, that's unheard of. And, what are you even saying? But I think at least what the match showed against Energy is that Leviatán are beatable. And that's good news for MIBR, I guess, because they came back from a 12-5 deficit to take down Evil Geniuses in week 3. And there are so many clutches, big clutches, in that map that we had to make an entire compilation of it.
As part of that comeback, down 12-5, they won 7 rounds in a row to tie it up. That made it 9. It was just insane. And it started with Tex.
He wants it. Not today.
This was crazy. Like, he gets the first one, but his next one was even better. There were so many good ones. We kind of tried to rank them, starting with like the weaker looking clutches, and then we get to the really insane ones at the very end. But Verno's Odin was a classic.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the entire map of Haven, Verno was a thorn in EG's back. You felt like no matter if you were in control, if you were up numbers, Verno had a way of using that Odin and winning rounds where you shouldn't. Even this round specifically, having the Neon sliding through and being able to transfer from that Sova kill is just so impressive.
Yeah, and then there were these 2 ones over on the A side as well. And again, basically the same situation where they just keep coming into Verno. Again, Verno 1v2 right here, low players on the other side. And you just can't swing into this guy. He'll kill you every time. But it's this next one that is just a thing of beauty. Tex's micro here to pivot left, right, high, low in the less than a second and a half is just otherworldly.
And while there were a lot of standout individuals in this series, I don't want to take away from the overall improvement that MIBR has had. When we look at their first match here back in groups, it felt like we were seeing the same MIBR that we saw all of stage 1, the ones who can't stay composed. They can't convert a massive lead to close out a map and just fall off short in the third. They can't keep up that momentum, that stamina. But that's not the case anymore. We saw them be able to turn things around, be able to come back into games that they shouldn't, or close out maps that they should be. It's a new look for MIBR. They're not reliant on the individuals as much. We see a lot more team chemistry with them, not a lot of these fundamental mistakes that they were having early on.
Yeah, I just feel like what we learned from MIBR in their last few matches is they are on the right trajectory. A lot of teams had to make changes, and then obviously with the meta changing as well. Like, there was a lot to work on for many of those teams, but MIBR seemed to have found their footing at the right time.
I think they've sold me on the fact like they can stay composed and come back into a game, but I'm still not fully sold on MIBR. You go down 12-5 to Evil Geniuses, and then it's not clean round wins after that. It is 5 ridiculous clutches in 1vx situations. Nah, MIBR, they need to prove way more to me before I'm ready to say, yeah, they're on the level of Leviatán, and hey, maybe they can do that today.
You're a tough crowd. Maybe Verno can sell it. How about that? Let's send it over to Dryad, who had a chat with him earlier today.
MIBR is in a 3-match win streak, and Verno, I want to go all the way back to when you were playing with Oxygen. I remember Mitch was praising a lot of your mid-round calling, even though you were not the IGL at the time. So is that also your input right now with Mazino IGLing?
I mean, for that in this team, I'd probably give like most credit to like Mazino for how he's like stepped up like to the role, and Zekin honestly for like he's helping in some ways with the calling. So
do you feel like you're more free now, because we've seen some insane plays from you?
Yeah, I mean, I just have more like space to like focus on myself like every day. So
I want to see more of those 3Ks. Thank you so much.
So even taking his headset off, like he's just like fully locked in.
Hey, he's just focused on getting another 4K today.
Exactly.
Right.
You can't ruin what's working for him. Who knows what he's jamming out to on there?
Yeah, how dare Dryad trying to take him out of the zone with an interview. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that work for MIBR, and they find a lot of success with, for example, Aspas on that Neon. And today, he'll be facing off against Spike. I think that's a spicy matchup for us to watch.
Yeah, that one's going to be a fun one. And I think for me, what I've been most impressed with Aspas in Stage 2 is how he's leveled up working with the team on the attack side. I think Aspas, across a variety of different teams, has usually been a player to me that is most comfortable on the defense side when he can take fights on his own control, and is sometimes let down by not having the support when he goes into sites. But I think the way that MIBR have worked around him when they're concocting a lot of these exec rounds onto sites has just set him up to take over games.
Yeah, and I just loved how he's actually like going into it fully. He's having fun in the role now, and he's even said that it's great that he can just run in on the Neon, throw his stuns, go for a pick, and know that his team, especially Zekken, has his back throughout it all. And we look at the side of Spike, he's had that since the start. Spike has been outperforming a lot of the other Neon players since the beginning of the year, I guess since Stage 1, and he's looked great on it. So I'm excited to see that we're having like a Neon versus Neon head-to-head, especially since Aspas has kind of stepped up to the role lately.
Yeah, it's like old guard versus new guard,
Yeah.
and it turns out you can teach old dogs new tricks. Like Aspas
Who would've
was
thought?
Mr. Jet for forever, and now like one jet map, everything else has been Neon, and he's looked fantastic on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's matching that young gun energy, that aggression, that fearlessness. And Aspas is, you know, he's back in it. So I am excited for this one as well. Let's take a look at our predictions for this one, because I believe I remember correctly, Emily, you went as the sole MIBR supporter, enthusiast, stan, if I may. What gave you the confidence in this team?
Honestly, I didn't think it was going to be so one-sided. If I saw that it was going to be like this, I maybe would have voted Lev just to give them a little bit more hope on that caster series. But I really liked what I've seen out of them. I like the Zekken and Aspas duo that we were just kind of talking about. I think they can have the potential to overwhelm these teams. And especially if this match goes how I think it will, like just brawl after brawl, not too many mind games, I think they have a good chance of kind of overpowering Lev.
For me, they showed too many macro weaknesses, especially on Haven. Their control over Garage was non-existent on the defense side, and they were bailed back in by fantastic individual rounds and clutch-up performances from Verno and Tex. Leviatán, you're not going to knock them down twice in a row.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that, but at the same time, yes, they have macro problems, but the thing that's really stood out to me is their team chemistry. When I'm looking back at them from Stage 1, they were struggling playing like 3v2 situations, 3v1 situations. It felt like there was a big disconnect. But lately, they've been able to actually convert those rounds that they should be winning into wins. They're fixing a lot of these mistakes match by match, so it gives me a little bit of hope.
Yeah, they simplified. Instead of playing 3v1s, they're playing 1v3s. And
yes, exactly. It's perfect. It's beautiful. That's what we want to see out of MIBR. Listen, it's going to be a tough match either way, but MIBR, at their current state, I'm voting for them just because this is the most potential that I've seen out of them.
Absolutely. Now, I think the map selection here is going to be very interesting. You mentioned it right before we headed onto the desk. We haven't really seen an awful lot from Leviatán. They only played 4 different maps this stage. They were able to like keep so much to their chests. Is that
so much hidden.
To their chests. So let's see. Okay, the permaban Lotus is up for grabs and will be the decider map. We're heading to Split first, and then Sunset. What are we making out of this map selection? Who's winning this?
First of all, I'm excited. I'm happy that MIBR ended up banning Summit, not only because they had a little bit of a rough go at it their first time around, but the fact that Lev did end up losing that map, and just thinking back to how they kind of recovered their Sunset, I was expecting them to fully try and go into that and come back stronger. So the fact that that's out of the way, it's a little sad to see, but at the same time, I think it was a smart move out of MIBR.
I think ultimately, though, you're still got to be really happy if you're Leviatán. You start out on Split, which you're just the best at, period. Then you go on to Sunset, another small map that really enables you to rock the double duelist and seek out early fights and play to the tempo you want. I think it'll be a hard road for MIBR to actually push us all the way to get to Lotus.
I think some copium, though, is for Split. That's a map that we have yet to see MIBR play. We don't know how their scrims have been. We don't know what kind of comp they're going to pull out to try and kind of anti-Lev here. We've seen a lot of Lev. Yes, we've seen so much. We know exactly how they play. Even though we have that, though, they are still a team that's great at adapting throughout the game and able to kind of change things up when need be.
And here are our compositions for Leviatán over MIBR.
Leviatán.
Leviatán. There we go. Blue and blue. As well.
Yeah. They're running the tried and true. No surprises there. The classic things to look out when they're on defense. Be worried about the refights coming into mid or coming into mains. On attack, watch out for Spike going at you. And interestingly enough, we are going to see Aspas on that little jet raise action. That, of course, usually means really heavy dive pressure on light anchors on the A side of the map. You have to be really careful about getting wrapped up ramp and up through heaven.
Now, playoffs are on the line for those two teams. Let's get into map 1 and send it over to your casters. Here are Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Zowie. Now, there are some opponents here in the VCT that you have to scout, scrutinize, and study. And there are some that you just know. King and Mazzino have shared way too many rounds, too many stages, and too many ambitions for this game to feel ordinary. Two of LATAM's golden children face off with two stories intertwined since the game's inception.
Crew had a grip on LATAM in that pre-partnership era. Within that, the rivalry that defined it was against Leviatán, King's Leviatán, who finally usurped Crew right before the VCT partnership era began. It saw Mazzino and King join up for 2 years, highlighted by that third place run in Champs 24. Since then, departing, going their own ways, King fully embracing South America with this Leviatán team, and Mazzino trying to seek some of that glory and push it further, getting back to his teammates from that 2024 run.
A win here today, and the play-ins disappear. Lose, and your road to champions gets that much tougher. It's a lot on the line in this game, and already the pistol round opens with a brief exchange. It's LEV that are deep into the A side.
Second going to be picking up that race. Has been on a ton of Phoenix. He's taking point into screens right now. Duel against Spike's in, and an awkward exchange goes MIBR's way.
Some damage done, but not nearly as much as Spike we felt he needed to find here. The one loose element is King on a bit of a re-wrap here. There's an opportunity for him to get up into heaven, but not before. Aspas and Zek can make short work of the Leviatán players on the site. This has all been impossible for King. He's shooting in the dark, literally, and Verno happily is holding down the defuse.
The start that MIBR really need on Split of all maps. This has been the definitive home of Leviatán. They're on an 8-game win streak right now. Includes victories against Vitality globally, EDG, Paper Rex in the grand final that they won in London. This is certainly an uphill battle beginning for the MIBR team. To go up 1-0, get that momentum early could be critical.
And while we haven't seen this map from MIBR at this stage, funnily enough, these two actually played this online in an EWC qualifier, which MIBR did win. So it's not to say that they're not prepared for this team on this map. But are they going to be ready for this burst of pace from the attack side?
Really, the story of LEV's Split is every time you watch teams go up against them, it looks like they're prepared, and it just doesn't matter anyway. They are that good on it.
Spike slides in, but look at Aspas. He's just no pressure on him here. The Haunt came in a bit of a weird timing, such that he had time to deal with the Neon and then clear the Haunt. Bro is just chilling.
Aspas has got the aura back in this second stage. We've seen him playing with so much more confidence, a willingness to take fights that are sometimes straight up like ego duels. And that's what we've wanted from him.
I got your ass, buddy.
In fairness, MIBR did make the correct gamble with 3 players on that B side, but Aspas basically made it look like a solo job.
And so many times we've seen teams on defense try to fight B main into this classic LEV approach. And like I was saying, somehow it just always seems to go LEV's way anyway.
Aspas does get baited a little bit by the movement. Sato here, expecting a push off the side, flashes while blind. And now both teams back away. You have to feel pretty good if you're an MIBR fan that this has gone down without too much fanfare. The Venn diagram of toxicity here in the middle of the map. Both poison orbs activated. It's Spike, who is intimating he'd try and make his way down mid, but this might instead be a pivot over towards the A side. An A side that hasn't really been opened up much yet by King.
Look at how MIBR are working this defense. Excellent read on Lev across the whole round, stopping them in B main, showing the presence in mid, keeping them pushed back, and then knowing that Lev are going to finish on A side. 4 players stacked up here. That is high-level awareness.
And look at this, playing off the contact here, maybe an opportunity to swing here, and that's the spike getting loose. Great timing there from Zek, and it's an opportunity to really disrupt things for Leviatán. The spike is still back behind them. They've got to go and recover it. But this line has been covered now by Tex, who hears all of this. Will be overwhelmed by Neon, though, but time is short for Leviatán. They need a hot footer over here, and Verno is lying in wait. He could completely dismantle this. Derail has to double back for the shot, but still stop the plant. That's the important factor. And Spike knows he does not have time to get this done.
Sublime round from MIBR. That is just so well called. The defensive maneuvering was perfect. They just had an understanding of exactly how Leviatán would be approaching that. And Verno just lying in wait the whole time. Been a monster in the clutches recently. Crucial situations in the rounds. He has had an insane turnaround from stage 1 to stage 2. In stage 1, he was the 48th player ranked by average damage per round. Right now, he is the 6th in stage 2. Massive turnaround for him. And maybe it's just those IGL duties being alleviated. He's really
focus on himself, right?
Locked in on his own game.
Whilst his current IGL tries to call his previous captain out of the playoffs. Outlaw opens up the account in this round. From that point on, a little slow. King is down to 44. And Leviatán don't have a ton of options. Once again, no inroads have been made on the A side of the map. An attempt to pop here and get into heaven, but there's no B main presence, so perhaps this is an A-sided dive in the end.
To go into B heaven, MIBR have a great little bait and switch setup. Ospas picks up the Outlaw at the perfect round. And when he falls away, if someone tries to chase, they just run right into Tex.
Verno, who's been so dependable, is going to be the point player for this incursion. It's a pretty heavy B main presence. Verno will have coverage from heaven if he needs it, though.
And he's still got the paranoia when Lev tried to get out of this choke with 3 players. Wow.
Yep, he gets everything. Gets the paranoia, slows things up. There's also a snakebite that's thrown out there. Looks like Tex has been able to waylay Leviatán further. And that's it. I mean, that is going to basically take any chance of you winning this round out of the question.
Lev just never found a moment to extract some of that util out early. And putting 3 players through B main, really dangerous when it's very standard to have that Omen as the B-side anchor. You know he still has the paranoia. Fortunate too, I mean, he gets the spam kill, but even if he doesn't, the paranoia is hitting all 3. That snakebite was coming down, time was already getting low. And MIBR had 2 players in heaven ready to fight. We are seeing them perfectly set up on these defense rounds.
I mean, coming back from London, it was not, you know, palm fronds on the ground, red carpet, arms open. Felt like a return to Bethlehem in some ways for Leviatán, right? Like, they just had a target on their back. That was it, really. And it's clear the prep here for MIBR and all that Lev tape is paying off.
Lev did have that unbeatable aura for weeks, though. Doesn't feel like it against MIBR, but there is Spike just running down Mazzino. A site cracked open. How can MIBR respond to this?
Still making it look easy on that nerf Neon. I think MIBR just have to take a beat on this. There's far too much of this control util in their way.
Spike planted.
King is going to be a serious problem back in A main.
There.
Just playing completely tucked for a super late backstab.
Second asked for that smoke, knew they'd be relying on it. There's no way Neon's getting out of it. That is brutal stuff. Snakebite thrown in that position as well. Now King needs to intuit the right timing to go after his former teammates from the cover of this dark cover. Back around the corner. He's so canny, so slow about it, but eventually he's got to get active, and he does! Swings and he's found Tex. Now you're on a clock if you're the defense side, but Aspas is in his element, fighting for his life out there. But Spike does him one better.
Lev looking really comfortable in that post plant. King waited for the perfect moment to get out of that smoke. Did not overplay his hand at all. Was fully waiting for MIBR to actually make all that noise, getting into the site, trying to dive in, and then he gets the moment to kill Tex. That really is the critical kill in the round.
This trend, though, of Aspas playing at the head of the pack, playing with confidence, with self-belief, though, is still clearly evident. 8 kills already, and he's first into these sites. Verno trying to get ahead of the molly here. This could get ugly. Nice little paranoia. Buys him some space and some time. Yes! Verno's able to find Spike! And a TP to the low ground now. Second can cover this. MIBR, nice bait and switch. Leviatán have been denied too much more of the map, but now they might head in that A direction because look how deep King has gotten. All the way through A, all the way through screens. And with a flourish, he produces a double. And there's no backup, nothing for MIBR to fall back on here.
King's Viper play on split has just been elite in the recent Leviatán run. Perfect timing to maneuver all the way through A. And just likes to remind you that he is just as quality of a mechanical player, of a shooter, as the rest of them on this team.
This is round 6. And that is the first time that King has actually gone, honestly, past the ropes on that A side of the map. He's been holding the most passive line you could imagine, sitting, waiting for a push up. And this round is the one?
It's off the back of Leviatán making a serious adjustment to the pace of these early rounds. It's creating openings like that, right? When they were working the map at a slower pace, MIBR really had an understanding of where they would be approaching for the final destination site exec. Setups were perfect. But now that LEV have injected some pace, they are creating holes in the defense to be exploited.
And credit to them because this has all happened without timeout, without any intervention from Onua. This is just King calling a pace change and starting to find success. We're going to be heading over towards the B side pretty quickly. Let's listen in to Leviatán with their patented B hit.
Manga, ok. Vou abrir. Bora, dá 10, Spike. Bora. Espera a parede acabar. Tá varando. Vamos, cara.
Bora.
Aí, foquei. Ficou.
Banquei. Saiu. Bombe homem. Tô saiu. Réu.
Player standing. Spike down B.
Valeu. É de boa.
I'd be lying if I said I expected that. MIBR have again figured out how to unravel this strat from Leviatán, which has been a signature look of theirs.
Starts with this Aspas operator. He has been consistently on that B line, by the way. They are using that as a crucial piece of denying LEV in main. But beyond that, again, we just see this ultra-fast rotate to play together, deny LEV at the choke. They have struggled massively to get out on that B side, whether it was late round or early round. They're going back to the well, right in here on the full buy.
This time, though, the B side is not stacked as it was in the last round, and Verno's only able to get a 1-for-1. Dex is going to pull off, play for retake, but into a Viper's Pit. That gets exponentially more difficult.
Mizzino would love to have the Seekers here, but that's not going to be an option. They're going to have to just straight up work their way through the pit as a team. Just try and find King somehow. Spam damage is good enough to bring it down to 62, and Second finds one in the midst of it.
This is getting dangerous. In fact, finding the Fade here is huge.
The clock is seriously working against MIBR. Zekin is trying to create some kind of distraction back sight, but Neon shuts him down.
Okay, dangerous here. Tech's going to be brought down by Sato, and Aspas just really hasn't been able to make any inroads. He's sat there with an op. Mizzino's going to have to do this himself. Drag himself onto the side. Fight for it now. But time, I think, is just too far gone, and Aspas seems to know it. Waiting for an opportunity to present itself, but a Viper's Pit and an op in his hands, not a great combination.
So many obstacles there that MIBR would have had to maneuver to win that, and ultimately it is just too many, right? Lacking the smokes, they can't cut off the B main angle, so Zekin has to take a high-risk, high-reward fight by satcheling past the B main line, but the person that's going to be playing Tuck there, huge advantage in the fight. Neon capitalizes on that one. They don't have tools to get through the pit.
But that is the difference in having a 3-player stack on B set up to disrupt the push, and then a more default look that has Tex in heaven and Verno sitting back, only able to trade 1-for-1. If they might be able to beat this B hit, they've got to be there in advance.
Boss, oh wow, barely gets away.
Holding on to one up though, so can still do a lot of work with it, but that's the pace here for Leviatán, really ratcheting
I love
up again.
that desire to punish Aspas.
Scout destroyed.
You know, many of these Leviatán players grew up watching him and probably were inspired to follow in his footsteps. Now they're trying to chase him down.
That is a matchup between the best duelist ever to come from Brazil and the new generation in Sato and Spike.
That Viper's Pit in mid complicates things a little bit. Leviatán can't really slip the net this round. There's no free lanes to lurk through. Flash re-clear of A by MIBR. So confirmed that Lev are actually still sitting on their line of scrimmage, and this is the pace that Aspas would much prefer to play into with the op.
Cover going. MIBR have some players towards this A site. Are they going to try to burst into support? A second critical kill. Mizzino on the swing, and Tex picks up the mid lurk as well. Leviatán early into the round get a lot of nice map control, force MIBR back, but when they slow down that pace, they are just picked to pieces. You're trying to lurk against that op. That's a dangerous, dangerous game for them.
And that off angle for Zekken is identical to the off angle that Tex takes on the B side to shut that hit down as well. He plays from, you know, the bottom of ropes. So if MIBR can slow these rounds down, they look vastly better.
Yeah, and that's one where it feels like Lev are trying to go for one of their earlier rounds, but the subversion in that they make all the noise A and King goes for the lurk to get space in B. You remember the one where he gets all the way
deep
through A, and then they're able to call back to him. But trying to make that play now that Aspas has the op on the field, way tougher.
Now, the stakes are pretty high on this game, right? The idea of missing play-ins is huge. It's even huger though for MIBR. Leviatán, of course, this is the history that we're looking at here. Obviously, that incredible run, you know, at Champions in 2024. They won Stage 2. That was the quote-unquote old Leviatán. That was King with Aspas, Mizzino, and Tex. It's a different era for this team now. It's a different generation. And King is the one that is literally standing in between both iterations of Leviatán right now.
A matchup that is rich with history and riddled with global champions, 7 of them in the server right now.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Zekken was global champion on Sentinels, that's true. Still a couple players looking for that first
Mizzino
one,
and Tex, they know the pain of
coming
coming
close.
so close with that third place finish.
And that's why I don't feel like this is revenge for Mizzino. I think it's a chance to prove that MIBR's route in taking the established talent to back to glory is also valid.
And it felt like the way the year's been going so far, it would just culminate in disaster. They haven't been able to live up to the expectations, but finally this stage, it does feel like they're getting there. This newfound confidence, aggression that they're playing with, and this is what we're talking about. It's Aspas right down mid for that opening.
Can they get him out though? That's the question. Zekken gets pretty deep down mid. Aspas was able to get out. It does feel like this MIBR team was built to win globals. And it's taken all year for them to get to a place where we start to believe it as a possibility. Better late than never, though.
But beyond that, going up against an opponent that feels like they have the stars of tomorrow, yet they have already eclipsed them in the present by winning London. Aspas trying to take space on B. This operator has been so important for MIBR. He has caught the lurks in the moments like these.
It's your Masters London MVP versus 2022 World Champion. Either side of that box. Verno on the swing. Ugly. Yep, decayed down. So easily blown over by some of that spam. Oh, Aspas! Neon definitely favored that position, but now that B site is completely open. Mizzino and Zekken have the money to go for this, but again, working their way in. They need to link up, and King is going to deny that opportunity, finding his old friend.
Yeah, that would have had to have been the kill from Xeno to check left there. Zekin just going to take his time, playing out the rest of this round. Leviatán make a great choice in splitting back towards B. But this time, putting more emphasis on getting through Heaven. They have struggled more so getting through the B main choke.
Leviatán able to navigate a slower mid-round and still find some value with those late opportunities, translating into a plant. And so the game stays close. You know, King said he had nothing to say to his old team in that free game interview. I don't believe that. I actually don't believe that. Too much of like who he and Mazzino are as players was built together.
6 years of history together, rivals, teammates. Maybe a couple words. Man, I'm just looking at the scoreboard though right now. You've already got 21 kills combined between Osboss and Zekin. That scoreboard is representative of exactly what you wanted to see with this MIBR project. Two of the best duelists in the world working together to bring a trophy to this global team.
And so much of what Zekin's been doing this stage has been on Phoenix, right? We go back to see him on a Raze map. And honestly, hasn't looked like he's missed a beat. MIBR have been working on their split. You can't be missing those. That's a huge opening now at B main. Cracked open. And there's no mid presence here for MIBR as Leviatán are about to find out.
Leviatán want to go back to this B-side split, but with the emphasis on Heaven as the Nightfall comes through.
That's a significant paranoia there from Verno. It slows things down. It might have given Zekin a chance to get set up there, but that fast lane is going to break the sight line up. And Verno's just not in an advantageous position whatsoever. Tex was hit with that paranoia very, very hard. And this Omen util has just ruined MIBR.
That is world-class utility sequencing usage from Leviatán there. Every piece got the intended value. With that Nightfall coming in, the fast lane so Spike can get some of that space. And then there's a haunt thrown towards Raptors. The flash comes through. They dismantle the player there. All right, what's next? The guy default box. They still have the stun tiers there. The paranoia from main. That is just world-class team play from Leviatán.
Osboss, though, has this idea of playing that contact angle over on the B side more often than not. But the whole round kind of hinges on it. At least it feels that way. High risk, high reward, but Osboss is 12-3, so you're hard-pressed to say it's not been working.
MIBR had the early answers, but Leviatán have stormed back into this half on the precipice of tying it up.
That's a pretty telling sound cue. But it doesn't indicate how many Leviatán players are holed up here. And meanwhile, they're again setting up for a three-man push through mid. Once again, it's going to be Zekin and Verno tested. Smoke thrown down. Paranoia might also buy a bit of time. Verno holding onto it.
Yeah, he's made the adjustment to playing up towards Raptors with that. So where the majority of Leviatán players are, and he'd love to just blind them up to fully stall out this push. Yeah, that is the case while Spam is just an inch away.
I like that idea, playing into the C's, thinking there's an opportunity there, but this is great from Tex. Knows there's going to be a play through ropes.
He's trying to find another one of those moments where he can get space on the map elsewhere, call the team back.
Zekin, though, has given a bit of that space on this high ground. Look at the double up here for Verno and Mazzino. He just trends a little bit too far out of the open, and Verno takes it solo. Devastating. All of that B presence now has just been cut down to size for MIBR.
A moment where a lack of money, some of those weaker weapons really come back to bite MIBR. Osboss at least has the knives to try and make something happen on what would be a pretty unbelievable round win.
There's just no util to play off whatsoever. We are taking pure contact. We are walking out. And we're going to see what we can find here from that high ground. Zato finds two in a jubilant roar as the game is evened.
This is Leviatán finding a solution to the setup that MIBR had that was a nightmare early in this half, and they just tested MIBR over and over. If you're not going to find the answer, we are just going to keep forcing this split exec until it stops working. ever did stop working. It gets them a string of rounds to tie up on split attack. That's without a pistol round win as well.
Yeah, that's a big comeback. That was 0-4 down. They find an answer without a timeout. That is what championship pedigree looks like. Stick around, a tied game here on Split. Much more to come.
There is a playoff spot on the line between LEV and MIBR. Who's going to take it?
I think LEV. People might say 2-1. I think it might be 2-0. Might be a big upset.
Look, I love Zekken. Zekken is one of my GOATs, but I would say LEV. I love Sato, love King, love Lee Neon. I think their Masters London win would probably mostly get them that win. I feel like they're overall better than MIBR. No offense to them.
I'm going to do MIBR for my boy Zekken, the GOAT, Antex, and Aspas.
All of them, pretty much.
Yep.
I think maybe LEV, yeah.
Ooh. Man, I love my boy Sato. I gotta go Leviatán. I gotta go Leviatán. Lev all the way, for sure, yeah.
Hopefully Leviatán, honestly. I'm rooting for them. My friends rooting for them. And I think they're a really good team. They did really good in Masters, so I think they can take the crown, honestly.
Gotta say, this stage has been a bit of a revelation for this man on your screen right here. Aspas, who always looked like he was trending back towards the classic duelist picks, wanting to play Jet and Raze as much as possible. We've seen Neon from him, and we've seen a level of pace, confidence, and aggression that frankly has been absent for quite some time. He falls back to a classic here on Split, but he plays it like the aggressor. 12-4.
That's what I want to see carry over on this attack side. I think some of the very frustrating games for MIBR fans were when they were watching the Aspas Jet on attack be very passive in comparison to like the pace that Zekken would be at, getting into sites. Some of the attack opping left a lot to be desired, but here he is right into the fray with Zekken, taking the space on the site. No hesitation.
Yep, no invitation required to get this guy in there. I'm going to give it the very standard suite of Omen util setup. LEV are going to have to try and flood through from heaven. And you got to be ready for this, but Spike is out in front and he completely takes Zekken by surprise, but Aspas is at least there to even it up. Verno hanging back now, takes some damage, but this is Aspas who can get involved once more. Very healthy are Aspas and Mizzino. And Neon on Sato, the youngsters, are going to try and bully their way through. That's pretty dirty, not going to lie, from Mizzino. And so it falls to Neon. Very high value Sky heal there from Mizzino. Neon's got nothing to look at. Very little time. Hopes to find a couple of 1v1s, and that's his first. MIBR caller down. Verno out into the sun. But Aspas is going to come from an unexpected angle, and Neon just does not have time to find the defuse. He'll get the kill, sure. But a very important round picked up here for MIBR. That's both pistols on Split.
LEV were so quick to set up for that full retake, burst out of the heaven smoke together with all five. And you have an MIBR that definitely expect that. All five players in sight, just ready to greet them. They don't care about going for some kind of like late mid re-wrap to shoot someone on the spike. No, we all have to be here. We all have to fight in this 5-on-5. And they're able to find the trades. A crucial first one from Aspas, even when Zekken's caught in that corner.
This might be a pretty fast break here. Leviatán all grouped up, noses to the barrier. Fake TP for Neon. Was hoping to have seen more, but there's a refight brewing. Flash never comes in the end. Sato gets his brains spilled out on the ground. And Mizzino was hoping for a bit more action, but Leviatán's early round gambit has fallen flat. Verno now freed up to focus on the individual side of his play. Got to give some ground here in mid, but the information is almost more important than the frag here. Mizzino now just realizes they've got to fully commit to the side. This should not be happening at all! King on the off angle has doubled! Verno might have to be the one to salvage. Tex very quickly coming back in to meet him. There's still 50 seconds to play, and Blazin, I don't think he saw a glimpse of what we did.
Low HP, no chance for a gun recovery. There should be
dangerous.
No chance that he wins this. Surely right, the timing.
Did not get the plant. Blazin could just fall off this now, and this has become a lot more complicated for Tex. Still gets the plant down. Healthy and half armor. But he's going up against one of the hottest rising stars of tomorrow. Better gun wins, baby.
Tex needed that one bad. Under a lot of criticism this year, but has certainly improved his play in this second stage. Very important moment for him to close out the round. Listen, I was about to talk about, you know, the buffed bandit maybe. First kill was because of the bandit, but the rest was somehow King just getting the 2K with the classic. Some crazy accurate shots.
There was a bit of confusion, I think, on the MIBR side. Who's watching Pillar? Who's watching Heaven?
Toxins going up.
Need to tighten that up.
Bonus round by lackluster to an extent for MIBR, but rifles in the hands of the 3 players with the hottest hands for them in this second stage and just within this map. Ospas and Zekin are on fire.
The latter quite literally, as we're going to see in the next map, I suspect. Zekin's Phoenix play has been quite the marvel. Blazin just dropped and crossed. Flashing him up, reveal is a bit awkward. Blazin's going to have to get moving. Spike wants to drop down and support him, but King is really just holding solid from rafters. Spike a little bit low. Wraps back around towards elbow, and this will be MIBR changing the pace. Sato gets a glimpse of Tex here, but has to do this on his own. That molly also is going to force him off a usable angle. A poison orb, rather.
MIBR would love to draw a player
30
out,
seconds left.
but Leviatán are just too disciplined.
They're not going to get anything for free. Blazin gets a glimpse. Still, it's a safe corner to tuck in. Dancing around, Verno's been taken down. Mazzino has to take matters into his own hands, but Tex is known. They know where he is. Stranded up in Heaven, and Leviatán take their 1s and 2s with ease.
In all those moments, you just see a second Leviatán player ready to assist the first one taking contact if need be. I love that we see this team of some of the best mechanical players in the world often display so much discipline together.
Yep.
In moments like this, but even in individual moments where it feels like someone could get a kill, but they're just going to play to the safer option.
Yep. It's rare. These guys are so exuberant, so brimming with confidence, and yet so willing to listen to that direction.
They're really understanding risk management. But in this moment, let's play towards B main into the fall off after they're not able to capitalize, find a kill. MIBR safe.
I mean, that's still significant. That B main control for the defenders still matters. Forces re-clear util out of the attackers. Second followed the Trailblazer right in, though.
MIBR just doing their best to work both extremities on the map, and Lev, it's encouraging them to take some of this forward space elsewhere. The one remaining lane, that is mid.
And MIBR might still be considering making use of it. We've seen Verno in this position before, a little bit shaky in that round 2 of this half. Lev, though, decided they've seen enough of mid. Now Tex is trying his best King impression. He has slipped the net, but King is already on his way over. He is in trouble. This is a verified solid snake moment. Oh, awkward spray there from Tex. He loses his nerve in a really important position. Still, that leaves a B-side a little bit weakly held, and now just pressuring onto Neon. It's enough to get MIBR there, but here come Lev, 4 guns trained at this B-side.
That's a beautiful catch from Zekin, but Lev can just take the pace right into this side, but it's once again Zekin. Ospas, the spam through that smoke is good.
Spike has to go pretty massive from that low position, and Blazin wasn't in a spot to trade for him. That could have got ugly for MIBR when the plan with your lurk player falls flat. They had the contingency of just bum rushing B.
Beautiful job getting back into that round. All about Zekin, all about Ospas again. The MIBR firepower And hey, a fortunate spam kill from Zekin too, but being able to win an isolated 1v1 against Neon, one of the most talented, I think, B anchor players on Split, his Omen there is so strong. So for Zekin to be able to just double satchel in, basically no utility, the flash didn't really connect onto Neon, and then win that out to open it up, so good.
And these two teams look, they're so close on paper. Coming into this game, both 3-1. MIBR is plus 31, Lev's plus 30 map differential. They're like 7-2, 7-3 respectively in maps. The big difference between them is champions points. 15 champions points for Leviatán coming into this game. MIBR, 4. Leviatán have an insurance policy. If they have a bad run here in stage 2, if something goes wrong, if they end up in their play-ins, and who knows what happens, they're in good shape still for a spot of champions. MIBR don't have that luxury. They must play through, either get through play-ins, which by the way is dangerous because 3 Challengers teams in EMEA have already won their first games in those play-ins against some very quality teams, names you might know, like Fnatic, for example. You don't want to go to play-ins. You don't want Coach Kaplan and MA to come back and kick you down. You want to skip it. But skipping it means much more to MIBR because they lack the buffer of champions points.
Oh, Spike's caught on that cross and he knows it. Plays it safe, gets out of there straight away. Both drones are just used up mid and broken immediately for MIBR. Could be a fast pivot into this B exec. Neon without a paranoia to delay, without a kill on either. He is really broke right now, but Sato is there to assist from heaven.
I mean, sometimes you just give up the side because of those Seekers, but look at Leviatán. Disrespect, they do not care. They fight ahead of them, and Sato from Rafters starts them off. This leaves Tex and Mazzino essentially out in the open, and MIBR in a position where they've already committed so much, they may as well throw their whole lot in. And that has caused them to get absolutely mulched.
Lev switching up the game plan there on B. We saw them go for full retakes before, but in this scenario, in a scrappier round where they don't have great weapons, they need to thrive in a bit of a more chaotic situation, and they do just that. Kind of the beauty of Lev. They have the individual talent to make things work when the rounds are getting chaotic, but they also have that structure to rely on when they need it as well. So all aspects of their game are so high level.
And I wonder if you're MIBR in that round and you expect Lev to give up the site because of that sheer weight of util plus the Seekers.
They had been in the past.
Yep. I think that's what really takes them off guard.
Yeah, they were playing for more of the timings where the spike was getting down, maybe they flood in. Earlier in the half, we saw them play for the full retake as well, but that's not an option on the eco. They don't have the util for that, so they play to the only win con they have.
And it's a one-round map.
Bear in mind, a one-round map where MIBR have won both of the pistol rounds. Already, I think, a testament to the level that we know Lev are at on Split. Again, the level in which they are currently on an 8-match win streak here.
Yeah, don't want to understate that little fact. So now, playing it around, but there's nothing overly significant for MIBR on the horizon outside of the showstopper. I think Zekin might like to have that orb for himself. No, in fact, pushing ahead of it. There's some pace here. The Omen smoke does slow them down, though.
MIBR knows it's time to call the cancel. Have to work elsewhere, but the mid pit is going to be tough to deal with. Mazzino has saved the Trailblazer for it, though.
Showstopper in the mid pit? Is that crazy? At least there's some ways to clear this. Like you mentioned, Trailblazer can get some early info. Zekin is very deep in here. Oh my goodness, that is crazy! Fine side unable to get out. Decayed down as he was. A literal free kill.
How is he out of there? Any bullet tag and he was done.
And King was worried about the follow-up. He's not in a position to trade for his teammate inside the Viper's pit.
Sato down. I'm just thinking about how important the flashes have been in when we have been in the situations where
look at the previous
back
round.
Into the sights. Yeah, the
why did the B hit fall
retakes.
flat for MIBR? It was so much of that refight you two from Sato.
Los is going to be that lone backside anchor, going to feel the pressure of Zekin coming in, but a well-timed seize puts Spike in position to succeed, but he can't capitalize.
Showstopper gets committed towards that Rafter player as well. It's not needed in the end, and Blozin is able to make his way out onto the side. He's being joined by Neon with the TP forward. Neon now smokes his own position. At risk of being overrun, but holds his own now, and he'll speculate here. Sitting inside the smoke, buying time. This stall is incredible, and now King's able to come in from the rafters. Hit him with the RKO. It's on Verno now, but time just isn't there. Somehow, Neon stays alive the whole round and finds 3 kills. This guy is impossible to dig out.
That's London MVP pedigree from Neon. Don't often see him in those crazy A anchoring situations. It's usually over on B, but displays some mastery on even an off agent in the Omen. Picks all the perfect timings around that anchor smoke.
Yeah, smokes for himself, right? Just gives him an extra leg up in that anchor. And King's there at the right time. Oh man, quite a challenge heading into this timeout. And Mazzino is realizing or remembering just how suffocating the King system can be. He used to work for him. Now it threatens to outdo him.
That is just the GOAT of perhaps the past, but trying to make a claim that that is not the truth. The way he's been playing in Stage 2, Ospas always heats up when it's time for champions. We saw that last year with MIBR. They were crumbling in that Stage 2, and then he bounces back massively. Played amazing at Champions as well. But to see him in this head-to-head going up against Neon, I mean, if we somehow end up in a situation too where we get to see the Ospas Jet versus the Neon Jet, I mean, that is magic right there.
Both of them having great games. Neon with a ridiculous round just now, but Ospas has been consistently putting their numbers up. However, you did mention that the attack side ARPing had left a little to be desired. Ospas with just a rifle this round because MIBR have got some money problems.
Zekin with the other rifle. We've seen a similar buy for MIBR in a previous round, and it did not work out for them. There you go. Would mean so much if they can somehow find inroads.
Look at how heavily Leviatán have indexed into the mid control here. It is teeming with them.
MIBR.
Virtually, though, there's no safe lanes to sneak through here because the A side is being jiggled by Blozin.
Yeah, and even in mid there, MIBR, you can see they have to play pretty safe, waiting far back when that cloud is up because they know that at any given time, Lev could just pop out with a flash, go crazy aggro on them in mid.
King just spotted a rifling play. This should be very telling. Now Leviatán only just now responding on that A side of the map. They're not going to be able to get into heaven control. There's a window here for MIBR to exploit. They've got to accelerate. Zekin, good little swing. King's been taken down here with the paranoia, but he doesn't care. Drops down to the side, and now this overdrive is in play. Spike is hitting them hard from above. Verno finds the answer. That's the bandit singing out. It's a 2v3. Leviatán, though, have slowed this down. And now Verno desperately digging for a way out of this situation. Gets himself a weapon upgrade, but he is 1v2. And the Nightfall is not going to be easy to play into either.
And look at this, Lev. They're just full sprinting towards spawn right now. They know they can't hear them out there. Yeah, Verno completely unaware.
It's the correct timing for MIBR to push mid in a round that they're a little underbought in. They make it close, but once again, that double rifle force up, it just doesn't pay off.
Perfect time for Spike to get the overdrive in against pistols. I'm shocked he went down at all. I mean, Verno had to hit some crazy shots in this round.
Round number 20 coming at you, and Leviatán have now gotten into the lead. Neon's picked up an op for this B side. Looking to have real stopping power against the MIB numbers that are threatening that side of the map, and Zekin's already been picked up.
Cover going out.
One half of the duelist duo that has been trying to create all the space on these execs. So when it comes time for one, a lot of pressure on Aspas's shoulders to come up with some kind of critical entry kill.
That one pick.
They're grouping up towards A.
This push though coming down from Spike. He wants to be ahead of this. He wants to fight for this Sato with a flash as well. Dangerous now. These mid-round refights of the Phoenix. And MIBR get completely dashed upon the rock. Not even remotely close.
Lev just always with these refight options. And it's going to be Spike and Sato in your face. The most dangerous double duelist duo in the world right now. The Sato Phoenix is just insane. Pre-nerf, post-nerf Neon doesn't matter. Spike hasn't skipped a beat. I feel like it needs to be reiterated, but this is an 11-9 lead against an MIBR that won both pistol rounds. If there were ever to be a testament to the level that Leviatán are at on Split, this is it. It's about to be their 9th win on this map in a row against so many world-class teams.
I keep thinking back to this interview that Mazzino gave a couple of months ago when he sort of comes onto this team. He says we can't be relying on individual heroics anymore. Aspas cannot just be the best player in the server anyway. MIBR have to be the better 5. But rounds like that are so definitive for me. Neon with a variation, picked up the op for the first time in this game, finds that first pick, and then Lever funneled into the A side of the map and get ruined by the duelist duo. No one does Neon Phoenix better than these guys.
It's funny too, you mentioned the op. Looking at Neon, doesn't even bother with it this time. Back to the rifle. I'll just throw it up for 1 round and also just instill the fear that you're going to have to deal with it again, but I'll just be rifling instead.
That threat of activation, the conditioning that it can instill, yeah, it's got all of MIBR on the A side now.
Against the comp lacking a Sentinel, MIBR would love to just get a big exec off into this site, not have a lot of util to deal with, and get this pit down as the win con.
Okay, so far not so shabby. MIBR, despite being in a bit of an awkward buy, get straight on into this A side and get the aforementioned pit. It covers elbow as well, so your entrance route from screens is completely denied, but Lever flipped the map. Look at this group up here from A main. They've got a lot of flash util to rely on. Aspas needs to find great success here, and he'll only find the singular. Mazzino just flashed out of his mind over on the site, and now Leviatán have position. They're going to start encroaching. Shots now into this Viper's pit, and there's Spike sliding in to ruin your day. That's a heartbreaker, a backbreaker for MIBR.
It's stunning. It's just the highest echelon of Valorant play. The way that they immediately work the map around the pit, they do not care. They are pushing through the opposite side. And as the trio, specifically that double duelist duo, they are picking off the lone players. Find Mazzino at screens. Perfect. Flash him up. Deal with him. Blows is ready for the late A main player. Deals with him. Expects it, reads it, and he's right. And then at the very end, now we can deal with these guys in the pit. We have the man advantage. Just run at them with Spike. They make it look so effortless because of the speed they handle these complex situations. Aspas, though, he wants to play with some speed as well. That's Spike off the map.
He's low, though. Blozine sees an opportunity here just to dig in and get an easy kill. Still, though, MIBR have the side access, and crucially, they're into screens. Verno fighting in heaven, fighting it for his life, and they're not ready for him at all. Brazen. Extremely confident positioning there for Verno.
MIBR, man, they just choose to run it back on that A exec, but dial up the aggression. And it works out.
Blozina's got nothing to do here but some money and a chance to keep a cap on MIBR's economy that threatens to burgeon after a round win here. Simply here for exits. Makes the incorrect call on how MIBR will choose to abscond, though, and ultimately he'll come up with nothing.
The round wins for MIBR have been mostly hard fought. Feels like this is the most decisive one that they've gotten on attack. Even when you think back to like the anti-eco on round 2, it comes down to a one-on-one clutch.
Love this timing from Verno. He's able to obviously punish Sato. pretty badly.
So good. And then he can play off that Seeker that was coming through as well.
One enemy remaining.
See that King had to deal with that, just gets 2 free kills.
Okay, we're not done yet. MIBR, that's an important round to win. A Guardian for Aspas, but a Blade Storm to compensate. Fast playing towards mid. Aspas here wants to get the knives out, but Spike is waiting in the corner. This has been a position LEV have taken up most rounds here in mid. But Aspas is only testing that spot on that timing for the first time.
Leviatán have this map within their grasp right now. And they do not let go of a situation like this. 5v4 on defense, on split, on their home map. MIBR are up against an unbelievable challenge here. If Leviatán just played to a full retake, we'd have seen how good those are countless times. This match, or any of the last ones, the way they burst back into these sites, play with the utils together is so good.
And they have so much of that. Oh, no, okay, hold on.
What? He gets 2 in that? I mean, I'm looking at the mini-map and thinking, wow, they're even going to try to pick off that one lurk and then go back? That's crazy.
Importantly for Leviatán, though, they still have the Omen and the Phoenix util. They've got a fair bit to clear these corners. A Haunt wouldn't have hurt, though, I won't lie. For the map, Leviatán want to play that retake. That Omen one way we've seen pretty standard. Tex is going to be waiting. None of those paint shells end up landing on him, fortunately. Here's the aforementioned util used to clear some of the side, but no one's checking for Texas, but it doesn't matter. Sardo's quicker on the trigger finger. Zakin gives himself away prematurely now, and he'll have to fight into a double face. Verno out in the open. And tomorrow's Stars are obviously ahead of schedule, notching up a huge win on split to start the series.
2 pistols won for MIBR, and yet Leviatán just look in control the entire time. We saw MIBR have some good game plans early into it. They take that lead on the first half. But after that, Leviatán just run away with the game. That's despite Aspas getting 8 first bloods and topping the entire scoreboard with 20 kills. Still not enough.
We talked about it earlier. It cannot be a one-man effort for this team because Leviatán have 5 players who all, on their own occasions, can take the match over. Some good signs from Verno. Multi-kill scenarios under pressure. That's definitely important. It helps MIBR, but I'm sorry. King is showing Mazzino how to call from the top of the scoreboard today.
Ultimately, we are on split, and we have seen some good things from MIBR. We're never going to think that this is going their way, but the signs of life that we've seen, the quality of individual play, when we get over to Sunset, they're very much still in this series.
So much to talk about, still so much story to tease out in this series. Don't go anywhere. It's Leviatán up 1-0 over MIBR.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
de Francisco Aravena. El primero caga, el segundo también. Y Panchito Aravena no los va a dejar pasar.
Evil geniuses now have the numbers. MIBR are split. Ospas is down. Tex keeps them in it.
LEV get away with that first map, and I'm here with assistant coach Jean to talk a little bit about it. Jane, I want to ask about the current situation with the team and the current standings, because the maps and the way that this is going, sometimes teams are able to win that way. So you're undefeated on Split for quite some time. You're going into a Sunset that is the 2-1 score right now, and a lot of teams have been banning against you, so we haven't gotten a chance to see it. Do you feel like the team won since that veto?
We are very confident with the split. Even when we started losing, we still felt like we could win it. So I think for us, it was important to start with the split and also being the first map. So I think probably Lotus is also a good decider. So I think the draft is good for us, yeah.
Should we expect any comp changes at all or not?
Maybe, not sure.
We'll see. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. A tight series, or rather a tight map to start the series. Zoe here, joined by Emily and Andrew, and we're about to break it down. Well, it looked like a tale of two halves here, so let's start with the first one, because MIBR were off to a good start, winning that bonus round.
Yeah, I mean, they won the early pistol, clean on round 2, and then round 3 is absurd. This is a round where, and we can look at it because Verno is in a situation where he has no business still being on this site. It's 8 seconds left on the clock. They're down, it's a 3v4. Leviatán walked in the site, thought it was cleared, but no, ends up losing on time. They don't have time to plant the spike, and you think MIBR, they win the first 4 in a row, they're gonna run away with this map. But then in the second half, surprise, surprise, bro thinks he's Verno. Neon does the same thing in a 2v4 situation. No one on MIBR can clear him away. And this was in the midst of the comeback for Leviatán. This is the round that tied up the game, and it's through brilliant work moving on site to stay alive behind the dark cover. And this is really the thing that sealed the deal, I think, for Leviatán.
I just think it's funny, the parallels and how identical those two rounds are, especially looking back at that first one. Verno, you're right, he had no business being there. He literally started towards B side at the start of that round, and it's crazy looking at the first kills here, because the fact that MIBR were able to have the lead, have the man advantage so many of those rounds, but still not be able to convert that's basically unheard of recently.
That is an illegal number to see right there. To go up 15 first kills to 8 deaths and to lose by 3 rounds? Nah, guys.
I feel like most of those first kills were at the hand of Ospas as well. Yeah. So even in their loss, like, Ospas played phenomenal. Like, this is the Ospas of old. This is an aggressive Ospas. This is the Ospas we need to see.
I mean, we always do love seeing the Jet Ospas back to his roots. And I think early on, even before he got the op on hand, it was lovely seeing the group fights coming in with him and Zekin and just overpowering Lev and getting the man advantage in a lot of those early rounds. But as soon as he got that op on hand, it just felt so good and so comfortable for him to even be the solo person on the site, picking off those lurkers, getting those first picks, and dismantling Lev's execs. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. But he was going, like, I believe he was 8-2 in those first bloods, which was a majority of their first kills as a team. But still, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it's something Leviatán are still gonna have to be aware of, but I think once Leviatán dialed into running those splits through mid where they could pinch in and just be more diligent with the utility to clear Ospas off of the early angles, that was the key. And then I think once they got onto the defense side themselves, it wasn't as concerning, because all of a sudden you don't have to worry about Ospas's operator being around any corner. It simplified the game a whole lot once they moved to the defense.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of highlight-worthy moments, a lot of good moments for the reels, for these players. But now we're heading on to Sunset. This is a map, Emily, that both of these teams finding a decent amount of success on.
Yeah, and they look good. The one thing that I'm looking at is when we look back at that first map of Split, one thing that stood out to me on Lev's defense side was Neon pulling out that operator on the Omen and finding success there. It's going to be the same story on Sunset, especially if they don't have any changes to their comp. They tend to run that chamber on Neon, him opping on those aggressive lines, and then having the duelist play elsewhere. And that's one thing that I think at least MIBR, their comp can prevent. They just have to be very mindful with their utility, especially when they're running that Cypher, using that cam to get that early early info and making the most out of their Zowie utility to try and punish that.
I think this game is going to come down in a lot of ways, similar to Split there, to the early fights that these teams are taking. I think now Leviatán, they're much more aware of how MIBR want to approach a lot of those fights around Ospas, and it's going to be even that much more of a challenge to beat Ospas, or for Ospas to beat Leviatán on that op.
Yeah, man, this is going to be a tough one for MIBR coming back after such a close first map. So let's hear what Coach Fraud has to say ahead of map 2.
With playoffs on the line, there is a lot of pressure for LEV and also for MIBR and Fraud. There's been multiple occasions this year where MIBR has been in the spot under pressure and they haven't been able to close it out. So this time around, how are they going to do it?
Yeah, I mean, we've suffered a lot this year, so I guess our mindset is like, can't get any worse than it already has been. So we're not too focused on all of that. We're just focused on playing our game and putting a good performance out there. We thought we did a really good job on that map, but they really kicked our butts. So to be honest, we just gotta, play our game and we'll be fine.
Is that what you were telling the guys out there?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, just stick to the plan, stick to the game plan, and everything is gonna be good.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck.
Yeah, I think butt kicking was done on both sides, honestly, so they definitely shouldn't be too down on themselves. Again, Sunset is the map we're heading toward now, and this is a really important match, of course, for both of these teams because it's a win and in scenario for those playoffs.
Yeah, and this should also be where we're going to see that Neon head-to-head, right? Ospas moving back off that jet, going on that Neon, being a lot more aggressive, being a lot quicker with the space that he wants to take, and LEV, they're going to have to witness it firsthand. They're going to have to be able to counter that since MIBR will be starting on that attack out.
Yeah, the main difference there just being instant fighting tools for Ospas to play off of himself, right? It means less reliance necessarily on the op, but it means much more utility that you have to be careful of if you're Leviatán and stepping into those engagements.
Have we seen anything in the loss from Leviatán on this map that we can take away for MIBR?
Not really. I mean, their loss was pretty convincing. Like, it was a 13-1 against Furia, running a deadlock double Sendy comp. It was super annoying. They just didn't look prepared to handle that. But like I said, the following week after that, they will turn it around and destroy teams like NRG. So you can't really take anything from that loss, but what you can do is see how they like to play against teams like NRG and what they changed to kind of find that success.
Yeah, you can't replicate what Furia was doing because you're not playing their comps.
Yeah.
And like the comp operates so differently to anything that I think MIBR would even consider running on this map that it's just not something you can tap into.
If we manage to tie up the series here, we will be heading to Lotus. Lotus, obviously, a map we haven't seen at all for Leviatán since, it's been banned frequently in their matches. Is there anything you feel like you want to see from them? Anything that would excite you?
I don't know. I think Leviatán is one of those teams that kind of just plays the same thing on every single map, and that is what works for them. Everyone's on a super comfortable role. Everyone knows how to fight together because the utility is almost always the same across all the maps they play. So I would be surprised to see Leviatán really stray from what's been working for them.
Yeah, and I also feel like they're so good at taking map space and kind of controlling that. So I think it'll be interesting to see. I don't know which side they're starting on, but it'll be interesting to see, especially towards that A main fight, that A main space, that rubble, how they kind of contest that and battle and what they're willing to give up. I think it'll be cool to see their overall macro ideas on the map, just because it's something that we haven't seen out of them before.
Yeah, we haven't seen it in a while. You know, it is funny because like Breeze has been their perma basically for the entire year. I don't think they have any wins on it this year. It's rough for them. So I know they have a Lotus, it's just they haven't been challenged and pushed that map before. And honestly, I don't think it's happening. I think we're done here.
Yeah, as we said, right, as we were setting up this match, we've only really seen Leviatán on 4 different maps, so there's only so much for the other team really to take away in terms of preparation when we're heading to other maps outside of those.
Yeah, for sure, but looking back at Sunset, because you don't even think we're going to be getting to that Lotus, you have to compare the two comps, right? Because MIBR, they'll be bringing out that Cypher, they'll be bringing out that Sova, right? Whereas the side of LEV, they run a Chamber, they run a Fade, and if nothing's changed, you have to think about how they're going to deal with techs on that on that Cypher, locking sites down, lurking. They don't have a whole lot of info or a lot of shocks, for example. It could be because they're not running that silver to break a lot of those setups. So that could also pose a threat. It's really hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately for Leviatán, the proof on the attack is just being able to break the forward A main lines. And then once you go back into your mid re-clears, like if you push the enemy defense off the forward A main line, you're probably expecting Cypher to be playing most rounds over onto the B site. You can really choke out a lot of the information they have as long as you're not easily able to go up there. And by virtue of having the chamber in your wheelhouse, that means you almost permanently have someone that's going to be posted up on those forward angles and making it really hard for the defending team to take any amount of forward space.
Now, for everyone watching who's observant, yes, we've been waffling for a while, and that's because we are experiencing a small audio issue on stage that is currently being resolved. So a slight delay whilst we're busting out the Macarena.
Holy moly.
We love to look at those hips. Hello.
Do you think Sato ever wishes that anyone on his team would get up and dance with him?
They kind of let him down, not gonna
Like,
not
look
gonna
at
lie.
everyone. They are max chilling up there. Sato is dancing for his life, having a good time.
They are not passing the vibe.
But I don't think that phases him. He's still like the life of the party. He's up there doing his own thing. He doesn't need anyone to join him to keep the vibes high.
He's trying to hold up a half heart, it looks like now.
We need to show him how to.
I actually know. I don't even know what he's doing.
Whoa. Oh, are we miming?
Is this an RGX blade? That looked like the RGX blade
Is that what
animation.
he's doing?
Oh no, is he doing?
I think we're playing.
I got no
think
clue.
we're playing mimes here. So yeah, Sato, keep it up. Can't wait. That counts as a warm up for this match. And while we wait for the delay on stage to be resolved, here's a clip from the series Coaches on Coaches featuring Leviatán's Onur and Cruz Visa's Sonic.
Yo al menos como entrenador soy alguien que en general le gusta tener el control de su espacio. Pero este año creo que parte del desafío y parte del aprendizaje se ha ido mucho en pensar cómo incluir también esas perspectivas que ellos tienen en nuestro juego. No sé si eso es algo, por ejemplo, que con un grupo joven se puede hacer.
Obviamente cuando trabajas con jugadores jóvenes como entrenador tenés más lugar a meter la cuchara en la sopa y encargarte de más asuntos, y cuando trabajas con jugadores con más experiencia tenés que compartir un poco más ese espacio, ese lugar para que ellos tengan aportes. Pero creo que de todas formas el entrenador sí tiene que tomar esa figura de liderazgo y liderar la conversación, por lo menos en cuanto hacia dónde va. Creo que todo parte de la visión del entrenador.
Sí.
Y una vez que conoces a los jugadores fuera del server, los tenés que conocer cómo piensan dentro del server. Hoy por hoy, por ejemplo, mi camino con King no siempre ha sido un camino de rosas, ¿no? Él en el 2022 no quería ser IGL, yo lo forcé a ser IGL, a que dé ese paso hacia adelante. Después, en el 2023, por circunstancia del juego, no nos encontramos como a nivel equipo y a nivel coach, a nivel IGL, no conectamos como lo hicimos ahora, y hoy nos reencontramos varios años después y nos conocemos más. Y yo al momento de armar un mapa sé cómo Pancho piensa dentro y fuera del server, entonces el playbook, la composición, todo va orientado a cómo él le gusta dirigir los partidos. Estoy pensando en cómo él pensaría ciertas situaciones de juego.
¡Vamos!
While MIBR have reverse engineered from proven greatness, Leviatán have built forward into the unknown. And today, only one philosophy earns its way directly into playoffs. It's a generational gap, a generational battle.
Could that be highlighted any more perfectly than seeing the matchup of Osbos versus Spike on this map? They're both going to be playing that Neon. I think Osbos play on Sunset in particular really encapsulates this new style of play that he is bringing to the game, which almost makes me feel like he just remembered that he's Aspas. He's playing with that level of confidence, but that aggression has never lacked in Spike's play. You think back, even when he was in Challengers, making it through Ascension, he was playing Neon on this map, and the style has never changed for him. He has always had that maxed out aggression.
And a fun sub thing to this game, I feel, is the chance to watch Zekken and Sato go at it here. Two of our standout Phoenix players from this stage. Sato, of course, the standout in London. And Zekken is someone who refuses to be a footnote. This guy is going to put his name in lights one way or another. And here, on a map to stay alive in this series, not a bad time for it.
Now, all of the stakes here for MIBR, the importance of this game can't be understated. It's in these qualifying situations throughout this year that they have faltered. Even against LEV in the upper semi to qualify for London, they were bested, knocked down into the lower, knocked out of that stage 1 playoffs.
How about
skipping into these playoffs would be so important.
Oh. Wyatt, I wanted to chill and sort of talk some narrative with you, but we saw Leviatán thrust straight down mid into the tiles, and they are not moving, bro. They are still here, committed, and that might end up being their undoing. Mizzino's having to dig them out. Aspas checks for a push-up deep mid. The spike's recovered.
X has found an opening in the map of all the noise created.
Do we check this? There's no way. It might be just different like that.
Really nice adjustment, and now Tex is going to play this situation with discipline. Ensure that his team retains the man advantage. MIBR just need to trade off of each other effectively. Look at Aspas' position behind. He needs to find the flank timing, and he does.
It's on Blazin now. Just the Sheriff. Mizzino, the only one shot for him. Oh, Aspas down to 38 as well. Gonna have to put this together. One bullet left. That's a little uncomfortable, I won't lie. He's gonna need a couple more than that. And Tex eventually emerges from his hiding place. The key for MIBR in this round.
3-0 on pistols now in this series, our MIBR.
I don't care. Give me a map.
Well, if there was one to take, it would be Sunset. They have looked great here so far. LEV, a bit of a different story. They start in what could only be described as horrific fashion. They get one round against Furia in the first match, but they make serious improvements. We saw that in their victory against NRG more recently.
Yeah, and I feel like the evolution, because obviously in between there's a match against EG where they also look very good here. So they've gotten their sea legs on this map.
And this feels like more of the same as far as Leviatán like to play. Might as well just change all the textures on the map to look like Split B main, because that's a very similar play that they would go for. Ultimately, that is just Leviatán's style right now in this meta. A meta that is just perfectly suited for them.
Yeah. Happy to take these defensive pops. Kind of abuse that. Just a massive utility for fighting and refighting midway through the round that Phoenix offered.
And of course, yes, this meta is perfectly suited for LEV, but I think the reason that so many people feel that their London win is not a flash in the pan is because we have seen all of their players be so dynamic in the role swaps. They have the ability to go to different agents, and it feels like no matter what meta comes next in Valorant, they have the personnel to make it work.
Yeah, we build them with that flexibility, and again, we're always surprised from the extent of the discipline.
I made him waste like $500.
In this economy? But the extent of discipline we see from Leviatán's young players. Will it be present here?
Here.
Flash into the B side. This one's got a bit of pace to it, folks. Hold on to your hats. Back inside Boba, Leviatán are positioned. They are waiting. They've got the better weapons on a round like this, but they don't have position yet. And Aspas is looking to go a little deeper. Flawless so far on this map.
Yeah, LEV's only option is to play for retake. The Phoenix Fade, opposite side of the map, so the valuable util to get back in. Not there in time for a flood. Fast lane's out, but they can't actually capitalize off that. Can't capitalize off the haunt either.
Yep.
MIBR are really stalling them out effectively.
That paranoia was really disruptive. Now they're going to have a crack at it. Those Zekin's going to be dug out of the corner pretty much straight away. And here's Neon getting active from Market, brought down, but Spike is still trying to find his way towards this Spike location with a bit of burst of speed. Mazzino stops him in his tracks. Pasato's there to pick up the pieces. And it's Verno v Sato. The former chunk down to 2. That is masterful mechanics from one of the brightest prospects into VCT Americas. Sato ends the round.
That was the kind of situation in Stage 2 that, if you follow MIBR, you honestly expect Verno to win that. He has been a monster in the clutches. This was honestly looking good for MIBR. The opening from Spike was so good, though. That's, yeah, after they use the fast lane, after they already use the haunt, they have to go in a pretty dry of utility, but they're still able to make it work. Not without serious losses, though. It's going to result
so dangerous.
in a pretty miserable bye.
And classically, Onur is pissed about something. It was an expensive round, in fairness. They might be still with rifles. Aplenty. Running back here, there's actually a potential push here coming down from short. Leviatán getting pretty active onto the A side of the map. Sato's got to be knocked back out of ult. But there's Tex, head harder strikes already, and Spike is looking dangerous. Good flash. Oh my goodness, the bucket claims Verno. Aspas, hot and heavy, nowhere to go, inside elbow, and it's all down to Mazzino. Once again, every pillar on his team crumbles before he has a chance to put his plan into action. That is brutal.
There is no reason that should be working out for LEV outside of the fact that we all know, feels like it doesn't even need to be stated, but the individual skill on this team is unbelievable. MIBR put them in a position where they have 2 players here fully caught in elbow, Neon and Blows. They have circled around the site to push behind them. They have 1 guy in front, and Neon just 2 headshots with that headhunter. Gets rid of both of them while the rest of the team flood in from the opposite side. It's ridiculous. It is just that skill on display.
MIBR trying to play a bit up-tempo themselves now. But they've been stopped in their tracks. They get up towards A main, sure. All right, run it back. Zekin's trying to get deep. Clearing elbow, but Leviatán are poised here to flood back onto the side from short yet again. Zekin down. Where are the rest of MIBR supposed to come from now? The fear of God struck in them as Spike encroaches with this overdrive. He's a little bit low. And he's going to try and play his life a little more here.
Again, we're just seeing that quickness in Leviatán to get into the site, to fight together. MIBR are trying to get through elbow, but they're really all just stuck there. They're getting denied in the choke.
Look at Neon. He knew that cage was going to get popped. He plays ahead of it.
And now that we've got him on Chamber, we are going to see a ton of opping. He is one of the best right now.
Here's the swing off that flash. It's what Phoenix offers you midway through the round, and Sato notches up 3. It's just too easy. Or at least it looks that way. I guess perception is reality.
I think it's just them making it look that way. Even in the mid-round, relentless. They do not offer MIBR an opportunity to try to work into the site. They just fight straight away. How good is that flash? And then the pick onto Aspas. And the rest of the follow-up is just not able to get into the site on time. You know, even on defense, it's Lev playing faster than MIBR with the same comp, but to get into site, to stop them from executing. Just choking them out in elbow, the one location that they're stuck in.
Neon's got that up. Unlike Baby Bay, he still plays for just the one angle, even though he has a fallback option with this rendezvous. He doesn't put himself in a position where he has to make this huge flick correction. Drone, though, will be problematic. Force him potentially off the side entirely. Or is he brazen enough to stick around? MIBR lost all of that momentum they built early on this map. They're waiting on a timing here. Neon had already fallen out of B main, kind of intuiting that something is afoot.
And MIBR with that audio, you know that the operator is on this site. Well, Aspas gives him a really difficult shot to hit.
It's remarkable that Neon doesn't find anything there, but he's able to slip away. Low as he is, and Aspas is here to finish the job. That's the op clattering out of his lifeless grip. Sato up on the line, deals with Aspas. Immediately a headshot. Tex has got a few of those of his own, but Zekin slides on in. Sato knocked out of his ult. Still, it's an even game in numbers. King low as he is. We're in a post plant. Very quickly that Spike got down amidst all that chaos. But there's a blaze wall for Sato to break the map up. These weapons aren't good. They're not good at all, and here come Leviatán. Verno trying to find his way out of the corner. It's Blozine. He's going to have to mow them all down. Now he knows where Zekin is. It's just a matter of sticking the landing. A perfect 10 from the judges as Blows notches up another.
2 1v1 situations already in this half, and they've both gone Lev's way on very important rounds. That would have gotten MIBR right into this game. Unfortunately, you're just looking at Verno on the side. He never has an opportunity to get into a place to use that Hunter's Fury. They play to a cool little bait setup. That's probably the best option that they have. Mazzino with the swing. Perfect timing on that. But the weaponry just is not there.
It's obviously a good use case for that Neon ultimate, right? Overdrive is going to be there. Sato, though, gets this free opportunity to play into Boba aggressively because of Run It Back. And that's huge because Tex was threatening to do some insane things, pushing deep in that post plant. Now a breath here. You heard what Frod said in the halftime. We've suffered a lot this year. We will do anything to get to skip the play-ins and the treachery that promises. Get a direct ticket to playoffs, because that's the only way we can secure our berth at Champions. The kind of event that our team was built to win. That is the point of MIBR. That is why they've reverse engineered some of the best players from different eras of this game and brought them together.
It's been in these moments, though, the qualification games, that is where the glass ceiling has been created that they cannot break. Back to kickoff, the 0-3, devastating.
The triple loss, fully down to the lowest of low brackets and still not getting through.
And the qualifying game in London, the upper semi, that was taken by LEV.
Or for London. Yeah, they had one chance at that global. MIBR did get a token victory against Leviatán in the EWC qualifiers, but it's just hard to really take much stock out of that. Here's Tex on the push-up. I like this. It's being a 1-for-1. Mazzino, if he can just hold his ground. Okay, this does spread the defenders a little bit thin, though, and already we're on our way towards this B side. Neon, though, looks dangerous, and look at this Nightfall. Naz is going to slow things up a little bit. Blozine doesn't mind sitting here and look at the damage on Aspas. Zekin also decayed down. Can you do more with this?
Oh, Neon backside. You know, Zekin, he tried to give them some space on the side with that wall, but they are choked out. They are suffocated. They have no map control there. They can't get to backside. Lever holding market. They've got every angle.
You can see Blozine thinks he can beat anyone. He barely turned that flash.
That was disgusting. But King is just quick to trade it out.
King is the reason why IGLs don't get a pass anymore. You don't get to come into a game and not frag. Mazzino this time has taken a leaf out of his book at least, but see how this transpires. Bit of a frenzied fight towards tiles at the start of the round, but Neon is able to anchor this B side with an Opera Tour de Force combo. Sato gets to mail it in for a round. Good for you.
So far, he has been dominant in the Phoenix head-to-head. And there might be another one. It's an early brawl towards A. Aspas deals with Sato, gets that opening, but fast on the trade.
Let's listen to MIBR. They got their first 2 frags. Can they convert?
I get ulti too.
Yeah.
My ultimate's ready.
Got it.
We need to flank after you.
Yeah. With you? I'm gonna, let's go.
Yeah.
Close guy. He's one.
I got TP.
Chamberlain already. Chamberlain.
Guys.
Nice.
I planted B.
Fade default. Out tree there.
I planted B, guys.
Default.
So.
Nice him.
We have so old.
Yep. Picking. Running to you. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm in market.
Not ready yet. Shadows traveling.
I have so old. They're backside already.
Yeah.
Backside.
No omen flash. I can my bump.
Yeah, for you too.
Rhino has full kit. I might first.
Okay.
I might.
We have Dart, drone.
You drone after? I'm gonna ult. Yep. Tap.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, guys.
Beautiful. Nice, guys. Let's go.
Yo, thanks. Let's go, boys. Nice one. Nice shot, buddy. Nice shot.
And that's MIBR looking a little bit more like themselves, using that runner back towards A elbow side to chase the kill, really selling the fake.
And crucially, being able to put together a fast response to the aggression from LEV over towards A main. Those were the situations on Split where consistently LEV were running over MIBR.
Easy, mate. There can only be one.
But they're able to get ahead in the trades there. Always so calm in the communication.
First round they've picked up, though, since round number 2. It's been those gun rounds. It's been the rounds in between the pistols where they've suffered. MIBR need to get themselves on a streak.
They've gotten that economy off the ground floor, not in danger of being ecoed right now. Neither are LEV, despite this consistent purchase of the op from Neon. MIBR have been struggling with these B executes, struggling to get backside space when LEV have defended them heavily. Are they going to do it again?
Aspas is in the site, but he's been slowed up a little bit here.
Sato really wants to fight it with that flash. You can see it.
King TP'd across, hoping to double up maybe with Spike. This is dangerous for Aspas to push into, but he's going to go for it anyway. He's low, but the relay board, it doesn't matter. What a shot on Spike. Sato's got to try and clean this up, but Zekin is waiting in the wings. Aspas notches up 3. But Leviatán have 0 to say. Nothing. This op has to be maintained for later rounds.
That's how Aspas plays when he knows that Champions is on the line. That a win here just gets them that much closer to going on this, I don't want to say miracle run, but it feels damn near that they need to qualify for Champs this year. Like you mentioned, those points out the window, that's not an option for them. They have to go all the way. And you can see he just wants it. I've wanted to see, I feel like everyone has wanted to see Aspas just play the broken agents for years. Never picked up the Yoru. Played a little bit of Neon back in the day.
Oh no, he tried the
heavily
Yoru.
Into it.
I mean Frod had him trying the Yoru last year.
One map.
Yeah.
But he never fully leaned into it when you would have thought that would have been the best agent for him. It's like, finally, we are getting him just invested all in on the Neon, the most important agent in this meta. And he is providing moments like this in the front lines. No hesitation to fight.
One enemy remaining.
But I also think there's a lot to be said for trusting your other duelist. I think Aspas is in a position now where he can have that kind of faith in Zekin, who will be there to pick up whatever is left. In the past, I wouldn't say that was the case.
Cover going out.
That trust has gotten this game to a 1-round difference.
I must wait a moment.
And MIBR again making their way towards B. Leviatán in the last couple have struggled to slow them down. Again, because of the star power of Aspas and Zekin thrust in front of them. And that's the core value proposition of MIBR and their roster building. Verno here on reconnaissance, just going to clear that bit of util, threaten
Right here. Take
a
flight.
mid-split to B.
And if the say site is taken, maybe that is a critical piece of util break to give Texa backstab timing. Neon, Aspas spotting each other out.
Neon yelled it out, saw a player, couldn't quite track the slide on in, so Aspas gets a bit of space. Still, a lot more work to be undone. There's a TP towards the backside of the ace site there for King. He wants to be ready. But MIBR have pulled the plug here because they've got this pivot in mid. And Tex is able to sit there. Yeah, they're going for market.
He got a ton of audio cues about to rotate. The flash is beautiful. Oh, but Sato is sitting right back.
Wait a minute. Sato's found 3 kills. Aspas all of a sudden is so far from the spike without any help. MIBR lose on the mechanical level here in mid. Just outdone by Leviatán, who assemble a firing squad. And now Aspas has to go 1v2. This new look Aspas, this awake Aspas has to do it alone. And unfortunately, there's just no time to get anything done.
No opportunity for the plant, no options for Ospas in that clutch. It's unfortunate that it slipped out of their hands because it felt like in this moment when the flash came, wow, it was even Sato's own flash. That was unlucky for the team. I thought that was Zekin coming out of tiles, but it felt like that 2K for Tech should have gotten them ahead. But still, the team fights are majority of the time going the way of LEV.
Decent idea for MIBR though at the start of that round. It's just, again, we talked about sticking the landing white. And Leviatán have that individual quality that can threaten you.
That could have been a round as well that did enough economic damage to keep Ops out of the hands of Neon. No longer the case though. Always a threat. MIBR working right into this mid-split, but blows. Oh, double sprayed out. He hears them running. It's just all too easy.
I mean, LEV have been investing pretty heavily in util to answer that top mid-split, right? We're always seeing the trademark thrown up there, and 2 players have been watching it. But that's the first time MIBR have actually tested it. And much like last round, there were multi-kills aplenty. Here's King v Verno. Verno with nice movement. That is so slick. Another brilliant headshot, but he is going to be low trying to cross the market. Tex is going to be there at least. There's still hope in this round yet for MIBR. Oh my god. Sato's knocked out of run it back, but he'll get to play this high ground position, and Tex is just low. Verno even lower. And again, we're going to be looking at a similar scenario as the last round. Not enough time, not enough teammates, not enough health. But Verno now has been unfettered from calling. As he said in that interview, able to focus on himself and to be this clutch factor that MIBR were needing. He'll cross the sideline of Neon and get tripped up on his way.
LEV just have this uncanny ability to make the game seem so effortless. And when you count one player out, didn't have a great first game, doesn't matter blows. Second one is just a consistent factor with the kills as well. It's just a dismantling of this split exec.
I would apologize to them, but hello.
1 round left on this attack side for MIBR. I'd be shocked if they dare try a top mid split again. Forget about it.
Feels like beyond the opening of that first half of split, when MIBR took the lead, LEV have just been in control of this series.
Bozine opting not to fight for this, and, well, Neon has no choice but to TP away. This is coming a little bit faster than Leviatán were anticipating, though. And look, already a tripwire set up on shore. That's big. Neon, with his back to it now, may not be aware that he could get wrapped on from shore, but that one way is protecting him for the time being. And Aspas fell out in the open. It's Spike with the overdrive. Where's Bozino supposed to go here? Hit with the paranoia from behind, and Leviatán have arrived just in time. Never late, exactly when they mean to.
They are beating MIBR to these sites. They're fighting as a team. Spike, it's not only just running around distracting, but he can't be killed. His overdrives are always so solid.
I love the fight in that one way. So sick. They just back up to it.
Leviatán really are treating a dominant game against MIBR, a rejuvenated, more aggressive MIBR, like another day in the office.
Couldn't have drawn up a better fight for second in this group, though, I'm not going to lie. It's 8-4 here on MIBR's pick of Sunset. They've got some work to do on the second half, otherwise we're headed for a 2-0.
Whenever I use Zowie models, I would say I just feel my element.
Demon 1 is good.
Without Nyack, the biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular.
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
8-4 is the scoreline heading into the second half. Sunset, the second map in this series, but one that Leviatán appeared just as comfortable on. It's time to get our second half underway and lock in with the number one VPN, ExpressVPN. 3 players who once won the Americas in LEV colors are obviously sat opposite King and the 4 young players who carried that particular color, that badge to an international title. Which generation gets the direct road to playoffs? That's what we're here to find out.
Sato and Zekken opposite sides on the stage and opposite sides on the scoreboard. Sato has completely taken over here. I think outside of Arsenal on a generational run, Sato has been the best Phoenix in the league. He's been so good all throughout 2026. And Zekken has began to pick it up more frequently. Some of his games, he has looked outrageous, dropping 30 bombs. But then the next game in that very series only got 11 kills for 17 deaths. It's been inconsistent, but we know his ceiling is so high. He's got to find himself in this second half or MIBR will be sent to the play-ins.
This pistol round is so emblematic of being a team with Cypher. MIBR takes 0 space on A, playing behind kill trips on the site only.
Camera taken out.
Remember, MIBR have had no trouble winning pistol rounds. They are 3-0.
But you hate to have to go 4-0. Hate to have to make that possible. Unfortunately, that is the ask here for MIBR. Relay bolts here means Tex just doesn't get to play the game this round. Sorry, mate. Hit the showers. Unreal.
LEV are so aware of that MIBR setup. Dealing with the trips, yeah, there's probably going to be a guy back site there.
The guy with the gun.
They even catch a second? That's great. But they know someone is going to be waiting behind those trips, waiting behind the cage to try to find a kill. They make it look elementary. Again, it's just because of the unreal skill level that this team are at right now. Mazino, what shot to get an opening for MIBR. Time is low, though.
Aspas wants to get forward, but Blozine always seems to be the one standing in his way, Wyatt, the one that wants to take the mantle. And King has so effortlessly manipulated his pieces around this board. It's a 5-round lead. Finally, Leviatán pick up a pistol in the series, and somehow it's the most crushing pistol for MIBR to have lost.
It does feel emblematic of the end times for MIBR in this match. They're not even on the rounds where they have looked the best. They've been able to put up a fight here. They were not able to do it.
MIBR here just need to brace for impact for these next couple of rounds. Digging in towards A main, but that's just not a part of the map that LEV are invested in yet. Or at all. We are deathballing on the A side. And Neon gets a free kill, a chance to fall off this with a second. And I think that's pretty definitive, folks. He might even get more. That Headhunter is certainly well apportioned for this scenario. And the rest of Leviatán know that they can let Neon play with his food. Go after Mazino? Sure, that's just a headshot. Of course it is. If only he didn't have to reload. Flash turned almost lazily from Sato as he gets us out of round 14 in a jiffy.
And gets himself that ult. Just to add insult to injury. Having that for this bonus round. So much pressure being applied to MIBR on this round 15. Must win, or this is just the series at that point. They cannot get bonus here.
We've seen very little of what MIBR have to offer on this defense side. They're going to have this Cypher util over at B, a bit more of a standard look. And maybe a pop here towards A main, something to show some signs of life instead of primordial ooze coagulating. Here's King, trying to play aggressively into it. It's worked out for MIBR though.
Those are just perfect swing timings off the audio cues from LEV, either side. LEV always staying active though, always doing something.
There's a gap here. Exploitable, yes, but Zekken's nimble enough to get past it. And anyone's just going to fight this. Okay, fair enough. This is simply a round where you see what you can get away with at this point. That trademark discipline for LEV shining through on a round that is feeling all but lost now.
Well, they would just love to be able to do as much damage as possible. MIBR need to hold on to these guns pretty desperately.
Maybe worth noting that Verno has availed himself of an Odin. That's something that's going to be rearing its head, I think, in the next couple of rounds. For Leviatán here, there's a chance to start to think ahead a little bit. Okay, Mazzino.
And on this defense side, you've got Verno playing Sova. That is the agent you associate him with as this will be Verno at his best. You just have that in your mind.
10 seconds left.
And beyond that, not just by the eye test, by any stats, Verno is playing so much better in this second stage. 120 ADR, average in stage 1, 151 in stage 2. Monumental difference, the level that he is at, unchained from the IGL duties. And on his best agent, you're going to need him to get in that form on this second half. You need Zekken to get in that form in the second half. Ospas has not been a question mark at all for this team.
And that's a starting point for MIBR, being able to lean on him. Mazzino also having a reasonable game. But Neon's picked up an op now as Leviatán are forced to buy properly for the first time this half. Will they try and catch another push off MIBR on this A side of the map? It looks like it's a yes, but Spike is heavily disrupted and takes a bunch of damage here.
To some extent, their LEV are just happy to draw out as much util as possible. That is an objective they had there. And just go straight into working the map elsewhere.
So as the Aldrone comes out, because there's no other form of utility to get an early read on a potential mid-split. It's pretty expensive.
Look at this patience from Lev. The idea of show this presence A main, try to bait out some utility, and then they immediately just go back to hold all other angles to see if anyone will overpush.
Prowler.
Now back into this A hit.
You imagine there's a flash, maybe a relay bolt off the wall here, but they ultimately don't test Mazzino. He's done enough here to ward Leviatán away for the time being, but they're committed. This is very Tex-esque positioning from Neon in mid, though.
Teleport's ready.
30 seconds left.
Joke's over.
I don't think they're selling. I think they're serious about this now. Mazzino, the only player on the A side, and look how deep Sato's been able to get. But back through spawn, that's where the rotation for MIBR is going, but they're still not going to expect this. Aspas, though, hears it coming. Mazzino's picked off Sato as he used that ultimate in a bit of an awkward spot, and now it's desperation. A pivot last minute over towards the B side, but Tex is waiting behind all that Cypher utility, and Verno's going to be there with the Odin. Mows down Spike, blows inside the smoke, needs to get into this backside. He needs to go massive right now. King's done enough, but blows can only notch up one. And that's MIBR slowing the game to a standstill.
Lev felt very regimented there throughout the early round, into the mid round, going back towards A, but perhaps just overcomplicating the situation. Trying to get back into this crazy mid pivot where they already had Spike, Neon waiting. But Neon with an op, uncomfortable in those close range engagements, it just falls apart. MIBR need to capitalize on this anti-eco. They've gotten ecoed by Lev back on split because it is Lev. They are always capable of winning an eco round.
Might have been the most important MIBR round this entire series.
This is Tex, that Cypher going to be tested if the B-side execute comes in. His main job here is to hold this backside if he can.
Getting Verno out of market. Seems like a tough job here for Leviatán. They're not really bothering him with it right now, but Tex is holding his own. Gets his. Zekken emerges here from the smoke and goes for a wild spray. He finds success, but Verno and the Odin are down in market. Here's the flood, though. MIBR setting up to play from behind his paranoia, but Lozine is getting tucked into the corner. Relay bolt, he allows it to affect him. That fast lane's going to come down, and so does the curtain on his round. It's on Neon. A double spray opportunity is here, but he's not looking the right way, and MIBR finally stitching a couple of key rounds together.
Tense from Neon's point of view there. It's the second he started to adjust his crosshair that the double peak came through. I love how MIBR on that flood back in, backside, were really making the most of every util piece, and you could see them exercising just the moments of patience there to be able to pick players off. Like that moment of hesitation from Zek and Ospas, waiting for the wall to drop, confident in the relay bolt catching a player on that right. Yeah, and then they are correct. They get that one at a time, just dealing with each player.
I just want to throw everyone's mind back to Split, where MIBR have 15 first bloods on that map, and still Leviatán are able to recover, still find a degree of success. That's something you're hoping to leverage even a little bit of if you're Lev going forward. Because it looks like the initial gimmick for Leviatán is not working in a few of these rounds, right? They're not finding a kill on the A side of the map. They're not seeing anything in mid. They haven't really tried for that early B control, but it's been about how Leviatán bounce back from the setbacks that are occurring on these attack side rounds earlier on. They've allowed the game to slow down. They've allowed their own pace to dissipate, and they've allowed MIBR to settle into some of these comfortable late round setups and floods for retakes.
MIBR have an opportunity to make a definitive statement about the evolution that they're going through, the progress that they've made coming into stage 2 and throughout it. If they can bring this comeback to fruition.
You can see it in their eyes, though. It's been a slog this year. They've come so close.
Yeah, their mental has constantly been tested. Oh, sick entry from Spike.
This A side's cracked wide open now.
Maybe if Verno can find some kind of odd spam kill with the Odin, get the Hunter's Fury activated.
There's got to be a flood coming from short, and it's got to be quick. You can hear it coming. There's the Seize, though. Good way to slow things down. That's heads up from Blozine. Overclock also active now as Aspas is brought down. There's Spike seen trying to run it on in. One kill off the overdrive, and Tex left alone here with nothing to do on the map. It's a big round for Leviatán to pick up. And also, taking 4 guns out of it would be massive.
That was a disgusting opener from Spike, but the kind of slide kill that seems routine for him to some extent too. Been watching him do that for years.
But let's be real. That's kind of what Leviatán have been leaning on pretty heavily in a lot of these scenarios. Whether it's Sato starting something up early in the round or just a ridiculous entry. Doesn't matter which one it is. What's important for the LEV team is that it's given them a break in the dry spell, given them a crucial round pickup. Remember, they're 2 away from securing direct entry to playoffs and banishing MIBR to a very treacherous-looking play-in phase.
Leviatán are 1 foot through the door as champions. They are so close at this point. Another point added to the tally. If they get this win, just gets them that much closer, keeps them right near the top of the standings as far as those go.
Round number 19 coming at you. Leviatán are threatening.
This goes here.
After an 8-4 half, though, it's been a decent recovery for MIBR, even without winning the pistol.
You mentioned the crazy amount of first bloods that MIBR got back on Split. 15 of them, 8 of them coming from Ospas. The catalyst for that was him opping on defense. But so far on this Neon, he's not been as willing to pick it up. Just wants to focus on the rifling, being more active with the movement.
MIBR aren't on a chamber strategy either, so there's no opping.
Yeah, though Tex has played a lot of chamber in the past. On this MIBR team, it's been all about the Cypher. He's on it constantly.
Clear to see that MIBR enjoy being able to stack a site and leave one a little bit light behind the Cypher util. It plays into their macro tendencies, but doesn't give them that first contact on the extremity option. And we've got 2 players stacked up here in elbow. It's a bit of a trap being laid by MIBR. Leviatán, are they going to walk headlong into it? Zek trying to tease them forward with the flash, but now got to be mollied out of the way. Hit with the paranoia. Surely it's a trade. Mizzino doesn't want any more of it.
Feels a little fortunate, honestly, that Zek even goes 1 for 1. That trap play they activated did not get the intended util value. He's caught in the corner. Really important that he got that one, as the time has gotten dangerously low for LEV. 20 seconds and they have to work their way towards this
is so
site.
Oh, Tex has just posted up on the line there. 2 players stacked here over towards market because there's a top mid trip for MIBR. There's no time.
The relay bolt, they are fully stalled out. There's no way LEV can win this round. Forced into that late rotate and right into another trap laid. That double setup, little bait and switch. and the util to stall out in that market door way too much.
Talk about digging your heels in. MIBR, it's not the prettiest kind of round to win, but it's so important. Need to slow Leviatán down however you can. So yeah, this trap play white doesn't look incredible, but Lev get funneled here into a stacked market. Yoink. That's crazy. Who will it be, though? Oh.
Evidently, none of them. They still just do not want to off.
Well,
Neon with the Tour de Force.
You try and take the op away, he'll produce another one from some orifice or another.
Destroys Ospas.
The attack side opping that Leviatán have lent on so heavily. So now what? We've got a B side with some Cypher util and some reinforcements. Zekin is picking up here in market.
Yeah, MIBR very convinced that this execute will head towards B, given Mizzino's presence over towards A main.
But we also know Leviatán are conditioned some really slow rounds, some really late rotations, which means MIBR can never be too sure. Waiting on an arbitrary time queue, I'd say. A Nightfall to make it hard to play from market, but Tex is going to be unaffected by this. He is the next man up at the moment, and the slide from Spike is not enough to save him. A trade though, Shadow was always there to pick up the pieces. Second now through running back, won't be able to see too much. He's blinded, but still finds one. That is huge. He'll be back in the action in no time. 25 seconds left in the round. Mizzino and Zekin though had to fight for their lives to keep MIBR off match point.
Trying to double up backside. Zekin waiting for Mizzino. The smoke goes down in main. Neon's going to have to find a timing to swing out here.
Surely off a sound cue, off some contact, he can walk up. Zekin trying to dig them out, but as a crossfire, there's too much in place for Leviatán. And another slow build into a heavy B hit for Leviatán finds them some success. And we're on match point.
Leviatán are on the cusp of skipping past these play-ins, staying at the top of the bracket where, frankly, they belong. And what's felt like MIBR really turning over a new leaf, dialing up the aggression, playing with so much more confidence, has been irrelevant today. They have met their match in LEV. And unfortunately, with this loss, they'll be sent to the play-ins. It's another situation where we're in a qualifying game for MIBR, and they have not been able to cross the finish line. Stuck at this very same hurdle.
And not only is the play-ins represent an extra hurdle that you have to get past, it also represents some unknown quantities coming to sort of measure themselves against you. We've got some really promising names coming up from challengers like M80, 2G are back for more, Fluxo and Bestia. And there's some really well-known names amongst these players waiting in the wings to test themselves against these play-in teams. 2 years, Melza, Takoya, FRZ, QCK, Gabera. The names go on. They're all waiting for their chance to have a crack at them, not to mention your boy Nismo. Gonna be coming back for more.
The teams that feel a little bit more made in Brazil than made in Brazil, who are just fully international.
Do or die now for MIBR. Years and years of history between these two teams, and yet King still had nothing to say in the pre-game to MIBR. And instead, he's let his play do all the talking. Zekin got to be stunned up early. A push up mid for Aspas falls flat. Spike is ready to intercept.
It's a major shift of the pace out of the timeout, but it's just resulted in the crucial duo, both duelists of MIBR, the star players, down in an instant. It would have to be a miracle 3 versus 5. The more unlikely heroes on this MIBR roster.
Teleport's ready.
Again, we have a big slowdown for Leviatán. Neon happy to play as the pivot. And yeah, on that A site, you'll see the trips. They're kill trips, and there's no one there to play off them yet. I think I feel bad for Mizzino here. He's about to walk into the firing squad, but Spike was low enough. It's an easy pickup. Now Mazzino can try and waylay them further. Time is an issue. Leviatán have fallen on the wrong side of the sand timer on multiple occasions, but they've gotten past this spot.
Look at the damage that he's done as well. He's given MIBR an opportunity.
30 seconds left.
Okay, we heard that runner back activated by Sato. He can get in here, he can get deep in elbow, clear out some of this util, pave a way for Leviatán to get this post plant set up. And this could be everything. Neon with the timing, and backs are turned! That is a 1-2 punch that MIBR are never getting up from.
10 seconds left.
Still stuck in the nightmare. A year that has put them in the blender. And poor Tex has to face the music on his own.
If MIBR are to make a run to champions, it is just matches week after week, test after test, and they can't fail, not even one time.
And the history between them cannot be erased, but the direct path into playoffs belongs to the chapter King wrote after Mazzino, Aspas, and Tex left him. Leviatán qualified directly to Stage 2 playoffs.
And despite the progress that MIBR have made in this second stage, LEV are just at that world-class tier of gameplay that the difference is so visible regardless, which it's just crazy, man. Both pistol rounds been taken by MIBR and Split, but Leviatán are just so phenomenal on that map. It doesn't matter. And then into MIBR's pick, we've seen LEV improve on this sunset throughout the stage. Just another map in their pool where they are world class.
And we would have gone to a Lotus that teams were actively banning against Leviatán all stage. This is what we mean about a team who is meta-agnostic, who can survive the test of time. 5 players willing to do what it takes, 5 flexible individuals that can fit any meta. And we saw them and MIBR walk into this game with the same win record, the same map differential, but the difference between them couldn't be bigger.
They are simply a team destined to make champions at this point. It is right in their grasp. And it's exactly where they belong, and they look like when they get there, they are going to be a real back-to-back global trophy lifting contender we have not seen in years.
And it's another point of difference for Leviatán's philosophy to build forward into the unknown with promising rising stars around a player who has seen it all at this point. King sends off his former teammates, veterans alike, into the play-ins, while he takes his young squad looking for more glory at another global.
It's just another chapter in the 6 years of intertwined history between Mazzino and King. Teammates, rivals, almost winning champions together. But today King gets the best of them in that IGL head-to-head as well. This Leviatán team are just too good.
And now MIBR face the reality that they'd lack the champions points to find their way into the marquee event of the year from any other method other than going on a run in playoffs. That is a huge job. It's stressful and the road is long for them. Let's send it down to dry out on the stage though for the Verizon post-match interview with Neon.
Thank you guys. LEV make it to playoffs, and I'm here with one of the stars, Neon, to talk a little bit about what this accomplishment really means for the squad. Neon, the first thing I'm going to ask him is going to be going against his matchup against NRG last time. It kind of felt like the way that a match against PaperX earlier on felt when they were playing Masters. That first one that they lost, and then they went on a run and won it all. And it was kind of that lesson that they needed to come stronger. Does he also feel that way? What were some of the lessons learned that they were able to apply this time around?
No, bueno, o sea, básicamente sí se sintió así como un poco como parecido, pero lo que hicimos fue como intentar como aprender de los errores. Por más que tengamos una victoria o una derrota, siempre se toma como de cara humilde y se sigue como pensando solo en el futuro, en los partidos que tenés adelante, y venís con la mejor versión. Intentar mejorar así individualmente, tanto colectivo, se ve todo lo que hicimos mal y se trae el día de esto.
Yeah, it definitely felt a little bit like that PaperX loss, but we just take every loss, every win. We are very humble in the way that we're taking them. We're putting that practice, we're focusing on ourselves, we're working on those individuals, and no matter what, the idea is to come back stronger every single time. I also want to ask you, towards the beginning of that group stage, I know that the team didn't have maybe as much time to prep as other teams because you guys were taking a break. So now that you're back and now that you're just ahead of playoffs, tell me a little bit, do you feel like the team is ready now that you had that time to catch up with everybody else?
Sí, la verdad que sí tenemos un tiempo ahora lindo que vamos a poder entrenar mucho, hacer muchas cosas nuevas, seguir entrenando, que eso es lo más importante de todo. Y es verdad que nosotros obviamente tuvimos menos tiempo de preparación antes, por obviamente pasar muy a lo largo de la Master. Pero yo diría que algo muy bueno de eso es que te da mucha experiencia, aparte de obviamente ganar y todo eso. Pero ya la experiencia que vos tenés al ganar eso es algo como que ningún equipo lo puede tener. Entonces es algo de eso que se aprovecha mucho y es como lo más apreciado de eso.
Yeah, it's an experience as well that it's true we were a little bit behind after Masters, but the thing is that we have that experience. We have that experience of playing Masters and also winning Masters. And that is not something that every team has. Not everybody can say that they have that a little bit more. So now with the time, they have been able to catch up, but also they have that additional that is allowing them to keep getting those wins and keep getting stronger. Neon, thank you so much for the interview. This is everything that we have at the Verizon post-match interview, but we're going to send it to Match Point with Sato.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Match Point. I'm Ender, and yes, here we have the victorious Sato here, who doesn't have to go to play-ins. Yes. It's all good. Yes. So good. You know, all you need to do is win this game, you make it through, and your Phoenix looked fantastic. You come in, you tear it up on both maps. We're used to it by now. But I wanted to ask if there was anything like coming into this week that you individually were working on or thinking about on the Phoenix.
I think for the most part this week, obviously after losing against NRG, everyone gets a little bit more motivated. Not to say that we weren't motivated before, but after you lose, it's kind of weird but good feeling where you wake up the next day and you only think of the game. Yeah. And when you win, it's like, hooray, we won, you know, today's a day off, I'm gonna enjoy myself. And for this week, everyone just put their all into it. And one thing that kind of stuck to me was that I play best when I'm trying to coordinate myself with my teammates, like every time. And to me, it's kind of counterintuitive because as long as like I try to give up my individual plays per se, I play better. And because I'm just like linking up with Spike, linking up with Blows, and things just get much easier.
Is that you like proactively making calls to like link up with your teammates, or is it being more willing to like give up those moments when the call comes in to come back?
I think it's more about not giving comms, not giving plans, because that's more of King's and Blow's job. And if everyone tries to make plans, then everything's gonna be chaotic. But it's kind of like giving a little bit more attention to details. Like, I don't know, I want to swing an angle. I need to make sure that I have someone with me, otherwise I'm just gonna I can take a 50-50 and win, but I can also take a 50-50 and lose, right? Yeah. And if I swing together with someone, it's like impossible for us to go under value on each singular trade. So it's kind of more like paying much more attention to micros. Yeah. In terms of like, just let's do this together every time so that the enemy has no chance to like killing one and staying alive, you know?
For sure, and little details like that, they seem small, but they're really like deal breakers in a lot of these rounds when you're playing at such a high level. And I actually want to have a chance for you to break down some of those details and plays. This is a little bit of a clutch of yours, so less working with your team, but we're gonna break it down anyways. This is coming in on Sunset in round number 3, so you lost the pistol and you're at risk of losing the bonus. Now, before we get into the clutch, I just want to ask you, because I've seen a few different Phoenix players throw this wall that goes across mid here to cover your rotation. Is there anything deeper than it to covering the rotation, or when do you choose whether to throw it or not? Because on this round, you end up not throwing it.
For me, is always paying attention to whether the Lark is playing mid or with the pack. So if I'm not mistaken, during this round, we spot the Cypher together with them.
Got it.
So I don't need to throw my wall here.
Because you think about it, and then I think you probably get the call that Cypher's on that side and then keep running. Yeah,
Exactly.
so when you're preparing for the retake now as well, like the first thing, what are you looking out for?
Oh, sorry. Actually, this round, I didn't throw the wall because we were already like down advantage. We lost all of sight. So Blows called out and said, let's peek mid together, because if we get someone transitioning, then maybe like we have better chances of winning the round.
For sure.
For this instance, we peaked just because we lost entirety of B, so we needed to like make up for something, you know?
Yeah, it's worth taking the risk if it means getting the advantage in the round, because you're already playing from a disadvantage. That makes some sense. I can get on board with that. So then when you scale up here with the team, how does the play come in? You end up choosing, again, not to flash because the util comes at you.
First, we tried to fake our util so that like you know how they just threw out their paranoia and stunts just because we just threw an eye and a wall. And I just decided not to use my flash because it honestly wouldn't done much. After Spike's walls, it covered basically the entire side, so it wouldn't blind anyone. So I just decided to hold it.
Cool. And as far as the molly being paired up with the C's, is that Blows calling that in and the timings on that?
No, that was just me seeing that Omen was tagged by the eye, and I just wanted to like help Spike Zine have a better fight by like throwing them off a little bit, and I just threw it on whenever I spotted Omen.
Yeah, and it ends up getting you the kill pretty easily. And that gives you guys a pretty big advantage into this retake, but it ends up getting a little bit messy. Again, they have so much space on site, it's hard to deal with it all. But then your teammates sort of go down like flies here in a second. It was a 5v3, now it's a 3v3. You're just holding for Spike to make it happen. But do you want to walk me through now, once you get down into this 3-on-2 situation?
Right, so we saw everyone was tucked in default, and I heard Omen's TP. And whenever Spike's lit and didn't see anything, I was like sure he was on the right. He ended up killing Spike, but then he insta-peeks me, and I was just holding for it.
All right, let's see it happen. There you go. So you get the return kill. And then, okay, your teammate drops, it's a one-on-one. Now, did you watch the Verno 4Ks and the clutches from last week's game?
Yep.
How do you approach going into this fight against him now?
I mean, I think, okay, at the beginning, I kind of trolled a little bit. I think I should have swung together with Blows, but now that he died alone and I just tapped the bomb, I figured Verno might be prone to like play first. So I hold a little bit, and then after realizing that he was not gonna peek me, I dinked him, and I just
easy right click. Yeah, jump around the corner. Now, I want you to watch this from Verno's POV and see is there anything he could have done differently to win this round, because it would have set MIBR up to start running away with the first half again. Because it starts off, again, it's like 3v3, maybe he has a chance. His teammates are all dying around him, he hasn't seen anyone just yet, and now it's the 1-on-2.
Yeah, he didn't even see me.
Dude, like, you're gliding on him. Yeah. Like, he saw your shoulder for half a second, and that's kind of just it.
Yeah, I don't think there's much he could have done here in this situation, honestly. I mean, maybe like, I don't know. It's honestly like a gamble, just swing right side to try to help the teammates, but honestly, in that position, I don't think he could have done anything else.
Yeah, I think the verdict is just unwinnable and unlucky. So, one last thing I want to ask you to do. I want you to break this down. Now, I'm going to give you the drawing tools.
Right.
Okay, so I want you to take full control here. You can draw, you can dare, you can zoom in. Okay. Like, you can zoom in, you know, if you see something you like. And then, if you want, you also have a pause play, so you can hit play, pause.
Okay.
This is, again, from before sunset. You had like a little tech pause on stage. Right. And we've just got some clips of you. So go ahead and hit that play button.
Clips of me, huh?
Yeah. What are you breaking down? Like, break this down for me. What is this?
I was just dancing and
hitting the Macarena?
Yeah.
I was wondering, like, where are your teammates? Like, they're all like sitting down, lying down. Like, why isn't anyone dancing with you?
I don't know. Oh, okay. So what happened was during this tech pause was that our audio was muffled for some reason. It just started muffling, so we were saying that we were like fishes under the sea. And
sure, why not?
And this is the moment where it goes back to normal.
Oh my God, yeah, wait, no, I totally see it, because we saw this live and I was like, why is he cheering? Like, it doesn't make any sense. But no, that makes perfect sense. Excellent.
Yeah, okay, this one, I have no idea what was going on here, honestly. This is just me saying hi to the crowd.
Yeah? You like saying hi to the crowd?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotta give them a good show.
Yeah, I like when I look at them and I see the hands going up, you know?
Yeah.
I don't hear anything because of the sound.
Yeah, and it's muffled on top of everything.
Okay, wait, what am I doing?
Yeah, dude, what are you doing here? Like, at first I thought you were doing like hand hearts, like half a heart, but we've stumped him. We've completely stumped. You got anything for me?
I have no idea what.
Dude, what is this?
Oh, I remember now. I remember it now. You know those, because the audio was really bad. So you know those cups with a thread that you talk through?
Oh, that you talk through? Yeah.
So I was saying, so like I was, telling them, it kind of sounds like that. But none of the players knew what I was talking about except for Neon.
Okay, you know what? Neon's a knower, and I appreciate that. And thanks for breaking this down, because we honestly had no idea what you were doing. Let's go ahead and close out the day, take a look at the standings, because once again, you've made it through. Easy peasy.
Thank God,
you are going straight over to playoffs. And also with the result earlier today and Crew upsetting Sentinels, it locked in 100 Thieves and Loud, who are just going to be competing for first place tomorrow.
Oh, wait, Loud is locked in?
They're locked in, yeah, because they play 100 Thieves tomorrow. And that match will be for first place in the group. So do you think Loud could be number one?
I mean, they're looking, they did win a very dominant match against G2, and 100 Thieves got upsetted by Cloud9. So momentum based, Loud has the advantage, and I'm cheering for them.
All right, honestly. You're cheering for them. Love to see that. For anyone that's going to be tuning in, remember that after the matches tomorrow, we're going to have the play-ins draw show and see if Sentinels could be playing against Kaplan in that. Anyways, we'll find that out. Thanks everyone for watching. Close things out. Here's the Samsung OLED Fast Replay.
Because of the results of what happened yesterday, Sentinels still have skin in the game to make it to playoffs. So this win is super important for Crew.
Les gets one. They still have a position to play contact off each other here, making it very difficult. No way, he pulls it! Able to clean up the shot there, and Redux gets the third one on the round. Cortezia will take this upon himself to start the fight. A big fight here for Heat. Cortezia gets the best of him. It's tried Les to repair it. Cortezia to instantly sit down another, and he gets the spam just to draw WZero's attention perfectly. Sentinels take Summit away from Crew. Sentinels get back in. They have quite a bit of space as they wear off on this Seize. No, Sadak actually pushes through. Sadak can get one, two, third one. Crew able to pick up another round here.
And he doesn't hear the full rotate from NW0 in the back of the site.
Just at the last moment, he switches, and it's Cortezia! Did you doubt him? Made it in. They can slow it down. They don't even slow it down. They've gotten themselves into a bit of trouble here by pushing the Factor, but it's gonna be enough. Gets the spike. He's out. No way! 13-6 is Crew. Sends map.
Les has the pit, yet they still want to walk contact to fight against both John Cute and Redux.
Oh, no way. Insane.
What a read. Redux is coming in from the tunnel, and they knew.
So ready. They've traded 1 for 1 already as the null command continues to ring out. Dante starts to fight back. Oh, he goes for the fake.
God.
Opening back in with MW0's dart. That's the first kill to shut the lights out. Crew take down Sen City.
Two of LATAM's golden children face off with two stories intertwined since the game's inception.
Second, has given a bit of that space on this high ground. We're going to see what we can find here from that high ground. Sato finds Crew. The jubilant roar as the game is evened. Neon at risk of being overrun, but holds his own now, buying time. This stall is incredible, and that King's able to come in from the rafters. Somehow, Neon stays alive the whole round and finds 3 kills. This guy is impossible to dig out. Here come Leviatán. Verno trying to find his way out of the corner with Blozine. He's going to have to mow them all down. Now he knows where Zekin is. It's just a matter of sticking the landing. Perfect 10 from the judges. This is dangerous for us. Buster push into, but he's going to go for it anyway. He's low, but the relay bolt, it doesn't matter. What a shot on Spike. Salo's got to try and clean this up, but Zekin is waiting in the wings. Let's go. This could be everything. Neon with the timing, and backs are turned! And the history between them cannot be erased, but Leviatán qualified directly to stage 2 playoffs.